Chapter 28. Thursday, 22nd of February, 2024. Olivia barely slept. After checking all the windows and locks to make sure they hadn't been tampered with, she went into her office and opened her laptop. There were concealed cameras above both entrances to her house, front and back. And footage was saved for 7 days before being deleted. If someone had entered her home yesterday while she wasn't here and left a copy of the book about her serial killer father on her bedside table, she'd know who it was. She had no idea what time the intruder had entered, so had to watch from early morning when she'd left for work. As usual, she'd locked the door with both locks, tried the handle several times to make sure it was secure, and given a quick glance up to where the camera was situated, before trotting off down the steps with Stanley under her arms. She'd mounted her scooter and set off for work. Her eyes grew heavy as she glared at the monotony of nothing happening on the screen. Half an hour later, a delivery man pulled up outside. He knocked loudly on the door and waited a few moments before knocking again. It was a clear picture, and Olivia could easily make out his features. He had dark curly hair beneath his brown baseball cap. He went back down the steps and up to the house next door to see if they would take her package. A minute or two later he was back at Olivia's door, putting a card through her letterbox. Within moments of him reversing down the cul-de-sac, Olivia nodded off, slumped over her desk. She had woken fitfully throughout the night. She had jumped awake from a disturbing dream she couldn't remember, looked back at the laptop which had slipped into sleep mode, and decided to join it. Years ago, when her father had first been arrested, and Olivia moved in with her grandparents in Tower Hamlets, she'd had terrible nightmares about what had happened to her mother and sister. She'd wake up screaming, dripping with sweat, to find her grandmother at the side of her bed holding her hand. When the nightmares stopped, the sleepwalking began. On many occasions her grandfather told her that he'd found her at the bottom of the garden, trying to climb over the fence while she was asleep, just like she had done to escape her murderous father. Had the sleepwalking returned? She'd thought she was stronger now. If she could survive the murder of her family, the constant bullying and name-calling from her fellow pupils at school, the long, slow, agonizing death of her grandmother from lung cancer, and the decline of her grandfather's mental health before he eventually succumbed to Alzheimer's disease, surely she could cope with visiting a man she had banished from her life a quarter of a century ago. Obviously not. Had she been up to the top floor, picked up the book, and brought it back to her bedroom with her while still asleep? It was possible. In fact, as none of the locks, doors and windows had been tampered with, it was probable. Maybe it was time to book an appointment with a therapist again. Olivia was woken at 6 o'clock by Stanley yapping. He needed to go outside. She padded down the stairs, grabbed her dressing gown from her bedroom, and went into the kitchen, where she unlocked the back door and let him out into the dark morning. She stood in the doorway beneath the sensor light above and shivered. Back in the kitchen, she set about making breakfast. She couldn't stomach anything too heavy, so plumped for a slice of toast and coffee so strong it could beat her in an arm wrestling contest. It tasted foul, but it woke her up. She had a feeling today was going to be a long and difficult day. A cold shower set the blood running to every part of her body, and once she'd brushed her teeth and dressed in black trousers, a cream sweater, and black Doc Martens, she felt ready to leave the house. She looked at Stanley, who had set up home on the fluffy throw on the Chesterfield in the living room. He looked back at her with his big brown eyes. "I promise I'll pop to the pet shop today and get you a proper bed," she said to him. There was a knock on the door. Stanley got there before her. She picked him up and pulled open the door to find Sam Halliday on the doorstep, holding a cardboard box. "This was delivered yesterday. I thought I'd bring it round," he said with a smile. He looked younger dressed in casual clothing. Jeans, a hooded sweater, and scuffed Converse trainers. Olivia was about to thank him when he spotted Stanley. "Good morning, Stanley," he said, scratching under the young dog's chin. "I think he likes me," he said, as the dog licked his hand. "My mum always says never trust a person who doesn't like dogs, but always trust a dog who doesn't like a person." Wise woman. "Sorry, come in." She stepped back and made room for Sam to enter. Once the door was closed, she placed Stanley on the floor. He ran straight for Sam, who sat on the floor and began playing with him. "They're great companions, aren't they? You're never lonely if you have a dog." "So I've been told. Unfortunately, it's not practical trying to balance him on my scooter." "You take him to work?" "I can't leave him here on his own all day, poor thing." "Well, I'm on nights at the moment. I can take him out for walks during the day, if you like." "I couldn't ask you to do that." "You haven't. I've offered. It would get me out of my basement for some fresh air and allow this little guy to stretch his legs." "Are you sure?" "Yes. I'd love it." "I'd really appreciate that, Sam. Thank you." It would make sense for someone to come in and walk him while she was at work, until she could make her mind up on how she could transport Stanley to and from work. The only problem was, Sam would need a key. Nobody had ever had a key to her house. Could she trust Sam? That was Olivia's problem. She didn't trust anyone apart from Sebastian. She couldn't live a life permanently on edge and thinking everyone was a potential killer. She needed to open herself up more if she was going to have any kind of a normal life. She remembered the missing set of keys, and her mind immediately went into overdrive. She was in the midst of a personal crisis where she didn't know if she was capable of walking up to the top floor to retrieve a book without realising. If she'd done that, could she have moved her keys somehow? "Hang on," she said to Sam, going into the kitchen and grabbing a single front door key from a drawer. When she had high-security locks fitted, she chose a top-of-the-range system that needed a card with an identity number attached, should she require more copies. The missing one would cost a fortune to replace. She felt reluctant to give the key to Sam. She looked him in the eye and gave him a quick assessment. He was a young man, a junior doctor, living in a world that didn't make sense to him. He was nervous, scared, frightened of his own shadow, and in need of a friend. She could be the one to help him settle in London. She wanted to help him. "I'd better talk you through the alarm," she said. "I've only got one key for the front door," she said, handing it to him. "I can't find a full set at the moment. This fob is for the alarm. Just wave it in front of the panel when you come in and leave, and it automatically sets everything. You don't have to press any buttons." Sam smiled as he took the key from her. Their fingers touched briefly. "I'll look after him. You have nothing to worry about." Olivia had only been sitting at her desk in her office for 5 minutes when Daisy called to say D.I. Foley was here to see her. As she heard him pounding up the stairs, she looked at her reflection in the computer screen and neatened up her hair. There was a gentle knock on the door, and it opened without her giving permission. "Good morning," he said, as he entered the room. He was wearing a dark grey suit and matching tie. His once white shirt had dulled due to overwashing, and his shoes were in urgent need of a polish. He looked shattered. Olivia wondered if he'd had as bad a night's sleep as she'd endured. She offered a weak smile. "Would you like a coffee?" "I've lost count of the number of coffees I've had since midnight. Any more and I'll be able to see through time." "Haven't you been to bed yet?" "No. We've made an arrest," he said, as he slumped down into the seat opposite Olivia's desk. There was a satisfied smile on his lips. "Really? Who?" "Sean Fincher. He's 23 years old. He lives in a council flat on Rosemead Avenue. He's practically on the same page of the A to Z as Sarah, Phoebe and Joanne." "How did you come across him?" Olivia asked. Despite the relief in Foley's voice, she was keeping an open mind. "A call from a neighbour said he'd been acting suspiciously lately. She said he'd always been quiet, but lately he'd started to frighten her. He'd also been cleaning his car out on a regular basis too, almost every weekend. We ran his registration plate through the ANPR, and we've got him at 3 locations when the murders took place." "Which murders?" "He was at the bonfire party and the Christmas tree light switch-on where Neil and Calvin were murdered. His car was also at Stylecroft Gardens on the day Joanne Douglas was killed." "Did he give a reason for being there?" "He started to until his solicitor told him to keep quiet. We've been conducting a search on his flat and we're going to interview him again. Obviously, I can't let you sit in on the interview, but I was wondering if you'd like to observe." "I'll get my coat," Olivia said, standing up, trying not to seem too eager. "Did he resist arrest at all?" she asked, as she put her coat on and began switching off her computer and desk lamp. "No. He answered the door, our officers arrested him, and he walked calmly to the car." "Why?" he asked, when he noticed her frown. "No reason." "Yes, there is. Why didn't he resist arrest?" "There are a couple of reasons for that. Maybe he's tired of killing and wants to get caught to stop himself from claiming another victim. Or there's something else going on. You don't have any forensic evidence from the crime scenes. He'll know this. And he'll also know you'll have to release him without such evidence. You need to be careful, Amyas. If this guy is your killer, he's playing a game with you. A game he intends to win." Chapter 29. The interview with Sean Fincher was to be conducted by D.I. Foley and D.S. Ripner. D.S. Goodfellow led Olivia into the observation room, which was more like a cubbyhole. It was so small. In front of the large glass window was a small desk with 2 chairs and 2 microphones. They sat down with a bottle of water each and made themselves comfortable. Olivia took a notebook and pen out of her bag. "The interview is going to be taped and videoed," Holly began. "Mr. Fincher has been read his rights and is under caution. Both D.I. Foley and D.S. Ripner are wearing earpieces, and whatever you say into the microphone, they'll both be able to hear. They're not automatically switched on. You have to hold down the button to speak. When you let go, it cuts transmission." The door to the interview room opened, and Sean Fincher was led in with his solicitor following. Olivia sank in her chair. "Is anything wrong?" Holly asked. "No." "Do you know him?" "No." "Recognise him?" "No, it's not that." What is it? Olivia shook her head. She turned to Holly. He's not your killer. Sean Fincher stood at well over 6 feet tall. He was painfully thin and had dyed black hair tied back in an untidy ponytail. He had piercings in both ears, in his nose and bottom lip, and a tattoo of a spider's web on his neck. The backs of his hands were tattooed to make them look skeletal. He was deathly pale, with wide, staring eyes. He wore black skinny jeans and black boots with the laces missing, and a black hooded jumper a size too big for him. With his shoulders hunched and his head down, he headed for the far side of the table and took a seat. His solicitor pulled out a chair and sat next to him. She took out a folder from her briefcase and opened it, rifling through her notes, while Foley and Ripner closed the door behind them and started proceedings. How do you know he's not the killer just by looking at him? Holly asked. The reason the killer has been able to escape from the murder scenes is because he blends in with the area. Don't you think this guy would have stood out on Spencer Road and Stylecroft Gardens? But we know he didn't make his getaway in broad daylight. The killings took place in the late afternoon and early evening. He could have left in the middle of the night, for all we know. But he's researched his victims. He's been in the neighbourhoods before he's made his kills. How else did he know which houses to target? He'll have visited at all different hours of the day, so he knows when to strike. He would have stood out a mile. You've read the house-to-house reports. Have any neighbours mentioned a walking skeleton? No. Exactly. He is not your killer. Shit. Foley is not going to be happy, Holly said. Mr. Fincher, Foley began, can you tell us where you were on the night of November the 5th last year? Olivia sighed. It was going to be a long interview. Sean admitted to being at the fireworks display, the Christmas lights switch on, and Vale Farm Sports Ground on the dates when the 3 people had been murdered. He answered in a clear and concise voice. On tape he would have sounded confident, but he kept fidgeting and playing with his fingers, evidence he was fearful of where this interview was going. The longer it went on, the more unstable he became. I'm showing Mr. Fincher photographs labelled as ID 1 to 7, Foley said, as he laid out pictures of the victims in front of him. Do you recognise any of these people? Sean leaned forward and took a detailed look. I recognise that one and that one, he answered in a soft voice. For the benefit of the recording, Mr. Fincher has identified Jessica Sheffield and Phoebe Harper. How do you know them? I don't. I recognise them from the newspapers. They've been killed. I'm guessing they've all been killed. Do you know anything about their deaths, Mr. Fincher? No. In your flat, we found a series of weapons. I'm showing Mr. Fincher photographs of some of the items which have been identified as the following: a zombie hammer, a trigger-assisted trench knife, a butterfly knife, and a machete. Can you tell us why you have these items? Olivia shook her head as she made a note of the weapons. They're props. They're for my work, he said. His voice had increased an octave. What work is that? I work for Zombie Battle UK. I have done for 4 years. People pay to be part of an end-of-the-world experience, and I play a zombie," he said, almost embarrassed. Ripner and Foley exchanged glances. Ripner didn't even try to hide his snigger. "He's not your killer, Foley," Olivia said through the earpiece. Foley glanced at the window for a split second before turning back to his notes. "Mr. Fincher," Foley continued, ignoring Olivia. "Were you with anyone on the nights of November the 5th, December the 1st, and January the 18th? No. Why did you attend such public events alone?" "Foley, he's not your killer. There's no reason to keep questioning him," Olivia said, getting agitated. "You don't have to answer that question," Sean's solicitor instructed. "I went because I wanted to be around people," he replied, picking at the sleeve of his jumper. "Aren't you around enough people at work when you're playing at zombies?" Leon asked, his question dripping with sarcasm. "It's not the same," Sean replied, his head down. "I don't go out much. I don't like being outside. I'm trying to do things to help me get better at socializing." "You think having these weapons in your flat is going to help you make friends?" Leon sniggered. "They're not real weapons, they're props. They are offensive, illegal weapons, which could cause serious damage. You should not be keeping them in your flat," Foley said. "Mr. Fincher, are you single?" "That question is irrelevant," his solicitor said. "Foley, for the last time, he is not your killer. Why are you questioning him like this?" Olivia almost shouted into the microphone. "Are you sure this thing is switched on?" she asked Holly. Yes, I'm single," Sean said, a hint of sadness in his voice. "I'm not surprised," Leon muttered under his breath, but loudly enough for them all to hear. "I need to talk to you right now," Olivia said into the microphone. "Right now, Ammius." She knew using his first name would cause a reaction in him. "Interview terminated at..." He looked at his watch. 11:07, Foley said, standing up and leaving the room. Olivia met him in the corridor. "What the hell is going on in there?" she asked. "Were you even listening to what I was saying? Sean Fincher is not your killer." "He was at 3 of the crime scenes." "No," she interrupted. "He was in 3 very public places, along with hundreds of other people. In any case, Joanne Douglas wasn't killed at a public event. She was killed indoors. Yes, Sean Fincher was close by at the time of her death, but you're making him fit what you perceive the killer will look like, and you're wrong. I doubt one person was at all 3 events. You don't know that. Besides, I've told you the kind of person you're looking for. The reason there are no witnesses to the killer leaving the scenes of the crimes is because he fits in with his surroundings. He belongs in those kinds of neighbourhoods. Do you think a tall, skinny bloke like Fincher with dyed black hair and pasty skin would blend in on Stylecroft Gardens and Dollis Hill? No, he wouldn't. He's not your killer, and you know it." Foley stepped away. He squeezed the bridge of his nose. "And the way you're questioning him in there is pure character assassination. He's scared. He obviously has emotional and behavioural issues which he's working through, and you're going to set him back years. Leon certainly is, with his unprofessional conduct." "Fuck." Foley kicked the wall in anger. Olivia walked up to him and placed her hand on his shoulder. I know you're desperate to catch the killer. I know you've got people on your back. But you've got the wrong man in there. You need to let him go. I need to charge somebody, he said quietly. I know you do, but not him. If I charge him, it will keep the press off my back, and I can still keep looking. What? You're not thinking straight. Do you have any idea what being held on remand will do to someone like Sean Fincher? It will destroy him. He had weapons in his flat that scared even me, Foley said. His tone had softened. And he's given you a valid reason why he has them. Confiscate them if they're illegal. Slap him with a caution. But do not charge him with murder. Foley didn't say anything. His face was red with rage. He was a mass of pent-up frustration itching to explode. Olivia continued. You charge him and his face will be on the front page of every newspaper tomorrow. The whole of the country will have him down as a serial killer. When you eventually release him, all charges dropped. The press will bury that news on page 26 and nobody will read it. Wherever he goes, whatever job he applies for, people will see him as a murderer. You'll ruin his life. Is that what you want? He turned away and headed back for the interview room. Where are you going? Olivia asked. To continue the interview. Then I'm not watching, she said, heading down the corridor. What? I refuse to be a party to this. I refuse to sit and watch you destroy an innocent man just to buy yourself a few temporary brownie points with the press. You're on your own, Amias. You want any more help, find yourself another psychologist. She took long strides, her shoes clacking loudly on the tiled floor. She didn't know D.I. Foley, but had at least thought him a man of integrity. Obviously not. She tore off her visitor's pass and tossed it onto the reception desk. She didn't want to work alongside a man who used underhand tactics or a police force that allowed such things to happen. Stubborn detectives were another reason to add to the ever-growing list of why she would not work on active cases. As she left the building and crossed the car park, she buttoned up her coat. Her mind was whirling, and she wondered what would happen to Sean Fincher once Foley and Rittner had torn him apart. Poor guy. She stopped at the entrance to the police station car park and looked around her. She had no idea which way would be the best way to go to get a taxi. She turned left and walked away, head high and shoulders back, completely oblivious that she was being watched by a man behind the wheel of a car in front of her. He had a long-lens camera pointed straight at her and took several photographs as she passed him on the other side of the road. Chapter 30. Station Grove, Wembley. Thursday, 22nd of February, 2024. 2:15 p.m. I knocked on the door, stood back, and waited for it to be opened. Mrs. Cheetham? Yes, she replied. Sorry to disturb you, love, but I've been doing some work for your neighbour on the roof, and I think I might have knocked your sky dish. Do you want to check if it's working all right? If not, I'll pop back up and sort it out for you. Oh, fine. I'll just check. Come on in. And with that little exchange, I had my next victim. It never fails to surprise me, the things people will believe. Because I'm standing on her doorstep, wearing the identifiable uniform of a trade worker, and have a set of ladders propped up against a white van. People assume I am who I say I am. Today, I'm a roofer. Tomorrow, if I wear a high-vis jacket and carry a theodolite on a tripod, I could be planning where to erect a set of traffic lights. Mrs. Kerry Cheetham didn't even ask how I knew her name. There's no reason for me to know her name. I'm supposedly doing work on the house next door. Yet, she didn't question me at all. She just let me in. She's practically asking to be murdered. Kerry walks away from the door and goes into the living room. I close the door behind me, which locks with the Yale. I quietly push up the snib so it can't be opened quickly. If Kerry is a fighter and runs for the front door, she'll be slowed down by it being locked. I've been watching Kerry for a while. I know she lives on her own. I know she isn't working at the moment. But I've followed her to the job centre, so I know she's looking. She gets visited every morning by her dad on his way to the tube station, just a flight of stairs away. They chat on the doorstep, have a bit of a laugh. He gives her a kiss on the cheek and on he goes to begin his day. Kerry watches him climb the steps until he's out of view before going back into the house. They do the same in reverse when he comes home from work at the end of the day. She doesn't go out much. I'm guessing she's been out of work for a while and money is a little tight. She only seems to leave the house when the journey is necessary. She shops for essentials and rarely puts anything in her basket that could be counted as a luxury. Kerry has an aura about her, and it's an unhappy one. She seems to be defeated by life. There's a mark on the third finger of her left hand, showing she's recently split from a husband. Her life isn't panning out the way she imagined. Nobody has a dream to live in an end-of-terrace house next to a noisy tube station with no job, no friends to speak of, and little expendable cash. I want to know just how much this diffident 30-something actually values her life. How much of a struggle will she put up when she realises her time is up? I follow her into the living room. It's cold in here. The radiators aren't on, and neither is the electric fire. She's wearing thick jogging bottoms, comfortable slippers, and a heavy hooded jumper. She's obviously rationing when to put the heating on, so keeping warm by dressing in layers. She picks up the remote, points it at the television in the corner of the room and turns it on. She begins flicking through the channels. At this time of the afternoon, there's very little worth watching. I can understand why she'd rather sit in silence and read. I tilt my head to see the well-thumbed library book on the sofa. Something brightly coloured by Sophie Kinsella. It looks like pure escapism, not something I'd read. Everything seems to be working perfectly, she says, turning off the television. That's good. Do you want to check your internet connection too, just in case? Sure. She looks around the back of the television. Everything seems fine. The blue light is still on. Thanks for checking. It's very decent of you. You're welcome. At this point, I'd turn and go back to the door. But I want to make Kerry feel awkward in her own home. This is supposed to be her place of safety, but I know I'll get excited when she gets scared. And by lingering in the doorway, I can already see the smile begin to fall from her lips. and her eyes widen slightly. She's unnerved. Is there anything else? I put my bag down on the floor, reach inside, and take out my large, clean, sharp carving knife. I'd really like to see how many stabs it will take to kill you. Kerry's face changes within the blink of an eye. The tears come like a tap has been turned on and fall down her face. She doesn't wipe them away. She backs up until she hits the fireplace. She tries to speak, but the words won't come. She's visibly shaking. Fear has already gripped her, and I haven't even done anything yet. Please, don't hurt me, she cries. I don't have much, but there's a few items of jewellery upstairs you can take. I don't want to rob you, Kerry. That's not why I'm here, I tell her, holding the knife up. Oh, God, please don't rape me, please, I'm begging you. I'm not going to rape you, Kerry. Calm the fuck down. She holds on to the fireplace, fearing her legs are about to give way. What do you want? I've already said. I want to see how many stab wounds it will take to kill you. No, she cries. I don't want to die. Please, don't kill me. Surely you're not happy with how your life is going right now. I'd have thought death would be preferable to misery. I do want to live. Really? Yes, she nods, sucking up her tears. Yes, I do. I want to live. Oh, I say, with mock surprise. I step away from the door and gesture towards it. You better make a run for it then. Kerry doesn't even wait to see if I'm joking or not. She pushes herself off the fireplace and heads for the door. She practically falls into the hallway, hurtles to the front door and tries to open it. She panics. With shaking fingers, she manages to flick the snib and open the door with the Yale. The light from outside and a cold breeze rush in. She's millimetres away from freedom. I slam the door closed from behind her. She looks up at me, fear etched on her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Sorry, Kerry. My game, my rules. Her mouth falls open and a muffled cry comes out as I stab her in the stomach. 6 p.m. Kerry's slumped on the floor of her bedroom. Her tracksuit bottoms are drenched in blood. Her jumper is torn where the knife sliced through it and is stained with her own blood. She's rapidly losing consciousness. When I picked her up from the living room floor and carried her upstairs, she looked me in the eye and asked me again not to rape her. I looked at her and winked. I had no intention of raping her, but that was obviously more terrifying to her than dying, so I let her think that was my plan all along. I placed her on the floor, leaning against the wall, and went and sat on the end of the unmade double bed. I just sat there and watched her. Her hands were clasped against the deepest wound in her stomach. She was trying to stem the flow of blood, but it was no use. Her fingers were red where the blood had run out, and she had many other stab wounds where life was hemorrhaging from her. Daylight is now fading, and the small room is gradually darkening. I look at my watch. There's plenty of time left. My boyfriend will be home soon, Kerry says. Her breathing has become more laboured. I laugh. I know what she's trying to do. That would be the invisible man, would it? I ask her. I've been watching this house for weeks. You live on your own. You get one visitor every morning, and that's your dad on his way to the train station. He pops round for a few minutes to say good morning, and for a few minutes on his way home. You spend your days looking for a job. When you go out, it's only to the local shop for milk and bread. You daren't spend much because you're worried how long your savings are going to last. You refuse to meet with your friends. You don't have a boyfriend. You've been single since you changed your relationship status on Facebook last September. Kerry's eyes widen. How do you know all this? Research. I like to know everything I can about my victims. I look at my watch again. You've done this before? Oh, yes. She winces as she tries to move. She's in a great deal of pain. Are you the man in the papers? The serial killer? I smile. She's the first of my victims to know who I am. I'm famous. I'm infamous. I smile. You killed a detective? I needed coverage. Why are you keeping me alive? I'm not. Don't worry, you'll be dead very soon, I say, nonchalantly. Kerry cries. Tears fall down her face. No, please. You don't have to kill me. I do. No, you don't. You can leave now. I promise I won't identify you to the police. I'll say you wore a mask. What would be the point of that? I need another victim. The more I kill, the harder the police will look for me, the more the people of London will be scared, and the more chance I'll have of meeting the great Olivia Winter. Who's she? How can she not know who Olivia Winter is? She's the best. I get up from the bed and crouch down on my knees in front of her. She tries to back away from me, but there's nowhere for her to go. Oh, Olivia is the queen when it comes to serial killers. She's met them all. She's been around the world interviewing them in their cells, listening to their stories, writing about them, and people take notice of what she has to say. She'll write about me, too. But I'm different from all the others. In what way? Let me tell you something. When killers strike, people read about them in the news and they think they're just sadistic people who stab, shoot, whatever, then leave. I can't speak for all killers, obviously, but for me, that's not enough. I thought it was. That's what I did with my first couple of victims, but I wanted more. Do you know what I mean? She's struggling to hold in her emotions. Her bottom lip is quivering. She shakes her head. No, I don't suppose you do. You see, the thing for me is that I need the closeness. I need to watch you die. I need to listen to you scream. I need to hear the last breath leave your body. I need to be involved in all of it, so that when I go home and think about this moment, I can relive everything from the second I saw the fear and terror in your eyes to the blank look that will come once life has left you. That will hold a special place in my heart, I say, with a smile on my face and a hand on my chest. I take an iPhone from my inside jacket pocket. open the camera, point it at Kerry's face, and take a picture. The light from the flash lights up the whole room. Kerry recoils. I look at my phone. You're beautiful when you cry. It gives you a look of childlike innocence. I'll take a few more when you've gone. I hope you don't mind. More tears fall. Kerry tries to stop them by biting her lip to stave off the emotion, but it doesn't work. I take 2 more photos of her. I don't have any photos of my first kills. I don't even remember them too clearly. When I went home after killing Calvin, I didn't feel anything. I was just, void of emotion. Now Sarah, she was my first proper victim. I spent the whole night with Sarah. I didn't do anything with her, nothing sexual. I just sat and watched her. And we chatted like you and I are doing now. I explained everything to her, why and how I'd chosen her, how much she actually meant to me. I know she couldn't hear what I was saying, unlike you, but I like to think she knew and understood how important she was to me. As are you. You'll all be important to me. This is wrong. What you're doing is wrong, Kerry says, almost inaudible through her tears. Who's to say what's right and wrong anymore? Have you seen the world we're living in? It's all shit. It's all pointless. Governments don't give a fuck about us anymore. Billionaires are getting richer, and the hard workers are getting poorer. The planet is dying. We're killing it and nobody cares. So, why not do what you enjoy while there's still time? I care, Kerry says. Sorry? I said, I care about the planet, about other people. And look where that's got you, Kerry. If you'd been more selfish, more of a fighter, you might not have been made redundant. You might even have got that job in Lloyd's you went for last month. How? I hold up a hand to silence her and listen intently to what is happening outside. In the distance, a train is beginning to pull into Wembley Central Station. I go over to the window and stand behind the curtain so I can't be seen. I look at my watch. The train is bang on time for once. I look back at Kerry, who is glaring at me with hopeful eyes. She's still clinging on to the notion she might still be able to survive this. Sorry, Kerry. Your time is up. Kerry tries to move, but her wounds won't allow it. While sitting down, she wasn't in pain, but when she attempts to stand up, the wounds open, the blood begins to seep out, and the pain courses through her body like a shot of electricity. I lunge for her. I grab her by the hair and pull her up. I slam her against the wall. Hold the knife in one hand while the other is clamped tightly around her throat. She tries to scream, but I press the cold steel blade against her lips. Shh, wait. The train at the station has come to a stop. Kerry's house is the last one on the street before the concrete steps leading up to the station. I've often stood on the corner and watched the commuters entering and leaving the station by the concrete steps. I've even spotted Kerry glancing through the net curtains, waiting for her dad, the highlight of her dull day. Kerry kicks me. I hadn't been expecting that, but good for her for hanging on. I've been kicked in the knackers before. It's painful, even with the protection of a cricketer's box stuffed into my jeans. I'm more stunned by her bid for freedom than I am by the pain. She uses the split second while I keel over and grab my crotch to run to the window, to bang on the glass with her red hands and scream for help. This is hot. This is so fucking hot. I grab her by the hair, wrap it around my fingers, and pull her head back. She's screaming for help, but nobody can hear her. There are so many people just a few feet from her, but they're chatting among themselves, or they have their headphones in. "Thank you for fighting back," I whisper into her ear, as I slice her throat with the knife, several times. Blood sprays on the window and walls. I keep slicing even after she's gone limp in my hand. When it's over, I place her back on the floor, leaning against the wall. Her head is slumped on her chest. She's drenched in blood. The metallic smell fills the room. This has been amazing. Right now, right at this very moment, I fucking love Kerry Cheetham. 7:30 p.m. From my bag, I take out a thermos flask filled with a strong Colombian blend coffee, pour myself a cup, sit back on Kerry's bed, and savour the moment. Victim number 7. Wow. That's quite an achievement. I'm so happy right now. Kerry's been dead for a little over an hour. Outside, it's completely dark now, and the streetlights have come on. Her spilled blood looks black against the cream carpet. Her eyes lost their sparkle long ago, but they're still bewitching to look at. I stare into them. What am I looking for? Whatever it is, I don't find it. I never find it because there is nothing there to find. I don't believe in a soul or an afterlife. A person is just a body. Once the physical form has been destroyed, all that is left is a carcass. I like this part of the kill. The adrenaline is still shooting through my veins. The come down has yet to kick in as I'm still surrounded by the carnage. I can smell the drying blood. I can still hear Kerry's cries, pleas and screams ringing in my ears. I can feel her warm breath on me. I can feel her touch on my fingers. What I'd love to do is hold her. I'd love to have posed her in bed and got in beside her, snuggled her and felt her go stiff and cold beside me, but I can't risk doing that. I know all about Locard's principle for transferring skin cells and single strands of hair. My DNA is most likely all over this house. I've tried to minimise it as best I can, but every contact leaves a trace. I'm not yet on the police database, and the longer I can maintain that, the better. I take another photo of Kerry. She's long since dead and rigor mortis is beginning to kick in. I look at the picture, pinch the screen and zoom in on her face. Do you know something, Kerry? I think you're better looking dead than alive. I also think you've been my favourite so far, I say, with a smile. I should be going soon. It's a shame I can't stay for much longer, but her dad will be knocking on the door to ask how her dull day has gone, and if she's applied for any more jobs. When she doesn't answer, he'll use his key, or look up and see the blood spatter on the window. He'll find her tonight. I need to leave. I've thought of every eventuality and have a clean pair of overalls in my bag so I can get to my van unnoticed. I'll try to remember as much as I can for when I'm in bed tonight. But it won't be the same. It never is. Right now, I'm more content
relaxed and happier than I've ever been before in my whole life.
Chapter 31. On the way home, Olivia stopped off at a pet shop and bought a comfortable bed for Stanley, a new collar, and a disc engraved with her contact details. After a conversation with an assistant, she bought several bags of food so she could try and figure out what the little dog enjoyed. Another Uber was summoned, and she was home at a reasonable time for a change. She asked the driver to drop her off at the bottom of the cul-de-sac as usual, and struggled with her shopping as she walked down the pavement, her eyes darting from one well-lit house to the next. It was dark, and a fine drizzle was falling. This winter seemed never-ending. She went to work when it was dark, and she arrived home when it was dark. It was the perfect cover if you didn't want to bump into anyone. It was also the perfect cover for committing a murder. Olivia shuddered. She stopped in her tracks and looked around her. She was completely alone in the street. In the background she could hear the distant hum of traffic and the siren of a police car or ambulance. There was always a siren blaring in London. It was a little after 6 o'clock, early really. Yet she felt vulnerable. She unlocked the front door. It swung open, and she was shocked to find the alarm didn't beep at her. Had Sam forgotten to set it before he left after walking Stanley? If he had, she'd annihilate him. Olivia kicked the door closed behind her, locked it, and was about to set the alarm when Sam stepped out of the living room, Stanley darting around his ankles. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be here," she said in the doorway. "We've not been back long. I took Stanley into the park and he got a bit muddy, so I came in to give his paws a wash. I hope you don't mind." Olivia didn't move. "Of course not. Thank you. Here, let me take those from you." Sam leaped to her aid and took the heavy shopping from her. "We passed a shop on our walk that sold organic dog treats, so I bought a couple of packs. They're handmade, so not full of additives." "That's very generous of you, Sam. Thank you." She frowned, taking off her coat and hanging it up. "How's he been?" "Fine, full of beans. You should have seen him running around the park. He loved it. He wasn't scared by the bigger dogs either." Olivia entered the kitchen and saw Sam putting away the food she'd bought. How did he know where she wanted it to go? He seemed to be making himself very at home. "Would you like me to make you a coffee or something?" he asked. "No, I'll have a shower first. Aren't you on a night shift?" she asked, exaggerating, looking at her watch. "Not until 7. "Oh." Sam pulled out a stool at the island and sat down. Olivia remained in the doorway. She wasn't comfortable with this young man being so familiar in her home. "Listen, I hope you don't mind, but after I dried Stanley off, he went running around and disappeared into your bedroom," Sam said, playing with his fingers and not making eye contact with Olivia. "My bedroom?" "Yes, I didn't know it was your bedroom and I followed him in. I mean, I don't know if you allow him to have the run of the house. Some people can be funny about where their dogs are allowed to go. Anyway, I saw that book on your bedside table, and..." He trailed off. "And?" she asked, folding her arms tightly across her chest.
I had no idea you were Olivia Button.
I'm not. I'm Olivia Winter. No, I know, I mean, your father. I didn't realise it was who he was. He flustered. There's no reason for you to know. No, it's just... You were so kind to me the other night after I'd been attacked, and with everything you've been through, well, it would have been understandable if you'd just left me out there. That's not the kind of person I am, she said. There was a defensiveness to her tone. Sam was making himself far too comfortable in her life. She knew why he was doing it. He didn't have anyone in London to be friendly with, and had latched onto her. That wasn't her intention. She should really ask for her key back. Yes, it would hurt his feelings, but it would make her feel more comfortable. No, I can see that. You're kind. You want to help people. I'm the same, it's just sometimes, when bad things happen, it's easy to look the other way. I'm not making myself very clear, am I? He said, looking up for the first time. Sam, Olivia began, fully entering the kitchen. We can't change what has happened to us in the past. We learn from it, adapt and move on. That's what we do. We survive to the best of our ability, as you should do too, she said, not quite looking him in the eye. She was being subtle, but she hoped he'd take the hint that he was a survivor and should strive to make himself a life of his own. Do his own thing. That makes sense. Good. Now, I'm sure you have a lot to do, and I do too. You don't want to be hanging around here. She wanted him to leave, and tried to wrap up, asking him to go in as nice a way as possible. Sam remained still, staring at Olivia a little too long for her liking. She'd made a mistake in helping Sam, in being the Good Samaritan. He was a lost soul, but he was clinging to her for support, and she couldn't provide it. She didn't want to provide it. She felt the cold fingers of fear grip her around the chest. His gaze was boring into her, almost as if he was undressing her with his eyes. He eventually hopped off the stool. Would you like me to take Stanley out tomorrow? It was a while before Olivia answered. If you have other things planned, don't feel obliged. I can take him to work with me. No, I enjoyed it. I'll come around mid-morning once I've had a nap. As he passed Olivia, he gave her a hug. She didn't reciprocate. Her body tensed at his touch. Thank you. She remained motionless in the kitchen until she heard the front door close, and then shuddered. Stanley liked his new bed straight away. Within minutes he was curled up and snoring. Olivia had never thought about getting a pet, not even a self-reliant cat that could come and go as it pleased. But with Stanley in the house, the sound of his sleeping whimpers made her smile. It made the house seem warm and homely, less stilted. She set about making herself a quick meal, courgette spaghetti with grilled chicken and sesame seeds, before settling down with the Evening Standard she'd picked up on her way home. Olivia rarely read the papers, but as she was working on an active hunt to catch a killer, She was interested to see how the case was represented in the media, and what the mood of Londoners was. There was nothing on the first few pages, and Olivia read the headlines of several stories, but didn't bother with the main text. When she turned to page 7, she dropped her fork with a clatter, waking Stanley from his slumber. Seeing her face staring out at her made her jump. The photograph had been taken earlier in the day as she was leaving Sanderson Street Police Station. Her face was thunderous, lips pursed, eyes wide, and she was taking long strides out of the car park. She hadn't noticed a photographer, but her mind had been on other things. "Police consult killer catcher in hunt for London murderer," screamed the inaccurate headline. The story was mostly filler. A spokesperson for the Metropolitan Police refused to comment, but the prose was written in a way to stir up fear in the public. There was a serial killer stalking the streets of the capital, and police were stymied to the point where a world-renowned serial killer catcher had to be brought in to help. Mentioning Olivia by name, the story touched on her books and successful interviews with well-known murderers. Fortunately, they didn't seem to know who her father was. Long may that continue. She was ready to turn the page when something caught her eye. In the corner of the picture of her was the name of the photographer. Ethan Miller. The name sounded familiar, but it took a moment or two for her to place it. When her memory cleared, her face reddened in anger. Ethan Miller, a.k.a. the handsome stranger. She pushed the paper away, and her meal. She'd only taken a few bites, but felt sick at how naive she had been to the charms of a good-looking stranger. Was there no one she could trust any more? Stanley barked in his sleep. She turned to look at the little dachshund. At least there was one man in her life who wouldn't betray her. Chapter 32. Olivia had trouble sleeping. She'd gone to bed at 11:30, as her eyes were heavy, and she'd kept yawning while watching an old black-and-white film noir on Netflix. She dragged herself to her bedroom, undressed and slipped under the duvet. Even before she'd got comfortable, Stanley was whimpering in his sleep. Lucky sod. An hour later, and Olivia was still awake. Her phone began to vibrate on the bedside table. She always turned the sound down at night. She reached over and looked at the display. Whoever was calling was not in her contacts, and she didn't recognize the number. Guessing that it would only be an emergency call at this time of night, she swiped to answer. "Hello?" she said, quietly. Is that Olivia Winter?" Olivia's heart sank. If this was a journalist, she was definitely putting in a complaint to someone. Speaking. "I don't know if you remember me. It's Jamie Farr. You came up to see me at the police station the other day." Olivia sat up in bed, suddenly interested. "Yes, of course. How are you?" "I'm not doing too good. Sorry, I've only just realised what time it is. I've just finished a shift at work. Is it okay to call you back in the morning?" "No, I mean, it's fine. I was awake." "Are you sure? Is there something you want to talk about? Have you remembered something?" "I wish I had," he said, sounding genuinely sad. Have you seen the newspapers?" "No, I try to avoid them." "I read them all. there's a lot of empty time during a night shift. In the Sun yesterday, there was a profile of all the victims of the killer that police said I was attacked by. I'm guessing you know them.
Yes, I do.
Phoebe Harper was a nurse. She was doing good with her life. According to her mother, during the COVID pandemic, she practically lived at the hospital so she could look after the sick. That young man, Calvin, he was at university. He was going to be a sports psychologist. He was an excellent long-distance runner too. They were good people, Jamie said, tears evident in his voice. Why them, Olivia?
I don't know, she said, giving an honest answer.
And why did I survive? I work in a petrol station, for fuck's sake. I'm not saving lives. I'm not contributing to society. Why did I survive when they didn't?
Olivia turned on her bedside light, which lit up the framed photo of her mum and sister. Jamie's question was one she'd asked herself on many occasions when she was growing up. Why had she survived when they hadn't?
Jamie, I'm really not qualified to help you, but to me it sounds like you're suffering from survivor's guilt, which is perfectly normal and understandable.
I can put you in touch with some people to talk to about this, but please,
don't beat yourself up because you survived when others didn't. You could actually use this as an opportunity to turn your life around. You've survived for a reason, so that your perspective on life has changed and you can do something laudable in the face of adversity. There was a silence, and for a while Olivia wondered if Jamie had ended the call. Do you mean, like, from a higher power? Olivia smiled to herself. No, nothing like that. I just mean, maybe you could go back to college and retrain, or join a charity or an organisation and do good work in the community. Help others. You could say that you've been given a second chance at life. Use it to make a mark on the world. Make a mark? Yes. Maybe I could do something so that Phoebe and Calvin and the others are remembered. I think that's a good idea. I do think you should speak to someone, though, a professional. Can I give you a call in the morning with some numbers? You mean a therapist? He sounded uncertain. There's nothing wrong with seeking help. We all struggle with things at various points in our lives, and there are people who can advise us on ways to cope. We shouldn't bottle things up. No. You're right. I'd like that. Thank you, Olivia. I really am sorry for calling so late.
That's fine. Look, Jamie, if you need to talk again or if you think of anything more about the man who attacked you, please, let me know.
I will. I do keep trying to remember.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Olivia ended the call and leaned back in bed. She felt sorry for Jamie Farr, and was suddenly transported back to how she felt in the immediate aftermath of her father's attack on her. The guilt was consuming. She spent night after night crying, and not just because she missed her mum and sister so much, but because she hadn't died with them. It was years before she had a full night's sleep without waking in a cold sweat to find her grandmother by her side, holding her, telling her she'd been screaming in her sleep again. She saw a child therapist, but he hadn't been much use. He'd used dolls, one in each hand, called Timothy and Rosie. He'd spoken through them in a childish voice. She'd felt silly talking to squinty-eyed puppets and refused to go back after 3 sessions. When she was in her early 20s, Olivia had plucked up the courage to see a psychotherapist. She'd known that the career path she was starting down was a mistake. She should be putting everything behind her and forging a life for herself. But she'd wanted to know just how attached to her past she really was. She liked her therapist, Geraint Hughes. He had a lovely, smooth Welsh accent, and his eyes twinkled when he spoke. He'd told her that understanding the past was important in order to shape the future, but that we shouldn't live in the past. We should just visit it from time to time. Olivia had said that by trying to understand serial killers and discover why they committed the acts they did, she was doing more than visiting the past. She was buying a holiday home there. Geraint had smiled at that comment and said that as long as she didn't get her post redirected, it was fine. They'd both laughed, and the mood had been lightened. Basically, Olivia was trying to do what she'd told Jamie Farr to do. Her mother and sister had been killed in the most violent of ways, and taken from her when she'd needed them the most. She was honouring their lives, and their deaths, by, hopefully, helping to understand these people, in order to stop the serial killers of the future, and to prevent their potential victims going through the agony that she, and now Jamie, was going through. She heard a deep sigh, glanced down, and saw Stanley looking up at her. "Sorry. You're going through it as well, aren't you?" she said to him. His tail beat a couple of times against the duvet. "You're really missing Jessica, aren't you?" He stood up, padded over to her, and curled up next to her. "I wish you could talk." "I bet you had a bloody good look at the man who killed her, didn't you?" Stanley didn't say anything. Of course he didn't. Olivia reached across for the lamp and turned out the light, plunging the room into darkness. Chapter 33. Friday, 23rd of February, 2024. Olivia was woken the next morning by her mobile ringing on her bedside table. She tried to ignore it, but Stanley's yapping added to the noise. She flicked on the lamp and reached for her phone. She didn't look at the display. "Sorry to call so early. Any chance I can come round?" It was D.I. Foley. After seeing the papers, she had wondered how long it would be before he'd ring. Was he going to offer an apology? Surely it could have waited until regular office hours. Olivia cleared her throat. Yes, I suppose." She sounded hoarse. Her doorbell rang. "That's me," he said. "What? You're already here?" "Yes, I thought you'd be up." Olivia flung the duvet back and shivered. She was shattered. She'd barely had 3 hours' sleep. She slipped her bare feet into carpet slippers, grabbed her dressing gown from the back of her door, and went out into the hallway. She swiped the fob over the sensor and unlocked the door. "Why would you think I'd be up at—" She looked at her watch. 6 o'clock in the morning? I don't know, I just assumed you didn't sleep much. Foley looked shattered. He was wearing a padded waterproof jacket over a dark red jumper and black trousers. I usually sleep very well, thank you. Well, when I'm allowed to. I suppose you'll want to come in. She stepped to one side. Any chance there's a coffee going? She rolled her eyes and showed him into the kitchen. The strip lighting blinded her. She hated being woken so abruptly. I'm assuming you have a reason for calling so early. I wanted to apologize for yesterday, he said quietly, as he sat himself down at the island. She turned to look at him. Have you been worrying about this all night? I've been worrying about this since you left yesterday. I haven't been to bed yet. Why not? She asked, as she set about making coffee for them both. We've found another victim. Oh my God. You were right about Sean Fincher. I let him go almost as soon as you'd left, no charges. Although I've told him to buy a decent storage locker for his weapons. Well, the ones we've allowed him to keep. Olivia handed him a coffee and sat next to him. Tell me about this new victim. Foley closed his eyes and shook his head. Kerry Cheetham. She was 36 years old and lived alone in Wembley. Who found her? Her father. He has to pass her house on his way to and from work every day. He always calls for a few minutes to say hello. When she didn't answer the door, he thought something was wrong, so used his spare key to let himself in. He found her in the bedroom, stabbed to death. Foley was finding it difficult to talk. Olivia placed a comforting hand on his arm. I'm sorry. Are you all right? No. He's laughing at us, Olivia. He's fucking laughing at us. How do I catch him? Tell me more about the scene. What was happening close by? Was there a party? Or a football match? No. Nothing. Really? It might not be the same killer. He likes an audience. He likes the excitement that someone could catch him, but he knows they won't. She lived on Station Grove, right next to Wembley Central Station. Her house is the last one before the entrance to the station. Commuters have to go down some steps once they've got off the train. Do you know the estimated time of death? Early evening. To coincide with rush hour, she said, almost to herself. What? He waited until people were coming back from work, during rush hour. There would have been so many people walking past the house less than a few feet away as he was butchering this poor woman. He'll have heard them chatting, laughing, and it will have driven him to stab her over and over again. The bedroom window was slightly ajar. Perfect. He'd have been able to hear them clearly. How many times was she stabbed? The pathologist came out to the crime scene. He tried to count the stab wounds, but there were too many. We'll know more after the post-mortem. Jesus. He's escalating. He's cocky. He's confident he's getting away with it. He's beating you at a game you're supposed to be a champion at, and he's loving it. Olivia, Foley said, looking up at her. I really am sorry for yesterday. She waved away his apology. I need your help more than ever. How do I catch him? How do I stop him from killing again? Olivia turned away. Her eyes fell on the open copy of the Evening Standard she'd pushed away last night. An idea came to her. You set a trap. How do I do that? You offer him something he wants. What does he want? Me. Chapter 34. How do you know he wants you? Sorry? Olivia asked, placing a couple of slices of bread in the toaster. I said, how do you know he wants you? He's a psychopath and a narcissist. He's loving the fact he has an unwitting audience to his murders. He has potentially hundreds of eyewitnesses, but not one of them saw a thing. Someone like him knows that he will be caught one day, and when he is, and he's sentenced to life in prison, the press will soon grow bored of him and move on to the next headliner. However, he'll want to remain in the limelight for as long as possible. And the best way for that to happen is for someone like me to interview him and write a book about him. So what do we do? Put you in the middle of Trafalgar Square with a sign around your neck and wait for him to snatch you? Olivia chuckled. Nothing quite so subtle. Do you read the Evening Standard? No. My ex used to work for them. Well, I was in it last night. Someone took a photo of me leaving Sanderson Street yesterday and surmised I was helping the police. Now, if we set up an interview, maybe you and I have our picture taken together and mention we're some kind of crack partnership, working to find this killer. It may just point him in my direction. What? Foley looked aghast. You want to set yourself up as a potential victim? Obviously not, but if he knows I'm definitely working on the case, he may try and contact me in some way. No. Absolutely not. I'm not risking losing you like I lost Jessica. You won't lose me. You can put a tap on my phone. You can put an armed guard outside my house. Or inside, if you like. I've got enough room. No. Less than 5 minutes ago, you were calling him a psychopath and a narcissist. Is that the kind of person you want coming after you? No. But my picture has already been in the paper. He's a highly intelligent guy. He'll have put 2 and 2 together and worked out that I'm helping you. At least this way he comes for me with us being prepared. Foley hung his head low. Olivia watched as his neck reddened slightly. His eyes were darting left and right as he thought. His left leg jiggled involuntarily, his telltale sign of being uncomfortable. He'd never worked a serial investigation before, and his reputation would take a hammering if more victims were discovered, or the killer went to ground and was never caught. Have forensics found anything at the scene of Kerry's murder? Any hairs, fibres, fingerprints? Olivia said, after a long silence. Nothing useful. We found a couple of skin cells under Kerry's fingernails, but this bloke isn't on the DNA database, he said. What about the neighbours? Did they see or hear anything? They were all at work. Is there anyone else who could possibly have killed her? An ex-husband? A disgruntled boyfriend? No. She'd been single for a while, according to her father. She was married, and we've tracked her husband down to a villa in Spain with his new wife, so he's in the clear. She'd been made redundant from her job at a bank and spent most of her days scouring the internet for jobs. She rarely went out as she was trying to spend as little money as possible. What about social media sites, dating sites? She was on Facebook and Instagram. No threats, no trolling. Everything was perfectly innocent. So, this is our guy. He's a perfect stranger to her, and he's left nothing of himself behind. He's cool, He's cunning. He's vicious. He's evil, and he has no intention of stopping unless he's lured out into the open. My boss will never go for it. Putting a civilian in harm's way. Olivia smiled to herself. Foley was obviously warming to the idea. Okay, so we don't tell him. We do the interview with the newspaper as some kind of PR piece, and let the chips fall where they may. He looked across at her. You're seriously willing to risk your life to catch him? I don't consider my life to be at risk. If you have the manpower to keep an eye on my home and keep me safe, then we have absolutely nothing to worry about. I'll move in myself if I have to. Does that mean you'll do it? He took a deep breath. Is there any other way? None that I can think of. It doesn't look like I have much choice then, do I? Chapter 35. The atmosphere was heavy in the CID room at Sanderson Street. Another victim. 7 in total. 8 if you included the attempted murder of Jamie Farr. As Olivia made her way through the melee towards Foley's office, she glanced at the whiteboard. Her eyes landed on the smiling face of Jessica Sheffield. If there were any doubts before about her using a fake interview to lure the killer out, the reminder of the murder of one of her few friends put paid to them. She knew she was doing the right thing. Jessica had been a young, ambitious DI. She had been pregnant and would have made a fantastic mother. She'd had her life and happiness torn away from her, as had the other victims. The killer had to pay. And to Olivia, it didn't matter what the cost. While Foley contacted a journalist he knew at the Evening Standard, Olivia dug out the dog-eared business card Ethan Miller had left on her scooter after their failed rendezvous at the swimming pool. She was fuming at his deceit as she entered his number in her phone. "Ethan Miller?" he answered straight away. His voice was deep and strong. Olivia remembered the disgusting things he'd whispered to her as he'd fucked her hard and deep. It was what she'd wanted, needed at the time. She'd hated herself afterwards, as she always did. "It's Olivia Winter?" She tried to sound icy and disdainful, but the truth was Ethan was an incredibly good-looking man, and she was attracted to him. She had no interest in a long-term relationship, but he was the kind of man she wanted to make her feel again. It didn't matter that they were negative emotions. His voice softened. "Hey, I haven't seen you at the pool lately. How are you?" "Pissed off, actually." "Oh?" "Yes. You never told me you worked for the Evening Standard." "Ah. Indeed." "I don't actually work for them. If I could earn enough money taking photos of wildlife and landscapes, that's what I'd spend my days doing, but I need to pay the bills, and doing the odd bit for the press helps towards trips to Africa and the Arctic." My God, he's the perfect man, Olivia thought. Good-looking, fit, a filthy lover, and in touch with nature. She felt herself thawing towards him. Be that as it may, you had no right to take my photograph without asking my permission, let alone sell it to a newspaper. I know. I'm sorry. He sounded sincere. Olivia looked out of Foley's office into the open-plan CID suite. Holly looked up from her desk and smiled at her. Olivia turned away. "OK. Apology accepted. Providing you do something for me in return, to make up for it." "Sure. Anything." "As you and now the rest of London know, I'm working with the police to try and catch this serial killer. We need to flush him out. And we're hoping to appeal to his narcissism. To do that, we need a feature in the Evening Standard along with a couple of photographs of me and the DI. "I can do that. Make it a double-page feature and I'll earn more money," he said, with the hint of a smile in his voice. "Maybe you can take me out to dinner on the proceeds," she said, playfully. "Any time." Olivia caught herself just in time. She hated the fact that she was becoming smitten with this man, and bit her bottom lip hard to ruin the moment and put a stop to the flirting. "Can you be at Sanderson Street in an hour?" Detectives Call in Killer Expert to Catch Butcher of London, by Daphne Bytheway. Since November last year, 7 people have been murdered by a serial killer stalking the streets of London. The killer leaves no forensic evidence at the scene, and there have been very few witnesses. On the day that the 7th victim has been identified as 36-year-old Kerry Cheetham, police reveal they are now working with world-renowned forensic psychologist and serial murder expert Olivia Winter to catch the killer before he claims an 8th victim. Dr. Winter, 34, has interviewed more than 100 serial killers around the world. Her aim has always been to discover why they committed their crimes, in the hope of identifying the killers of the future before they are able to kill. She is the author of 4 best-selling books, including The Secrets of a Serial Killer and My Life with a Knife, the story of Joseph Lansbury, known as the Seattle Slasher. Ms. Winter has been asked to consult on active cases by police forces around the world on many occasions, but has always turned down their offers. Is the fact a serial killer is operating in her home city what lured her to join forces with the Metropolitan Police? "I am not a profiler," Ms. Winter repeated more than once during the interview. "I am a forensic psychologist. One of the victims of this killer was a very good friend of mine, Detective Inspector Jessica Sheffield. The police are grieving the loss of one of their own, and I am grieving the loss of a friend. I know we can catch this man." Detective Inspector Amyas Foley, 43, is leading a team of murder squad detectives. "This killer is highly intelligent. He is organised and knows how to stage a crime scene. We are in a fortunate position that we don't get many serial killers in this country. Our clear-up rate of murders is high. But when it comes to catching a serial murderer, we need someone with psychological insight to point us in the right direction." "It is the psychology of the murderer that interests me," Ms. Winter continued. "I want to know why he is committing these crimes. What satisfaction is he getting out of killing? How sure are Ms. Winter and the police that the killer is male? Serial murderers are more likely to be male than female," Ms. Winter explained. "Studying the victims and the way they were killed has pointed out a number of factors that can identify who the police should be looking for." "So why hasn't the killer been caught? Why has he been allowed to claim a 7th victim?" "Victimology is the study of a person after a crime has been committed for traits that give clues as to why that person has been targeted. From that, I can estimate what kind of personality the police should be looking for. If I could narrow that down to a name, I'd be a very in-demand woman," Ms. Winter said with a smile. Olivia Winter is one of the world's foremost experts on serial killers and walked us through the process of a psychological profile with ease. As the interview came to a close, I asked how confident she was the killer would be caught. Extremely confident. As D.I. Foley has said, this killer is very intelligent. He believes himself to be untouchable. However, nobody is that smart. I'm not waiting for him to become complacent and make a mistake. I believe I can help catch him before that. I know exactly what kind of person he is. I just need to find him. The determination of Olivia Winter, D.I. Foley and his dedicated team of officers is admirable. The people of London, although frightened at the thought of a serial killer walking amongst them, should take comfort. They are being protected by such gallant men and women. Chapter 36. In his hospital bed, Richard Button was sitting up, a mound of pillows behind him to keep him comfortable. He'd eaten his first full meal since being admitted to hospital, and was on the road to recovery. It wouldn't be long before he was back in his cell in Belmarsh. The hospital food was much better, but he missed his own bed. It was comfortable. It was home. A nurse was removing his dressings and apologised when he winced as the tape tore at his chest hairs. "You'd think with all this technology that by now someone would have invented something to protect the wound by not ripping out hairs," she said, smiling. Her fingers were shaking. She was obviously nervous about being so close to a serial killer. "You'll be giving me a bald patch," Richard replied. "I could cut around the tape if you want." She looked back at the tray she'd wheeled in. "I'm sure I put some scissors on here. I'll just go and grab a pair." "You couldn't bring me in a paper, could you? There's bugger all on TV." "I'll grab you one from the staff room." As soon as the door was closed, Richard eased the stolen pair of scissors down his sleeve and slipped them under the mattress. He had no use for them at the moment, but he knew they'd come in handy at some point. Once his dressing had been changed and he was comfortable in bed again, he sat back with the well-thumbed edition of the Evening Standard. His eyes opened wide as he turned to pages 4 and 5. It was a double-page feature about the hunt for the serial killer currently scaring the people of London. He remembered that feeling well, and it made him smile. The 3 pictures that went with the text warmed his heart. There was his little girl, his Livy, all grown up, sitting at a desk with Detective Inspector Amyas Foley. What kind of a name was that? Looking deep in thought as they leaned over a file. In another shot, Olivia was standing at a whiteboard, a blur of detectives in front of her as she spoke to them. She looked authoritative, confident, determined. She looked just like her mother. The third photo was posed, Olivia standing outside the police station in front of the Sanderson Street sign. Her hair was lifted by a breeze, and she smiled into the camera. She didn't look happy in this picture. She obviously hated posing. Why? She had a beautiful smile. But the eyes told the full story. She looked sad, brittle, pained. The story didn't mention Olivia's true identity as the only surviving daughter of serial killer Richard Button. But it didn't matter. He knew her secret. He knew what torment was hidden behind those big brown eyes. Richard spent a long time staring at the photographs as he read the feature over and over. Daphne Bytheway or Ethan Miller would be interested to hear from him, he was sure. Sam Halliday was out walking Stanley. Stanley was panting after running around in the park for almost an hour while he watched and shivered. On the way back to Modbury Gardens, he passed a newspaper stand. He saw the banner headline mention a serial killer, so he took a free copy of the Evening Standard proffered by an elderly man wrapped up against the elements. He let himself into Olivia's house and closed the door firmly behind him. "Hi, I'm home. Have you had a good day, love?" he said, smiling to himself. He knew Olivia wouldn't be in yet, but it was fun to pretend. While Stanley lapped at the water in his bowl, Sam flicked on the kettle and sat on a stool. He opened the paper and smiled when he saw Olivia staring out at him. He took in her face, the smile, the cute wrinkles at the side of her eyes, the button nose, the thin lips, the pale, smooth skin. He'd love to reach into the photograph and stroke her face. The kettle boiled. He made a black coffee and returned to read the story. He couldn't decide if Olivia's job was dangerous or not. He'd been reading her books in his free time since he'd met her. Usually she only interviewed killers once they were caught and safely behind bars, so this was new territory for her. He wanted to protect her, look after her. He didn't like the idea of a serial murderer using his brief encounter with Olivia for his masturbatory fantasies. The thought made his blood run cold. No, Olivia should not be doing this kind of work. However, it was work she loved, work she was good at. He'd need to show her that she was safer in an office behind a desk, with him taking care of her. It was strange how the feature didn't mention who her father was. Surely they knew. Would it affect her career if the truth that her father was an infamous serial killer was revealed? Sebastian Lister was loading the dishwasher while the twins played noisily in the living room. Why didn't children come with a volume button? He'd had a long, hard day trying to pacify several professors from universities around the world about what questions they wanted to ask in their serial killer survey. There were only so many questions they could ask, but they all wanted their input for the money they were providing. And time difference and an intermittent internet connection added to the frustration. He had picked the twins up from school and found a letter in Robert's book bag informing Sebastian his son had been bullying a girl in his class. They had a talk in the car while stuck in traffic, but the slow-moving cars, his short temper, and his son laughing had caused Sebastian to explode with anger, which had resulted in both children crying. He had tried to apologise, but the damage was done. Rosemary would have handled things a lot differently. He wasn't coping too well as a single parent. They arrived home to find 12-year-old Alistair needing new rugby boots. And there was a class trip to Reykjavik next winter he'd love to go on to see the Northern Lights. Every time that child opened his mouth, it ended up costing Sebastian. When he eventually found a few minutes of alone time to open the post that had been piling up in the last few days, he noticed his bank account was rapidly emptying. And his bills were rising. The last letter was a royalties statement from the publisher of the 2 books he'd written, The Riverside Killer and The Perfect Killer, the story of Sheffield serial killer Stuart Mills. Last month's sales had given him a paltry £180.57. That wouldn't even make a dent in his monthly bills. Last month's electricity bill alone was more than that.
"Have you seen this?"
Tilly asked, entering the kitchen. "What?"
"Olivia's in the paper."
"Really?" Sebastian stood up from loading the dishwasher. "Why?"
"She's helping the police track down that killer. It's a full 2-page spread."
She handed the paper to her father.
"She looks pretty in that bottom photo, don't you think?"
"Yes," he said absently, as he read the story. "She didn't say she was doing this."
"Well, she doesn't have to run everything by you, does she? Can I have this eclair in the fridge?"
"It's not like her," he said, going over to the kitchen table and sitting down. "She hates all this publicity stuff. She's always worried the press will find out who her father is."
"It doesn't matter who her father is, surely. It's not her fault."
"No, but the press would have a field day."
"I bet you'd sell more of your books if they found out," Tilly said.
She slapped him playfully on the arm and left the kitchen. Sebastian frowned. It would be advantageous to him if the truth of Olivia's parentage was known by the press. Not only would his book sales increase, but his publishers might ask him to write an updated version. It would be tastefully written, naturally. He wouldn't go into any gory details about Olivia's distress at having a killer for a father. He was sure she'd understand his need to provide for his children. "Did they have to use my first name?" Foley asked. "You've no reason to worry. Look at this photo of me," Olivia said. "I look like I've just escaped from somewhere." Olivia and Amyas were in Foley's office. They each had a copy of the Evening Standard and wanted to see if Daphne By-the-Way had done what she promised to do and written an article that would tempt the killer into contacting the police or Olivia in some way, while at the same time appeasing the frightened members of the public. She seemed to have struck the right tone, and while they were happy with the text, they were not too happy with the publicity shots. "I like it. You look very authoritarian in the others. The one outside the station gives you a softer, welcoming look." "Do you think?" Olivia asked, a hint of a smile on her face. "Yes, you look approachable." "I don't like the thought of that. I don't want random people approaching me." "Apart from the killer." "Well, yes." "I'm still not sure about this," Foley said, closing the paper. "A bit late for that now. About 500,000 of these things are now being read around London. We should have waited until tomorrow. We've had no time at all to set up extra security at your house." "I don't need extra security. All I need is for someone to be parked close by in case something happens. You've seen my house. I'm alarmed up to my eyeballs." "You've signed all the forms, haven't you? About us tapping your phone lines?" "Yes." "Good. I wish they'd gone into more detail about the type of killer we're looking for," Olivia said, going back to the article. "In what way?" "Daphne seemed interested when we talked about the thrill killer and what he'd be getting out of his murders. She hasn't mentioned any of that." "Maybe she's waiting until you've caught him." "Maybe. Well, I think I'll call it a day. I'm neglecting my other work. We're starting one of the biggest studies ever into the early lives of serial killers, and I want to be in at the very start of this. It's not fair leaving Sebastian to do all the legwork. He'll probably be sticking pins into a little doll of me." As she left, Olivia continued to wonder why Daphne hadn't included more details about the killer they were hunting. Olivia had been vague when questioned about his personality. She had tried to answer as fully as possible, but the truth was, Olivia hadn't come into contact with many thrill killers. Most murderers had a motive for their crimes. Manipulation, domination, sexual gratification. But homicidal mania wasn't something she knew much about, especially with killers in England. Her father had been a thrill killer. He'd had no real motive apart from the buzz and rush of adrenaline it gave him. If Olivia really wanted to understand this killer and catch him, she would have to understand what fully drove him. And there was only one way to find that out. She stopped in her tracks. Many times over the years, Sebastian had brought up the prospect of her interviewing her father, not only for research purposes, but for her to understand him as well, to silence the demons. She'd flatly refused. Now she was changing her mind, and she didn't like it. She felt sick every time she thought of her father, and what he had done. What he had robbed her of. But she needed to understand this killer, and, as much as she was loath to admit it, she needed to understand her father too. If she went to see him, and it was a huge if, how would she feel afterwards? Sick? Dirty? Violated? Tortured? They were feelings she felt on a regular basis, especially when she touched her scars in the shower, or when she was dressing and caught a glimpse of them in the mirror, or when a man put his hand on them while they were having sex. She was full of rage, angst, and self-hatred. A little more wouldn't hurt. Chapter 37. Why were hospitals always so hot? Olivia was in the lift on her own. She was nervous as she looked up and watched the numbers of each floor light up as she rose further up the building. Whenever she entered a prison, anywhere in the world, there was a sense of trepidation. She had a rough idea of what to expect from the serial killers she would be interviewing, but they always surprised her at some point. That's what made her so fascinated. This one, however, was different. She was related to this one, and it didn't matter how much she tried to tell herself Richard Button was simply just another murderer. The fact he was her father continued to itch at her brain. She didn't need to see her father ever again. After what he'd done, he'd given up the right to call himself a dad. He'd murdered her mother and sister. That was unforgivable. However, she could honour their memory by trying to understand what happened. Their deaths should not be in vain. Olivia refused for her mum and Claire to be victims. As the lift pinged and the doors juddered open, she stepped out into the corridor, with its sick-coloured tiles and off-white walls scuffed with marks from passing trolleys, and the feeling of self-loathing grew. It seemed quiet, as if the hospital had been abandoned for some reason. She looked left and right, but there didn't seem to be any staff around. She set off for the intensive care unit, her shoes clacking loudly on the cracked tiles and echoing off the walls. She pulled open the door marked ICU and saw her father's room straight ahead. There was no armed guard standing outside. She wondered if he'd been moved. Behind the reception desk, a tired-looking nurse was eating an apple with one hand and typing frantically on a keyboard with the other. "Excuse me," Olivia said quietly. I'm looking for Richard Button. He was in room 3 the other day. She nodded. He's still in there, she said, with a mouthful of Granny Smith. Where's the armed guard? Are you a relative? Olivia thought long before answering. She swallowed her scratchy, dry throat. I'm his daughter. Those words tasted disgusting. The nurse looked her up and down. Oh. Apparently the police removed the guard. There's a prison officer in there with him. Am I all right to go in? He's your dad. She smiled. Don't rub it in, Olivia thought. Olivia turned from the reception desk and headed for her father's room. The nurse's words were ringing in her ears. Dad was a more personal word than father. In her opinion, any man on earth could be a father, but it took someone special to be a dad. Richard Button was her father, unfortunately. She didn't have a dad. She pushed the handle of the door down slowly and carefully opened the door. If it was possible, it was even hotter in the small, dark room. She peeped around the door and saw Richard sitting up in bed, playing cards with a vastly overweight man wearing shiny black trousers and a blue sweater stretched tightly over his enormous gut. They were laughing and joking like two old friends. Richard looked up. His eyes met Olivia, and the laughing stopped. Livy, you came back. I knew you would. Gordon, this is my daughter. The chair Gordon was sitting on strained under his weight as he turned to look at the visitor. The famous Olivia, nice to meet you, he said in a deep, hoarse voice. Olivia gave him a simple nod of greeting. Gordon, you couldn't give us some privacy, could you? It's past my dinner time anyway. Olivia had to step further into the room to make space for Gordon to squeeze past her. He closed the door firmly behind him. You wouldn't think to look at him that he was a prison officer, would you? He can hardly climb a flight of stairs without wheezing. Olivia watched her father as he stacked the playing cards and put them neatly away back in their box. He was chatting and making small talk, as if he were simply a harmless old man in a hospital bed, rather than a convicted serial killer. Come and sit down, he said, with a toothy smile. She hesitated. In the lift, she'd told herself to take the upper hand and show her father she had no feelings for him whatsoever. He was another killer in a long line of killers she had interviewed. Unfortunately, all that bravado went out of the window when she saw him again. 2 decades' worth of pent-up anger and emotion at what he'd done came flooding back to the surface. She hoped she was a good enough actor to pull off the professionalism she didn't feel. She pulled the chair Gordon had vacated away from the bed and sat down. She didn't want to be too close to him. A silence grew between them. So, Richard eventually began. How have you been? Olivia looked at him with incredulous eyes. Are we really going to do small talk? It's not small talk. I'm showing an interest. Why? Because you're my daughter. I care about you. She wanted to laugh in his face. Care. What did he know about caring? Really, is that why you tried to kill me? I did that to protect you." Her eyes widened in shock. "I didn't realise that particular lesson was in the parenting handbooks." "I'm sorry." His empty apology rang hollow in her ears. For what? Murdering 8 people? Or failing to make me number 9? She so wanted to be the professional serial killer interviewer, but her lust for answers was too great. He looked down and began playing with a corner of the tape, holding his cannula in place that had come unstuck. "I never meant to hurt any of you. I loved your mum and Claire with all my heart. We had a good life, the 4 of us. At least I thought we did. We did. So why did you have to go and ruin it?" "Because a good life wasn't enough," he said, looking up at her. "There was always something missing. At the back of my mind, I knew life wasn't complete. I had a wife, 2 daughters, 2 beautiful daughters." He looked at her with smiling eyes that made Olivia inwardly shudder. "We had a nice house. I had a good job, a decent car, money in the bank. It's what everybody wanted, but it wasn't enough for me. I thought I was having a midlife crisis, can you believe that? I even contemplated having an affair." He half laughed. "Then why didn't you? I couldn't hurt your mother like that." "And you didn't think she'd be hurt knowing you'd killed 6 women? To be perfectly honest with you, I never even thought of your mother when I was killing. I didn't think of anything. That part of me was completely separate. I remember one evening, me and your mum were curled up on the sofa together. You and Claire were in bed. And the news came on about Isabel Atkinson being found. She was... I'm aware of who Isabel Atkinson was." Olivia interrupted. "Anyway, me and your mum were watching the news, and it was like watching it all for the first time. On that sofa I was Richard Button, husband and father. I wasn't Richard Button killer. If I had been, your mum would have probably realised it was me straight away." Olivia frowned as she thought. "So, you were able to swap between the 2 sides of your personality?" "I never saw it as having more than one personality. It was more like 2 separate beings, completely different lives. So as Richard Button the killer, you could have slept with another woman and you wouldn't have considered it as cheating on Mum. Are you interviewing me, Livy, or are you visiting your father?" Olivia shuddered at the use of her nickname. "I don't look at you and see a father." "What do you see?" "Just a man." "Anything else?" She shook her head. She could see a glint in his eye. He was enjoying this cold interaction. She didn't want to play him at his game. "Bring your chair closer," he said. "I'm fine where I am." "No. Come closer. You need to look deep into my eyes." "I don't," she said, her voice a touch above a nervous whisper. "Olivia, look at me." She found the courage from somewhere. She swallowed hard. Her throat was dry. She inhaled deeply, felt the prickle of sweat under her armpits, and looked up at the man whom she had almost wet herself laughing at when he did the perfect voice for Mr. Toad when he was reading her Wind in the Willows. She had no idea where that memory suddenly came from. "What do you see when you look in my eyes?" he asked. She shook her head again. "Nothing. There's nothing there." "I think there is. You see yourself. You see Claire. I'm your dad, Livy." Olivia bit her bottom lip hard. She was struggling to hold on to her emotions. She refused to allow him to see her cry. "I don't see anything," she eventually said. He adjusted himself in his bed. He brought himself closer to the edge. If he wanted to, he could reach out and touch her. "You still haven't answered my question. What are you doing here?" "I don't know. I thought I did, but I don't." He leaned forward. "I do," he whispered. She doubted it. "Go on." "I've written to you on a regular basis from the first day I set foot in prison. I've sent you cards for your birthday and Christmas. And I've lit candles in the prison chapel on the anniversary of your mum and sister's deaths. You've always been in my heart. I may not have seen you grow up, but I've shown an interest. I wrote to your grandparents asking for updates, but they never replied. However, once you left university and started getting your work and research published, I was able to watch you from afar. I've read all your books and your papers in specialist journals. I'm incredibly proud of you," he said, with the smile of a beaming father. "We both know there are 4 types of serial killers: the visionary, the mission-orientated, the hedonist, and the dominant ones. There are also those who were influenced by media, but we'll not count those. Now, in your entire career, you've interviewed them all, but you've been itching to speak to someone under a specific hedonistic subheading." Olivia didn't comment. She was uncomfortable in the hard plastic seat, but didn't dare move. Her gaze was fixed firmly on her father. There are 3 types of hedonistic killer: thrill, lust, and comfort. You've interviewed more lust killers than you care to remember, and comfort killers are 10 a penny. But you've rarely come across a thrill killer, have you? Why is that? "I'm not sure," she said quietly. "You had the opportunity to interview Robert Hansen in 2012, but turned it down. Any other person in your position would have jumped at the chance. Why didn't you?" "I couldn't get funding to go to Alaska." "That's bollocks, and you know it. You've used your own money on many occasions to interview a killer. Your grandparents left you very well off, and your books sell in their millions around the world. Why didn't you interview Robert Hansen?" Richard had control of the conversation, and Olivia had allowed him to take it. When had that happened? With anyone else, she always kept her guard up and never allowed the gruesome details to get under her skin. Here, there was a little voice in her head that kept screaming at her that he was her father, and that hurt more than anything else. Olivia was sweating so much she could smell herself. She felt sick. Was it the stuffy room? Her empty stomach? Or the fact that her serial killer father was gaining the upper hand and clearly enjoying himself? "I honestly can't remember," she lied. "Then let me tell you. You didn't interview him because he reminded you of me, didn't he?" "No." Robert Hansen murdered at least 17 women in Anchorage, Alaska between 1980 and when he was caught in 1983. He captured his victims and took them to a secluded area where he would release them and hunt them, killing them for fun. He was a thrill killer. I am a thrill killer. You didn't want to interview him because, despite telling yourself you've always wanted to know why I killed, you actually don't want to know at all, do you? That's not true. So, you do want to know why. You've already told me why. She shivered and turned away. But you can't accept that as a reason, can you? You can't imagine a person taking the life of another person simply for pleasure. It goes against everything you believe in. Of course it does. She almost snapped. It should go against everyone's reasoning. Killing is not a natural state. Okay, he said, calmly sitting back in his bed. You want the truth, God's honest truth. Olivia swallowed. Her mouth was dry. Yes. Richard slowly leaned forward. He lowered his voice. I killed them because I fucking loved it. He smiled. I killed them because I knew I could get away with it. And why? Because your mother gave me the perfect alibi. Olivia frowned. What are you talking about? Who was my first victim? Diane Hobbs, Olivia replied without hesitation. Date? 13th of April 1995. And what's the significance of that date? Olivia thought. It wasn't her birthday or Claire's. It wasn't her mother's either. I don't know. Come on. It's in Sebastian's book. I haven't read it. You sure about that? I don't need to read it. You really should have read it. Why? The 13th of April is mine and your mum's wedding anniversary. Olivia's mouth fell open. Of course it was. How had she forgotten that? Maybe she hadn't wanted to remember any of the good times, as she knew her father's true identity sullied the happy memories. I killed Diane in the late afternoon. I went home, and there was nobody there. I showered, put my clothes in the washer, had another shower, and cleaned the house as a little treat for your mum. Then I went out, bought a couple of dozen bunches of roses, and scattered them about our bedroom. When she came home at 4, she was so surprised and happy. If I had appeared on the police's radar when the body was found, your mother would have covered for me. I couldn't have been out killing, as it was our wedding anniversary, and we had the best day ever. He grinned. You used your own wife to cover up for your crimes? Olivia asked incredulously. Second victim. Olivia was dumbstruck. She couldn't speak. She couldn't think. Richard really was pure evil. Second victim, Olivia, Richard said, louder, with more force. She jumped. Julie Wainwright. Date? 16th of August, 1995. Now, you might have trouble with this one. And it wasn't mentioned in Sebastian's book either, even though I did tell him. What happened on that specific date? She shook her head hard. She really didn't want to play this game. To be more accurate, it happened the next day. On the 17th of August, we all got up very early because we had to be at the airport for 5 o'clock, as we were flying to Portugal to spend 2 weeks at my mum and dad's villa in Lagos. Remember now? Again, Olivia's eyes widened at the memory. She nodded. She remembered her and Claire getting into the car half asleep while her mum and dad loaded the boot with cases. She'd been so nervous when the plane took off that her father held her hand and read to her from Peter Pan until the plane levelled out. The day before, on my way home from work, I killed Julie Wainwright. It took me ages, driving around trying to find the right victim. It was such a warm, sunny evening, everyone seemed to be out in couples or groups. I found Julie on her own, walking home with a bag of shopping in each hand. I pulled over and asked for directions. No sat-nav in those days. She looked at my A to Z and I elbowed her in the face. She fell backwards. She was more stunned than anything else. I jumped out of the car, grabbed her, threw her in the back, and we drove away, leaving the shopping by the roadside. They found that before they found her. Third victim. I'm not doing this, Olivia said. I have very few happy memories to cling on to. I will not have you ruin them. Ah, but you see, the seed is in your head now, Livy. You know each date was significant for us as a family. All of you were my perfect cover. I used all of you to get away with my crimes. Olivia stole a glance at him and saw the twinkle in his eyes. The pleasure and sparkle had brightened his whole face. He was enjoying himself. She stood up. Are you leaving? It was a mistake for me to come here. You didn't need to come here. I told Sebastian everything. It's all in his book. Well, most of it. You could have read it any time. I think you wanted to visit. I think you wanted to see me. No, I really didn't. She headed for the door. You may not want to believe it, but it really is the truth. I, Richard Button, your father, whose DNA is inside you, enjoyed ending the life of another human being. How can you enjoy killing someone? She asked, looking at him with venom. It's the ultimate act. Anyone can climb a mountain, travel the length of America on a bike, or swim the English Channel. But it takes a special someone to look death in the face and shake his hand. I've looked into people's eyes, seen an expression I cannot even describe, as I've drained them of their life. And I have never felt a feeling of pure contentment anywhere else. That power has been like a nuclear explosion. It's made even greater by knowing very few people walking the earth have experienced anything close to it. You're sick, she uttered, as tears filled her eyes. I'm not. I'm really not. To label me as sick is saying that I wasn't in control of my actions, and that couldn't have been further from the truth. I knew exactly what I was doing. I found those women, I followed them, I learned their routines. I hunted and stalked them and knew when the best time to strike was, sometimes just for a day, sometimes for an hour, sometimes for much longer. I watched Diane Hobbs for 6 weeks. Can you believe that? For 6 whole weeks she went about her life unaware that I was right behind her. But why kill her? If the thrill was in the hunt, why end it? Why not go on following her? What's the point of that? Does a lion follow a zebra around all its life just to let it know who's boss? No. It stalks. It puts the fear of God into it, then it obliterates it from the face of the earth. Job done. Oh my God. Olivia turned away. And that's why you've come here today, isn't it? This killer that's on the loose, he's a thrill killer, and you haven't got the first idea how to catch him, so you've come to see me for a few tips. I'm right, aren't I? Olivia didn't reply. Aren't I, Livy? Yes. She almost snapped. She was pressed firmly into a corner of the room. The handle on the door was right there for her to reach out, open and leave, but she couldn't tear herself away. It was like passing a car crash on the motorway. You always had to look. He smiled. Tell me, why are you working with the police on this? You've had police forces from all over the world ask you to help them in the past, and you've turned them down. Why now? Because. Go on. Because one of the victims was a friend of mine. The detective. Olivia nodded. He's struck lucky there. I often wish I'd offed someone high up, but to be honest, I didn't think about the victims until they were named in the press. He won't have known she was a detective when he killed her. All he was interested in was the chase, the hunt, the thrill, and putting the fear of God into her. Once she was dead, he'd have stepped over the body and started thinking about the next one. Trust me, Livy, as much as you build up the kill in your mind, the feeling is over very quickly. You soon realise that it's all about the chase. The image of Jessica, her best friend, popped into her mind. Did she know she was pregnant and was trying to get her head around it herself before sharing the news with her? Or did she really not know? Either way, those final few minutes of her life were lived in terror. Olivia had walked the crime scene. She'd seen the horror inflicted upon her. She must have been so scared. How can anyone get enjoyment out of doing something so despicable? Olivia couldn't stay any longer in this room with this creature. She pushed down the handle on the door and pulled it open. In the corridor she heard the normal sounds of the hospital machines beeping, trolley wheels scraping on floors, people chatting. Everything was normal outside of this room. "Close the door, Livy," her father said, calmly. She really didn't want to, but her professionalism took over. She'd come this far. She'd endured so much. What else could he tell her that might help her catch this killer? Reluctantly she closed the door, though she remained squeezed into the corner of the room. There's one thing about the thrill killer you may have overlooked. I doubt he's thought about it much either, but it will be there, at the back of his mind. Go on, she prompted. What he wants, more than anything, is to commit the perfect murder. It's what we all want. He'll want to get away with it for as long as possible, and the more he kills, the more he'll think he's doing so. He'll start getting cocky. He'll make mistakes. He'll taunt the police or even you. Now he's seen the great serial killer biographer is looking for him. He won't be able to help himself getting in touch. That'll be his first mistake. The police are getting calls all the time. A great many of them are cranks. How will I know it's him? He'll tell you, and you'll believe him. Olivia looked at her father, studied his face. He was no longer smiling as he spoke, but looked like he was in deep contemplation. "How did you feel after getting caught?" "I'm sorry." "Well, you say a thrill killer wants to commit the perfect murder, but that means getting away with it. You didn't. Surely that must have been a blow to your ego." Richard leaned forward again. The smile was back. "Olivia, I was convicted of killing 8 people. I never said I'd only killed 8. He winked at her. Chapter 38. Olivia sat in the back of the taxi on the way home in a state of shock. Her father had confessed to killing more people than the 8 he had been convicted for. Could she believe him? She knew what killers were like. They were manipulative. They liked to shock and control people. A killer in prison had been stripped of the power and mind games they were able to hold over their victims. However, when an opportunity presented itself to regain some of that influence, they grabbed it with both hands. Was this what her father was doing? Was he manipulating his own daughter into thinking he was a more prolific killer than originally thought? Was he trying to impress her? Or scare her? She should have thought of all of this before she'd gone in to see him, but foolishly, she didn't think her father would be so calculating to his own daughter. As usual, Olivia asked the driver to drop her at the bottom of the cul-de-sac. She stumbled out of the cab and dragged her feet to her front door. She felt physically and mentally drained after spending an hour in her father's company. She held onto the cold iron railings and pulled herself up the steps, where she stopped dead in her tracks at the bunch of yellow roses waiting for her on the doormat. How the fuck had he been able to arrange a delivery of flowers so quickly? Olivia wanted to cry. She wanted to scream, but she was all spent of emotion. She picked up the flowers, opened the wheelie bin, dumped them inside and slammed the lid shut. She entered the house, making sure she set the alarm as soon as the door was closed. Her home had always been her place of safety. It didn't matter who she interviewed, the killers she came into contact with, or the distressing, gory details they revelled in telling her. She had always known that nothing could penetrate the safety of home. Now, thanks to her father, the horrors and dangers of her everyday life were literally right outside her front door. If she had been thinking clearly, she would have opened her laptop, logged onto the security system and seen exactly who had placed the flowers on her doorstep. But as Olivia leaned against the front door and slowly slid down to the floor, she was thinking anything other than rationally. She wanted to crawl into a bottle of vodka and drown. She wanted to open her mouth and scream until every window in the cul-de-sac shattered. She wanted to phone Ethan Miller, ask him to come round and fuck the living daylights out of her. One sound managed to break through the miasma of black thoughts running around her mind. It was a tiny tip-tap sound. She opened her eyes and saw Stanley, standing less than a foot away from her, his head tilted to one side, his big brown eyes looking at her. She smiled and opened her arms. His tail wagged as he trotted towards her, jumped up and began to nuzzle into her. "You know how to make me feel better, don't you, Stanley?" she said, with a smile. In the kitchen, Sam had left a detailed note explaining what he'd done today with Stanley. She screwed the note up and tossed it in the bin. While drinking a glass of wine, she opened the cupboards to see what she could make for dinner. She was in the mood for something fattening, tasty and bad for her. All she had were bland, safe, healthy options: quinoa, chickpeas, wholemeal pasta and dried lentils. She pulled a face at her own lack of adventure and decided on a meat feast pizza from the local takeaway. The doorbell rang. Stanley yapped and Olivia sighed. The last thing she wanted was a visitor. Through the spy hole in the solid door, she could see Sam standing on the doorstep, hooded sweater acting as shelter from the drizzle. He hopped from foot to stave off the cold. Olivia had no intention of letting him in. He rang the bell again, and Stanley yapped. She wondered if he'd use his key. He shouldn't, not without her permission. She watched, one eye closed, the other firmly fixed on his distorted face. He, too, leaned into the spy hole, even though he wouldn't be able to see in from his side. She held her breath. He was just a few inches away from her. Eventually, he turned on his heel and went back down the steps. He paused at the bottom, then returned to his flat. Olivia double-checked the door was securely locked and returned to the kitchen. Less than an hour later, she was in the living room she rarely used, and her feet were up on the coffee table. The fire was roaring, and she was tucking into the 12-inch pizza with extra cheese and extra pepperoni. A tray of chips was balanced on her lap, which she'd liberally covered with salt and vinegar, plus a few she'd set aside for Stanley, who was next to her, eyeing up her dinner. "When I was little, Stanley, I always wanted a sausage dog. I've no idea why," she said, as she fed him a chip, and she tore a bite out of her third slice of pizza. "Actually, I do know why. Mrs. Montague, a few doors down, had two. They were black and tan, just like you are. What did she call them? Anyway, it doesn't matter. They were gorgeous little things, always pleased to see me when I went around. Then Jessica was given one just before. Well, just before. I remember asking Dad to get me one. He kept saying no. He said we didn't have room for one, which was a lie. I mean, you don't take up much space, do you?" Olivia leaned back into the sofa. "Mrs. Montague," she said wistfully. "She was a lovely old lady. She's probably dead now. I remember going back to the house after everything that happened, to collect my things with my Gran and Grandad. She came to the house. She was in floods of tears. She hugged me tight for so long. She wanted to keep in touch and wrote her address and phone number down on a card and gave it to Gran, but we didn't bother writing to her or anything. Grandad said it was best to cut all ties with the area. He was probably right." The doorbell rang for a third time in less than an hour. Stanley jumped down from the sofa. "If that's Sam again, I'm going to tell him to piss off." Olivia stood up and staggered on her feet. She'd already had a bottle of wine, which had obviously gone straight to her head. At the door, she looked through the spy hole and saw D.I. Foley, looking windswept and half-drowned. She disarmed the alarm and pulled the door open, shivering as a gust of wind blew into the house. "Amyas, is everything all right? Can I come in?" "Of course you can." She stood back to let him in and quickly closed the door on the bad weather. "I hope you're hungry. I ordered too much pizza and I'm making a real pig of myself. I'm starving." She opened a second bottle of wine and handed a glass to Foley, who sat on the armchair and helped himself to a couple of slices of pizza, garlic bread, and a handful of chips. "Has something happened? Have you found another body?" she asked, hoping she wasn't slurring her words. No, nothing like that, just... Well, emotions are running high at the station. Leon says one thing, Holly says another, and before you know it, they're all kicking off. Is this to do with Leon having a thing for Jessica? He can't focus on the investigation. He's hell-bent on finding out who got her pregnant. He's convinced himself the father of her baby is the killer. Remove him from the case, Olivia said. He's one of my best officers. Not when he's acting like this, he's not. You're trying to find a serial killer who is one step ahead of you at every turn. You need every single detective 100% on their A-game. If he's got his own personal vendetta, he's a liability. More people will die, Amyas. You need him off this case. We're falling apart, he said, looking up at her with tears in his eyes. Olivia went over to him, sat on the arm of the chair, and put her arm tightly around his shoulders. You need a break. When was the last time you had a proper meal or a good night's sleep? He thought. I don't know, he said. You're no good to anyone like this. To your team, to Jessica or the other victims. I just keep thinking about how frightened she must have been. He wiped his eyes with his sleeves before the tears had a chance to fall. We know what he's doing to them. She'll have known he was going to kill her and he was playing with her. We're only surmising she didn't know she was pregnant because she didn't tell you, but what if she did know? What if she just hadn't got around to telling you yet? Don't do this to yourself, she said, even though she'd done exactly the same thing to herself a couple of hours ago. She was having my child. I was going to be a father. We wouldn't have been a conventional family by any stretch of the imagination, but I'd have been there for her and the baby. I'd have done everything right for her. I know you would. And then some bastard comes along and destroys it all. Olivia went over to the coffee table, pulled a few tissues out of the box, and went back to Foley. She knelt down on the floor and began dabbing his eyes and nose. You need to take a step back. If you continue like this, you'll end up having a breakdown. I can't stop. I need to catch this man. Olivia took a breath. I went to visit my father this afternoon. Foley's eyes lit up. Really? I needed to know some things. She stood up and went over to the fire. She glanced down at the cooling pizza and felt sick. You said it yourself. Who better to catch a killer than a killer? I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. How do you feel? She thought for a moment. Numb. Empty. But then, I'm hardened. I'm pretty sure there's ice wrapped around my heart. That's not true, he said softly. Did he tell you? Olivia stared into the fire. He told me a few things. Did you know he killed his first victim on the day of his wedding anniversary? Foley nodded. I read that part in Sebastian's book last night. I never knew. I never put the dates together. His second victim he killed the evening before we flew to Portugal for a holiday. He was using his family to give him alibis. He was able to switch off from killer to happy husband and father so easily. And Mum was excited about her anniversary and a holiday abroad, so she didn't notice any hint of a change in him. How cold is that? What about the other victims? What events do they coincide with? He asked. I don't know. I don't want to know. Not yet. They fell silent. Olivia could feel Foley's gaze burning into her. He's hurt you, hasn't he? I don't have many happy memories from my childhood. The ones I do have were somewhat tainted when I thought about what he'd gone on to do. Now I don't know what are genuinely happy memories and what were manufactured by him to give himself an alibi. He's fucking ruined everything, Amias, she said, crying. He went over to her and placed his arm around her shoulders. She didn't even flinch at the touch. He's playing mind games, Olivia continued. He's loving the fact that 9 million people living in London are in fear for their lives. She turned back to Foley and wiped her eyes with her sleeve. I think we may have made a mistake asking the Evening Standard to run that feature. But you said it might flush him out. He'll love the fact that you're helping in the hunt for him. I know. I was wrong, I'm sorry, she said, struggling to hold on to her emotion as she wrapped her arms tightly around herself. He'll do exactly what my father did. He'll laugh. He'll love the fact that you're bringing in an expert, that you're stopping at nothing to catch him, yet he's eluding you. It won't flush him out, it'll feed his ego. So what do we do now? Where do we go from here? As I said before, I believe you already know who the killer is. You'll have already interviewed him. I also believe that in the next few days, I'll meet him for the first time too. How do you mean? The feature in the paper will have told him I'm helping the police. He'll love that. But now he'll want to show himself to me, to prove how clever he is. You think he's just going to come up to you, hold out his hand and introduce himself? No, but someone new will come into my life and it will be him, because he will want to be close to me. Jesus Christ, Olivia. What have we done? I've put myself in his path. He'll come for me, and that's how we'll catch him. He could kill you. He won't. He'll want me to write a book about him. I can't do that if I'm dead. Foley took a deep breath. What if you're wrong? Then you'll have to adopt Stanley, Olivia said, with a nervous laugh. Chapter 39. Foley stayed long enough to have a second glass of wine, but decided to leave while he was still able to drive. Besides, he had his own dogs to walk and feed. He promised Olivia he would protect her, and made her promise that she would take care of herself. She showed him out and closed the door behind him. She was light-headed from the wine and fumbled with the security chain before giving up. She let Stanley out into the back garden to do his business and finished off the second bottle of wine while waiting. Once he was back in the house, she locked the door and went straight to bed. She struggled out of her clothes and slipped under the duvet. Stanley needed help getting up and found a comfortable spot at the bottom of the bed. Olivia was in a deep sleep within minutes, as was Stanley. It was a little after 1 o'clock in the morning when the key turned in the lock, and Olivia's front door was slowly pushed open. The wind had eased slightly, but the rain continued to fall. The hallway lit up with the white light from the street lamps outside, and wet leather shoes left footprints on the wooden floor as Sam Halliday crept into the house. Earlier he'd watched as Olivia had let the detective into the house, whereas he'd been ignored. He waited, counting the minutes until the man left. He'd been in there over an hour. That rankled. Sam wouldn't have intruded. Sam would have been happy with 10 minutes in Olivia's company. He was doing her a favour by walking her dog, yet she couldn't be bothered to invite him in for a quick chat or a cup of tea. No, she rejected him, but welcomed the detective in. That wasn't fair. Sam had waited in his basement flat in a deathly silence while Olivia's house slipped into darkness. He'd had no idea how long it would take her to fall asleep, and he had almost nodded off himself while waiting. He should have been at work, but a colleague had asked him to swap shifts. He was more than happy to do so. Despite enjoying helping Olivia with Stanley, he wasn't seeing her, as she was out all day. He'd hoped to see her this evening, but that fucking detective had been let in instead. In the hallway of Olivia's house, he stood quietly and inhaled. He could smell leftover takeaway and a hint of wet dog. The fragrance Olivia used had disappeared. He listened and caught the rhythmic sound of the deep breaths of someone in a relaxing sleep. Carefully, he wrapped his hand around the doorknob, twisted and pushed the door open. There was very little light in the bedroom. Fingers of brilliant white came from behind the curtains and cast lengthy shadows across the double bed. Stanley, alert to any hint of a noise, woke and lifted his head up. He recognised Sam straight away and wagged his tail. Sam stepped into the room and patted the dog on the head. He tiptoed over to Olivia's side of the bed and dropped to his haunches. She was lying on her side, facing him. He could just make out the flittering of her eyes behind the closed lids, evidence of her deep sleep. He reached out and lifted the corner of the duvet slightly. He could see she was naked and had to bite his lip from gasping when his eyes fell on her small, firm breasts. He wanted nothing more than to place his hand inside and gently caress them as she slept. He was achingly close to experiencing a moment of perfection, but he was unable to touch her for fear of disturbing her. Olivia's mouth was open slightly, and the tip of her tongue stuck out. A droplet of drool caught the light. Sam reached out and captured it on his little finger, taking care not to touch her in case she woke. He brought his finger to his own lips and licked it before standing up and making his way out of the room. At the door he paused and picked up the pair of knickers Olivia had been wearing and idly tossed aside as she undressed. He pocketed them before leaving. Chapter 40. Saturday, 24th of February, 2024. Olivia slept through her alarm clock and woke with a throbbing head. A mixture of alcohol and the trauma of yesterday had resulted in a strange dream in which she felt she was being stalked and hounded, that her life was in danger. She woke with a start around 3 o'clock, causing Stanley to bark. She felt cold and exposed, and put it down to having fallen asleep naked, something she never did, preferring the comfort of pyjamas. After a shower and a meagre breakfast of plain yogurt and granola, she was ready to face the day. She couldn't remember where she had parked her scooter. It was either outside her office or at the police station. She didn't usually go into work at the weekends, but she'd missed so much with helping Foley that she needed to catch up. The thought of catching the tube on a Saturday filled her with dread. As she left the house and made sure the door was locked, she turned and saw a marked police car leaving the cul-de-sac. Mrs. Blackstock from the house opposite was standing at the bottom of the steps, her arms folded across her chest, a worried expression on her overly made-up face. "Is everything all right?" Olivia called out. Mrs. Blackstock jumped and turned to Olivia. "Oh, good morning. Yes, fine. There hasn't been a break-in or anything, has there?" "No."
Dorothy Blackstock was a woman whose age it was incredibly difficult to estimate. She wore clothes that were far too young for her, dyed her hair, and slathered herself in makeup to hide every wrinkle, mark, and pore. She doused herself in a strong scent that Olivia could smell before Dorothy was even halfway across the road. "We're having a party tonight. Nothing big. Rupert and I have been married for 20 years, she said in a nondescript accent. "Oh, congratulations," Olivia said, in the lengthy pause Dorothy left. "Thank you." Anyway, Elizabeth, the silly girl, posted it on Facebook, and before you know it, the whole of London is talking about the party. We've had threats of gate crashes and everything. So that's Elizabeth grounded until she's 21, she said, rolling her eyes. She looked over her shoulder to make sure nobody was eavesdropping, then lowered her voice. "We've got a friend in the police force. I called him up and asked if he could send a uniformed officer round to have a chat to Elizabeth. She looked scared to death, thinking she was going to be arrested. Serves her right, too. Anyway, they've said they'll increase patrols around here tonight, just in case. But now the poster's been taken down, they doubt people will remember." "Fingers crossed." "Absolutely. By the way," she edged closer and lowered her voice, "I haven't sent out invitations to the neighbours, especially after that business over the parking with the Cokers 2 doors down. However, you'd be more than welcome to join us. Rupert's brother's coming down from Stirling. He's in criminal law," she said proudly. "Oh, well, thank you very much for the invite. I'm a bit behind with work, but if I get a chance I might come across for a drink." "You'd be more than welcome. Anyway, must dash. I've 1,001 things to do, and you know what men are like." She trotted back across the road in ridiculously high heels. Olivia lifted the collar on her coat and headed down the cul-de-sac. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see Sam standing at his kitchen window looking up at her. She pretended she hadn't seen him. She was grateful to him for helping with Stanley, but his over-familiarity in her home was making her feel uncomfortable. She was aware he was finding it difficult to settle in London, but he was latching on to the first person who'd been pleasant to him, and that wasn't healthy. He needed to widen his circle. He needed friends in his own demographic. She wanted her key back and tried to come up with a way to ask him without hurting his feelings. She didn't want to upset him, but she needed her privacy. As she walked to the tube station, Olivia's mind began to wander. A party had been advertised all over social media, and the killer stalking London loved an audience. If he had read the feature in the Evening Standard and was now watching her, he would know where she lived. The party was his perfect cover for committing a murder. This could be the breakthrough she was looking for. Olivia needed to think. Instead of heading for the tube station, she turned around and headed home. A smile appeared on her lips. If she played this right, she would be able to catch the killer tonight. There was only one problem. She would be revealing her true self to the world. Is that what she wanted? No. Would she give away her privacy to stop the killings? Yes. Chapter 41. Richard Button looked up at the nurse and smiled. They made eye contact, briefly, before she quickly looked away. She was nervous at being alone in such a small space with a convicted serial killer.
Why did the prison guard think it necessary to leave the room whenever a nurse came to check his blood pressure and heart rate? "How am I doing?" Richard asked. "Fine," she replied quickly, tearing off the blood pressure cuff. "No lasting damage?" "You're due another scan later. That'll show if there's been any serious damage, but your heart rate is spot on." "Excellent. I'll be able to go back home soon," he said, with a sly grin. She smiled nervously before quickly leaving the room. Richard chuckled to himself. He enjoyed making people feel uncomfortable. Neither his fellow prisoners in Belmarsh nor the guards responded to his jibes and empty threats. Out there, in the real world, he might have been convicted of murdering 8 people, but inside the prison he was just a number. That hurt. HarperCollins presents The Mind of a Murderer by Michael Wood. Read by Olivia Mace. For Mum. Just don't read the sex scenes. Chris made me put them in. Prologue. Forensic psychology is the application of scientific knowledge to help answer questions in the study of criminal practice. Through analysing the history of the criminal, interviewing the killers, and the friends and family of the suspects, it is hoped a better understanding of the murderer and their acts can alert the authorities to the killers of the future. You can sit opposite an incarcerated mass murderer and ask him questions, and he will answer you. But how much can you trust his answers? Serial killers are, by design, great manipulators. The theory behind the science is intricate. In my experience, the best person to fully understand a serial killer is one of his victims, like me. Chapter 1. Dollis Hill, London, Thursday, 15th of February, 2024. After a double shift at the Royal Free Hospital, Phoebe Harper was hoping to get home, order a takeaway, have a long soak in the bath until the delivery arrived, and spend the evening in front of the television, gorging herself on spring rolls and crispy duck. As soon as she turned the corner and entered the road where she lived, she knew her quiet evening was ruined before it had even begun. Her next-door neighbour, Donna Fletcher, was 40 today, and was having the party to end all parties. Phoebe had known about it for months. She'd even been invited, but had turned it down because she knew she'd be tired after work. The road was packed with randomly parked cars. Donna's driveway was cluttered, and it wasn't difficult to spot the party house. A light was on in every room. The front door was wide open, and people were spilling out onto the street, bottles in hand. Thumping music sounded from within. Donna, dressed in an unflattering little black dress, trotted unsteadily down the street towards Phoebe. She was wearing a plastic tiara on her head, a pink feather boa around her neck, and had an open bottle of Prosecco in her left hand. "Phoebes!" she slurred. "You're home! Please tell me you're going to join us." Phoebe could smell the alcohol on her breath before she even opened her mouth. "I'd love to, Donna, but I'm dead on my feet. I've been at the hospital for 18 hours. "Please," Donna begged, managing to stretch the word for longer than was necessary. "For me? Just one little drinky." "I can't. I've got to be back at work by 8 tomorrow morning. I've got this weekend off. I'll take you out for lunch on Saturday if you're free." "I never say no to a free lunch," Donna said with a smile. "Thanks for your present. They're gorgeous." Donna put her arm around Phoebe and led her up the street to their homes. "It's a shame you can't come. Roger's here. I told you about Roger, haven't I? He's gorgeous. 6 foot something. Amazing body on him. And my James has seen him in the showers at the gym. I don't know any measurements, but even James was impressed. And I've told you how big he is." "Yes, Donna, you have. Many times." "According to James, Roger is a sucker for a nurse's uniform too. He'd be on you in seconds." As fun as that sounds, I'm really not in the mood tonight. "Never mind. I'll introduce you to him another time." Donna took a swig from the bottle of Prosecco and proffered it to Phoebe, who waved it away. "Listen, any chance we can park a couple of cars on your driveway? The net curtains are twitching. I don't think it'll be long before them across the way call for the police." "Yes, sure. No problem. Why don't you invite them over? They can't complain if they're invited." "I did. I went round on Saturday. He gave me a right earful about council regulations regarding loud music and occupancy levels. Boring old bastard." "Donna!" The call came from the doorway of the party HQ. They both turned to see James stood on the doorstep. "Alice has been sick. Where's the mop?" "She's such a lightweight," Donna said to Phoebe. "She only has to hear a cork popping and she's heaving." She kissed her on the cheek. "We'll try to keep it down," she said, stifling a laugh and heading back to her house through the maze of cars. "Don't worry about it," Phoebe called. She unlocked the door, stepped into the house, and closed it behind her. From inside, all she could hear was the dull thud of music and muffled laughter. Once she had the television on, she was sure she wouldn't have her evening interrupted. She locked the door, put the security chain on, and picked up the post. She flicked through the brown envelopes as she headed into the kitchen, slapping them down on the worktop. She switched the light on with her elbow. The whole room lit up in a brilliant white light. She went to the fridge, pulled out a bottle of wine, and poured herself a glass. Unconsciously, she let out a heavy sigh. There was a loud bang on the patio door at the back of the room that made her jump. She turned and saw James standing outside. He waved to her. Phoebe took the key from the hook on the dresser, unlocked the door, and pulled it open. A blast of cool air hit her in the face. "Jesus, James, you scared the life out of me." "Sorry, I thought you'd seen me. Look, I know it's an imposition, but can we borrow your patio chairs?" "What?" "I know it's February, but we're having a barbecue and we haven't got enough chairs. Can we nab yours?" "Course you can," she smiled. "I'll bring them back round tomorrow, once I've sobered up." "I doubt they'll be getting used until the summer. Keep them as long as you like. They might be a bit damp, though. Do you want the cushions?" she asked, as he began grabbing the wooden seats. "Please. I'll have them cleaned if anything gets spilled on them." "Hang on." Phoebe went back to the dresser. She opened a drawer and took out a key. "Here you go, they're in the shed. Just pop them back in when you're done with them." "You sure?" "Yes." "Thanks. Are you sure you can't pop round for a quick drink?" "I'd better not. Once I get started, I don't know when to stop." "Donna's the same. I hope this is the only time she plans on turning 40. She was 30 about 5 times. See you later." Phoebe smiled and closed the door. She watched as James took the 4 chairs and squeezed through the gap in the fence between the 2 houses. Phoebe refilled her glass of wine and took it upstairs. The house was warm, the heating having come on as timed at 6 o'clock. She started running the bath,
poured in a large amount of bubble bath, then went into her bedroom to change. Before stripping off her nurse's uniform, she looked out of the window into the garden next door. The party was in full swing. She could see the silhouettes of people dancing inside cast onto the lawn. She would love to be with them, but didn't dare risk being late for work tomorrow. The hospital was struggling to cope as it was, being understaffed and with extra patients following the harsh winter. She closed the curtains and tried to block out all the sounds of the party. If she couldn't hear it or see it, she wouldn't feel so bad about missing it. Phoebe wrapped a pink toweling dressing gown around her. She went back to the bathroom and removed her makeup in the mirror above the sink. She couldn't believe Donna was 40. She certainly didn't look it. As she wiped away the foundation and eyeshadow, the lines and wrinkles were revealed. It would be another 3 years before Phoebe hit the big 4-0, and she wasn't looking forward to it. Donna was married and had 2 children, a good job, holidays twice a year, and a new car every 18 months. Phoebe was single, childless, had a demanding job and no money for a holiday or a car. Things would have to change this year. She'd been thinking about entering private practice, but that would mean turning her back on helping real people at the heart of the NHS, something she loved doing. She sighed and turned away from her tired reflection. She pulled out the hair tie and allowed her dull hair to fall down her shoulders. The bath was full. The room had filled with steam, and a relaxing aroma rose from the bubble bath. She turned off the tap and threw the dressing gown to the floor. She was just about to step into it when the doorbell rang. Phoebe sighed. She put her dressing gown back on and headed for the stairs. She opened the door, expecting it to be Donna or James, or maybe even the hunk from the gym.
"Sorry to interrupt."
A man of average height with neat dark hair and staring blue eyes said.
"I've come from next door. I've been sent round to ask if you can spare any wine glasses. There seems to be more people here than expected."
Phoebe looked out at the madness of the party. The other neighbours wouldn't be as accommodating as her. She doubted it would be long before the police turned up. "Sure, come on in," she smiled, opening the door wider.
"Sorry, I haven't woken you up or anything, have I?"
the man asked, noticing her dressing gown. "No, I've just got home from work. I was about to take a bath. How many glasses do you want?"
"I'm not sure. How many can you spare?"
he asked from the hallway. She opened the doors to the dresser and began to reach up for a glass. As she did, her shoulders were grabbed, and she was pulled backwards from behind. She felt a kick to the back of her knees, and she buckled to the floor. Shocked, she looked up and saw the man standing over her. A sweet smile on his face, and a twinkle dancing in his eyes. From behind his back, he pulled out a large carving knife. He held the knife aloft. He was about to bring it down when Phoebe swiftly kicked him hard between the legs. He let out a shout and doubled up in pain. She pushed him to one side and ran out of the kitchen and into the hallway. She pulled at the front door, but it was locked, and the chain had been replaced. In her panic, she grabbed at the security chain, but her shaking fingers couldn't get any purchase on it. "You fucking bitch!" She turned to where the voice was coming from and ducked just in time as the large knife slammed into the wooden door. She scrambled to her feet and headed for the stairs, quickly crawling up them on her hands and feet. She could hear the intruder following behind her. She ran into the bedroom and slammed the door closed behind her, but she was too slow.
The man had managed to get to it before it closed and was forcing it open. He pushed as she struggled to keep him at bay. As loudly as she could, Phoebe screamed, hoping someone, anyone, would hear and come to save her. The noise from Donna's party was getting louder. There was no way anyone would hear her cries. The bedroom door was forced open, and Phoebe fell backwards onto the carpet. The man entered and stood over her, knife aloft in his right hand. Phoebe was crying. Her breathing was erratic as he came towards her. "Please, please don't kill me," she pleaded. He brought the knife down quickly, but Phoebe's reactions were quicker. She kicked him hard in the shins. His knees buckled and he fell, but not before the knife had pierced the skin on her exposed leg. She screamed out in pain and looked down at the blood seeping out of the wound. She tried to stand up. She pushed her attacker out of the way. He fell backwards again and hit his head hard against the fitted wardrobe door. She pulled herself to her feet and stumbled out of the bedroom, limping towards the top of the stairs, half running, half falling down them. Out of breath, panicking, frightened and bleeding, Phoebe struggled with the front door. Her fingers were shaking so violently she couldn't find any grip on the Yale lock. She pulled the door open, but the security chain was still on. "Fuck!" she cried. She closed the door, ripped off the chain, and opened it once again. It was pitch black outside. All she could hear was thumping music and raucous laughter coming from next door. Ahead, 3 people made their way up the cul-de-sac, heading for Donna's house. 2 had a bottle in hand, and the 3rd was carrying a large present with a red bow on it. She stepped out into the cold air. Phoebe opened her mouth and let out a piercing scream as her intruder grabbed her by the collar of her dressing gown and pulled her back inside, slamming the front door closed. She fell to the ground, but was able to look up and watch as the attacker leaned down towards her.
"I knew you'd be a fighter the moment I first saw you,"
he said, calmly, into her ear.
"I love a woman who likes to play."
Chapter 2. Friday, 16th of February, 2024. Detective Inspector Jessica Sheffield was sitting behind the wheel of the Vauxhall Astra. Something caught her eye. She looked up and saw her partner heading towards her. She took a deep breath and slowly let it out. She knew how this conversation was going to play out. The door opened and Detective Inspector Foley climbed in, bringing with him a blast of cold air. He slammed the door closed. They sat in silence while they both looked outside at the scene of organised chaos going on around them. White-suited forensic officers were busy entering and leaving the house at the top of the cul-de-sac. Uniformed officers were knocking on neighbouring doors, notebooks in hand, talking to sombre-faced residents on the doorstep.
"You know what I'm going to ask you, don't you?"
Foley asked. "I do," Jessica replied. "And?" "I can't."
"Why not?"
"I promised."
"It's the same bloke, Jessica. No witnesses, very little forensic evidence from what we can tell so far, and he's escalating. You've seen the body. You've seen how she suffered. Nobody knows serial killers better than she does."
"She doesn't work active cases. You know that, I know that. I promised I'd never ask her."
Foley turned in his seat to look at the DI. "There's a woman in that house who's been stabbed to death. He's used her as a fucking pincushion, for crying out loud. She was only young, mid-30s, worked as a nurse at the Royal Free. She was doing good work helping the sick, and this bastard comes along and decides to use her as his plaything. He's laughing at us, Jess.
Don't call me Jess, she said, still staring out of the windscreen.
Sorry, but he is. All I'm asking is for you to talk to her.
The silence took over once again. Jessica chewed on her bottom lip as she thought. She could feel her partner's cold stare burning into her. She knew he was in a difficult position. Once the press found out there was a serial killer trawling the streets of London, killing women who lived alone, they'd have a field day, and Foley's life would be made more complicated than it was now. "Fine," she said quietly. "I'll ask. Just this once, and if she says no, I'm not going to keep hounding her. She's my friend. One of the few I've got." Foley's relief was evident by the huge grin on his face. His ice-blue eyes lit up.
I understand. Thank you, Jessica. I'd kiss you if we didn't have an audience.
Just don't get your hopes up, all right? It was too late for that. Foley left the car and headed back to the crime scene. She watched as his head was held high, and there was a spring in his step. He was putting all his faith in Jessica being able to convince a notoriously private person to help with what was bound to become a very public investigation. There were times when she really hated her job. By the end of a difficult working day, Jessica's usual smart appearance had changed. She looked at her reflection in the black mirror of her computer screen and rolled her eyes. Her ponytail had come loose at some point, and strands of mousy hair stuck up in all directions. The small amount of lipstick she'd put on had smudged, and she had a dry fleck of mayonnaise at the corner of her mouth from the disappointing tuna salad sandwich she'd eaten in a rush. She put on her jacket, sneaked the copied files into her bag, and headed for the door. "Jessica?" She turned at the sound of her name being called. D.I. Foley was standing in the doorway to his office. "You won't forget, will you?" "I'd love to forget," she replied. She turned and left the office. Driving in London was no easy task. It didn't seem to matter what the time of day was, there was always a traffic jam to wait in. When it came to the evening rush hour, it was every man for himself. Jessica was tempted to put the blue flashing lights on to upset her fellow commuters even more. But what was the point? She wasn't exactly in a rush to ruin her friendship, and what plans did she have for this evening anyway? All she had to look forward to was a tub of Ben & Jerry's and a crap film on Netflix to watch, with Stanley on the sofa next to her licking his balls. It took her the best part of an hour to drive to Modbury Gardens in Camden. She found a parking space and looked up at the stylish terraced property. It was the only house in the street that was in darkness. There was no point ringing the bell. Nobody was home. And her scooter wasn't parked in its usual place. Jessica turned off the engine and settled down in her seat to wait. Jessica closed her eyes. It had been a long day and a challenging week. She was shattered. She was working on a serial murder case and had 4 other cases that required her input. She was due in court next week to give evidence against a rapist, which would mean hours of hanging around waiting to be called when there are other things she could be doing. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. She pulled it out and saw it was a text from D.I. Foley. She rolled her eyes and opened the message.
"I really do appreciate what you're doing. Fish and chips on me tomorrow."
It made her smile. She was about to reply when her car was lit up by the single headlight of an approaching scooter.
Showtime.
Olivia Winter was a short, very slim woman in her mid-30s. Her dark brown hair was sensibly cut into the neck, and her eyes were large and dark. She preferred travelling by scooter as she could zip her way through the heavy London traffic. If she was in a car, she'd have to sit and wait, and that wasn't good for Olivia. She always needed to keep moving. Always. She parked on the pavement outside her house and headed up the steps to the front door as she removed her gloves and hunted for her keys in the deep pockets of her jacket. "Olivia?" She turned abruptly at the sound of her name. It wasn't late, but it was already dark. Living in a cul-de-sac meant there was only one way in or out. Whoever was calling her had been lying in wait. A figure approached her steps. It wasn't until they passed a lamppost that she recognised her caller and visibly relaxed. "Jessica? What are you doing here?" "I've come for a visit. It's been a while," she said, holding up a bottle of wine in each hand. "It's Friday night. Aren't you usually out on the town?" "The last time I went into a nightclub, the music was so loud it gave me toothache. Sadly, my party days are over. I'm now officially middle-aged. I've even invested in carpet slippers. Save me, Olivia," she pleaded. Olivia smiled. "Come on, then. I'm afraid I haven't got much food in. I only arrived back yesterday." Olivia unlocked the door and stepped inside. She waved the fob on her keyring over the security alarm, then typed in a 4-digit number. "How was the big American adventure?" Jessica asked, following her into the spacious hallway. Olivia headed for the kitchen, turning on lights as she went. "It was good." They entered the brightly lit kitchen, and Olivia picked 2 glasses from the shelf and placed them on the solid oak-topped island in the centre of the room. "You're not very tanned." "I spent 14 days lecturing. I went from university to university and hotel room to hotel room. The only time I caught any sun was when I stepped out of a taxi." Jessica opened a bottle of Chardonnay and poured them both a healthy glassful. "You must have had some time for fun." Olivia shook off her jacket and hitched herself up on one of the stools. She took a large gulp of wine, and her features softened. "I was invited out to a stunning 5-star restaurant in Atlanta by this professor who looked like a cross between Hugh Jackman and Chris Pratt." "Ooh, gorgeous," Jessica smiled. The meal was out of this world. I've never tasted food like it. We had a good chat, too, and there was some serious flirting going on. "Don't stop." Then the dessert arrived. Dark chocolate mousse with raspberries and champagne ice cream. I'd already had a few drinks and was feeling lightheaded. "I know where this is going," Jessica said, getting excited. Then his wife came to the table, picked up my pudding, slammed it in his face, and walked out. "Oh, okay. So I didn't know where it was going. Did you know he was married?" "Of course I didn't." "Oh well, you win some, you lose some." I was more disappointed at not getting to eat my dessert. She smiled. "But apart from that, it was a successful trip?" "Yes, I enjoyed it. The lectures went down a storm. I signed plenty of books, and if I never have to answer another question about whether or not I know the royal family personally, it'll still be too soon." Jessica laughed. "Why do Americans think we all know the royal family?" "I've no idea. One of these days I'm going to tell them I've got William and Kate on speed dial." They both giggled, visibly relaxing in each other's company.
The wine was flowing freely, and Jessica topped up both glasses as Olivia found a bag of kettle chips in the back of the cupboard.
"I had the most hellacious date a couple of weeks ago," Jessica began. "Now, you know my rule about dating people I work with, but this new DC has joined child protection, and I'm not kidding you. He is seriously fit. He's straight off the box of Calvin Klein underwear. He's so beautiful, I want to cry when I see him."
"Oh my God," Olivia smiled, taking a handful of crisps.
"I decided to be modern and asked him out for a bite to eat."
"In the hope that he'd say he'd like to eat you?"
"Of course," Jessica smiled. "Anyway, we went to this Chinese close to work, and he spent the entire meal talking about himself. Everything we talked about, he turned the subject back to himself. He kept checking his reflection out in the window and constantly looking around to see if anyone was looking at him. Talk about conceited. I actually got more satisfaction out of getting out of the taxi alone than inviting him in. I didn't think it was possible for a man to be too good-looking, but he's definitely it."
"I thought women were supposed to be high maintenance," Olivia asked.
"The tables have turned. I don't want to go out with a man who spends more time in the bathroom than I do."
"Have you got anyone else lined up?"
"No. I'm that busy at the moment, I haven't got time. Besides," she waved the comment away. "Still, on the plus side, by working myself to a frazzle, I'm not spending any money and my holiday fund is growing nicely. July cannot come soon enough. Italy is not going to know what's hit it when you and I get there," Jessica said with a huge smile. "I plan on doing lots of the 3 W's.
Do I dare ask what they are?
Walking, wine, and waiters."
I really hope we don't have adjoining rooms.
"Olivia, sweetheart, when was your last holiday?"
Olivia thought for a moment. I can't remember."
"Exactly. Whenever you do go abroad, it's for work. You need to let your hair down, let your guard down, and let your knickers down.
You are incorrigible."
And proud of it. Speaking of which, dare I ask if anything more has happened with you and the handsome stranger at the swimming pool?
I haven't been since before Christmas.
Olivia, how long have you known him?
I don't know him. She stifled a laugh.
Exactly. You've been going to that pool for over 50 years.
Slight exaggeration, Olivia interrupted.
You're letting life and opportunities pass you by. Now take some advice from someone more carefree. Next time you see him, grab him by the trunks, drag him to the nearest disabled toilets, and ride him like a cowboy at a rodeo.
Oh my God, Jessica!
I think I'm blushing, Olivia said, almost shocked.
I'm guessing you've had experience of a disabled toilet.
Only once.
But my goodness, it was hot.
She upended the bottle of wine over her glass, but only a few drops came out. Wow, this one must have had a hole in it. She began opening the other bottle. So what are you working on at the moment?
Well, Sebastian and I have been granted funding to look into the nature versus nurture debate.
Sebastian? Isn't that a cat's name? Jessica interrupted.
Olivia tried to stifle her laughter.
Sebastian Lister. I've worked with him forever. You've met him God knows how many times.
Are you sure that's your first bottle?
I know who he is. He's just... well, he's quite easily forgettable, isn't he? He's got a lot on his plate.
He works and looks after his kids. That's all he's got since his wife died last year, bless him. Anyway, we've identified 50 killers around the world who were adopted either at birth or soon after. We're going to look extensively into their backgrounds and those of their birth and adoptive parents, and see if upbringing versus genetics plays a part in shaping the future life of a killer. I think we've spent longer on the questionnaires than we have trying to find people to take part.
Sounds interesting,
Jessica said, half-heartedly. It's going to be a long time before the results are in. We need to sort out translators for those non-English-speaking volunteers, arrange video interviews, etc. It's a long project. However, it's something that... Sorry, is everything all right? Olivia asked.
What? Yes? Why'd you ask?
You look distracted all of a sudden.
Do I?
Yes. Something on your mind?
No.
Yes, there is. Come on, out with it.
Shit,
Jessica uttered under her breath.
She took another sip of wine. Before I say anything, I want you to know this isn't my idea.
You want my help? Olivia asked. Her voice had dropped, and she looked down into her own now empty glass. Jessica took a deep, shaky breath.
3 women have been murdered. When I say murdered, I don't just mean strangled or a single stab wound to the chest. I'm talking butchered. They all share similar character traits, and they were all killed in their own homes. However, there's no sign of forced entry. We've looked into their backgrounds, but none of the victims knew each other. We have no witnesses and very little forensic evidence.
Jessica, you know I don't work on active cases, Olivia said, jumping down from her stool and going over to the bifold doors that looked out onto her large expanse of back garden. It was pitch black outside, and all she could see was her tired reflection looking back at her, which was just as well considering the battering her garden had taken over the winter.
I know. I'm aware of that. I didn't want to ask you, but my partner, D.I. Foley, he's under some serious pressure here. The press hasn't made the connection between the 3 victims so far, but it's only a matter of time before they do.
I'm sorry I can't help you, Olivia said, matter-of-factly, without turning back.
I'm not asking you to work full-time on this. I know you're busy with research and you've got a new book out later this year, but if you could just glance at the case files.
Olivia heard rustling coming from behind her. She turned and saw Jessica had her bag on her lap and was struggling to pull the thick files out. You came prepared, Olivia said dryly.
I know it's a cheek. I know we said we'd never ask each other to help when it came to work matters, but, Olivia, if you saw these women, you'd see how much they need you.
I don't want to see them, Olivia almost snapped. I can't look at an active case. You know all this, Jessica. You know what I went through. She scratched at her left shoulder unconsciously.
I'm aware of your past.
Are you? Olivia interrupted. Her voice was raised. Her face had reddened and a sheen of sweat appeared on her forehead.
I know you were around when it all happened, but sometimes it feels like...
She trailed off.
If you really understood, you wouldn't be asking me to look at those files. It's because of what you went through that I'm asking,
Jessica pleaded. Olivia made her way back to the kitchen island.
In the corner was a neat stack of mail she'd accumulated while she'd been away in America, but hadn't got around to opening yet. With shaking fingers, she rummaged through the pile until she came to one she was looking for. She knew it would be there, without fail. She barely looked at the scrawled handwriting on the white envelope before throwing it at Jessica. "Open this." "What is it?" "Just open it." Jessica frowned as she picked up the cheap envelope. She didn't recognize the writing, and the postmark was smudged. She opened it and pulled out a folded sheet of plain white paper. On the front was a big red heart. Inside, a simple message. "Happy Valentine's Day, my love." It was signed with a single kiss. "Is it from him?" Olivia nodded. Her bottom lip wobbled. The atmosphere in the room had intensified. "Does he send you one every year?" Jessica asked. "Valentine's Day, birthday, and Christmas." "Why didn't you say anything? We could have put a stop to this." "He'd have found a way. That's what people like him do," Olivia said. "If I get involved in an active case, the press will find out. They'll dig into my background. They'll find him. And it'll start all over again. You don't know that." "I do know that. Look, I'm sorry about those 3 women. I really am. But I cannot help you." Jessica looked down at the childish card in her hands. "How long has this been going on?" "Years." "Why haven't you told me about them?" Olivia didn't reply. "Olivia, I'm your oldest friend. Yet there are times when I feel like I don't know you at all. You should have told me about this. Not as a detective, but as a friend. I don't want to think about it. About him. If I ignore them, it won't go away." Jessica interrupted. "Ignoring him isn't making him stop." "If I acknowledge them, it'll add fuel to the fire, and he'll start sending more. There are times when ignorance is bliss. This is one of those times." "You should still have told me at least. Why do you have to go through everything on your own?" Olivia shrugged. But she knew the answer. She couldn't open herself up to people because she knew it would leave her vulnerable. "Olivia? Olivia, please." "I think you should go," Olivia said, turning back to the large windows. "I'm caught between a rock and a hard place here, Olivia. I didn't want to ask you honestly, but—" Jessica fell silent. "I'm sorry," she eventually said quietly. "I really am." Olivia didn't say anything. Jessica climbed down from her high stool. She picked up her bag and left the kitchen. It wasn't until she heard the front door close that Olivia turned around. She saw the crudely made Valentine's card sitting on top of the 3 files Jessica had left behind. Leaning against the glass of the window, Olivia wrapped her arms tightly around herself. Her head felt heavy. She didn't blame Jessica, and hated being so harsh with her. But they had an unwritten agreement never to discuss their active work life with each other, and Jessica had just broken through that wall. She could feel her heart pounding loudly in her chest, and the prickly sensation coming from the scars on her shoulder, reminding her, taunting her. Chapter 3.
Olivia sat on the leather sofa in the corner of her large kitchen. Her eyes kept landing on the files Jessica had left. Why had she come here tonight? Surely the Metropolitan Police weren't so desperate that they had to request the services of a complete basket case like Olivia Winter. She felt angry. Jessica knew about Olivia's past. She knew the torment she had been through. Yet she seemed perfectly at ease about coming here and presenting her with more agony. What kind of a friend did that? It was obvious to Olivia that Jessica wasn't a real friend. Olivia should have known that someone in her position would bide her time and wait for the right case to come along to ruin what Olivia thought was a genuine relationship, built on mutual respect. Olivia's legs felt leaden as she pulled herself up from the sofa. She grabbed the Valentine's card off the countertop and stomped out of the room. The house in Modbury Gardens was spread over 4 floors. It was far too big for one person, but Olivia liked the space and the solitude. Other residents in the street had converted their basements into self-contained apartments and let them out to single professionals and students. Next door had rented theirs out to a junior doctor, and although Sam was a lovely young man, Olivia couldn't think of anything worse than having a perfect stranger living so close by. She never used the lower ground floor. It was equipped with a small kitchen and bathroom, and there were 2 good-sized rooms which could be used as a lounge and bedroom, or 2 bedrooms. It even had its own entrance. It had remained empty since the day she moved in. Olivia lived mostly on the raised ground floor. She loved her large contemporary black and white kitchen. When she moved in, there were double swing doors leading off into the dining room, but she'd had those removed, and the space sealed up to make a solid wall. She had no need for a dining room. She wasn't the entertaining type. It was now a very cosy lounge, with 2 large Chesterfield sofas, bookcases lining the back wall, and a widescreen TV on the wall above the fireplace. It was minimal, but it was comfortable. On the same floor was a master bedroom with an ensuite. The whole floor felt like a luxury hotel suite. There was just 1 room on the first floor, and it had been originally designed to be the reception room. Olivia used it as an office, for when she worked from home. She'd had the whole room decked out with a fitted oak desk, filing cabinets for her research, shelves and whiteboards. It was her central hub. There was a 14-foot roof terrace leading off it, and in the summer, on the rare occasion that London was bathed in sunlight, she would open up the bifold doors. If it wasn't for the smell of exhaust fumes and the constant noise of traffic, she could be in the middle of the countryside, instead of one of the busiest capital cities in the world. The top floor was somewhere Olivia rarely ventured. The space in the roof of the house had been designed as a bedroom with ensuite. It was Olivia's secret office. She went up occasionally, when her mood was low, and she needed answers to questions she didn't dare ask. Other identical houses in the street were home to families, successful couples with 3 or 4 children, whereas Olivia's was the only one with a single occupant. That was how she liked it. Olivia needed space. She needed to be alone. If it wasn't for work, she'd spend her whole time here, so she wanted to spread out. There had to be designated areas for relaxing, sleeping, and working. When the front door was closed and secured, when the windows were alarmed, that was when Olivia could settle and breathe. She went into her bedroom at the front of the house, opened the floor-to-ceiling doors of the fitted wardrobe, and dropped to her knees. She rummaged around the shoe boxes and discarded handbags for what she was looking for. Right at the back was a handmade oak box she'd found in a second-hand shop in Greenwich many years ago. It had an intricate architrave design on the lid and a dark green velvet inlay. The key to the lock was missing, and it was worthless. But Olivia loved it. The plan had been to keep her knickknacks in it, the precious keepsakes she had gathered over the years. Instead, it had become the place where the cards and letters she received at various points throughout the year were hidden. The Valentine, birthday, and Christmas cards. The letters on the anniversary. The random pleas for her to visit. She wanted to destroy them, but Sebastian begged her to keep them. They'd come in handy, he'd said. She had no idea why. She stuffed the latest card in the box, closed the lid and put it back in its usual place, covering it up with old scarves and a pair of sandals she hadn't worn for years. She looked up and found her eyes were blurred with tears. She lay down on her king-size bed, snatching up the blue soft toy she kept on her pillow. Its colour was fading, bleached by the sunlight. It was tatty, and had a fusty smell about it. But it would remain on her bed until the day she died. On the bedside table was a small framed photograph of her mother and sister. They were sitting in the back garden of their home. The sun was beating down on them. The sky was a stunning deep blue, and they were both grinning at the camera, full of life. Her younger sister, Claire, was holding a blue dog, which she took everywhere with her. "What dogs are blue?" Olivia gave a pained smile at the memory of her sister asking the obvious question when she first saw the dog. It didn't matter that he was a strange colour. Claire had loved him. He'd slept in her bed every night. Now he slept with Olivia. She placed the frame back on the table next to a well-thumbed paperback copy of Little Women. It had been her mother's favourite book. The bookmark was still on page 76, where her mother had last been reading. And it would remain there. Olivia climbed under the duvet and wrapped it tightly around her. She closed her eyes, but sleep refused to come. Her body might be tired, but her mind was wide awake. It was always wide awake. Her haunted thoughts whirled around 24 hours a day. They frightened her. They held her prisoner. But she continued to hold on to them and add to them. Chapter 4. Saturday, 17th of February, 2024. Olivia rarely remembered her dreams. Only the nightmares. She woke on the Saturday morning and her head felt much lighter. A bright light tried to enter the room by the gaps at the sides of the curtains. Spring was on its way. The tough winter was slowly losing its stranglehold on nature, and despite the nights still being cool, the days were getting longer, and the sun was warming up. Soon there would be no need for scarves and hats and gloves when leaving the house. Olivia hated the summer. She wore high neck tops and long sleeves to cover her scars, which attracted more attention. Who wore jumpers during a heat wave? She climbed out of bed, neatened the duvet, and looked at her shattered reflection in the wardrobe mirror. She loathed what she saw looking back at her. Olivia didn't have a plan for today. She needed to fill her fridge and cupboards with food following her return from America. And after the copious amount of food and drink she'd consumed over there, she should perhaps think about... She stopped dead in her tracks as she entered the kitchen. The files. She had forgotten all about them. She edged towards them and held the very corner of one between the tips of her finger and thumb. She lifted it slowly and angled her head to take a sneaky peek. She let go the moment she glimpsed the first photograph. "Fuck," she said to herself. Olivia stormed back into her bedroom, struggled to get into a pair of tight-fitting jeans, threw on a t-shirt and jumper, grabbed her rucksack from behind the corner and headed for the front door. She swiped her mobile to life and made a call while she hunted around for her keys. After 5 rings, the voicemail kicked in. "Jessica, it's Olivia. You need to come back and collect these files at some point over the weekend, or they'll be in the bin on Monday morning." Olivia drove a black Honda PCX 125 scooter. It was perfect for the London streets. One of her pet hates was being stuck in traffic. Her mind tended to wander when she had nothing to do, and if you drove a car and lived in London, you could spend 90% of your commuting time waiting to move. That would be hazardous to Olivia's state of mind. The scooter helped her to weave through the traffic. The swimming pool was a 15-minute drive from her home. She parked close to the entrance and headed straight for the changing rooms. As usual on a Saturday morning, it was busy, but she found a quiet corner for her to quickly change into the specially designed and very expensive costume. It had a high neck and long sleeves, and looked more like a surfer's suit than something to swim a few lengths in. Even though she was a regular at the pool, Olivia still garnered strange looks because of the costume. She lowered herself into the pool and allowed the warm water to envelop her. She loved the smell of chlorine. It was clean and fresh. She watched other swimmers as they did their laps slowly and gracefully. She set off, parting the water with her hands and feet in the breaststroke. She reached the end of the pool and came to a stop. She was breathing heavily already. A man came to a stop beside her. Olivia felt herself redden and looked away. Jessica's words from last night came back to taunt her as the handsome stranger stopped and ran his fingers through his dark brown, wavy hair.
"Hello. Haven't seen you here for a while,"
he said, between pants. Olivia smiled at him. "No, I've been away."
"Holiday?"
"I wish. Work."
"Anywhere nice?"
"America."
"Lovely. Shame you didn't bring the sun back with you."
"I couldn't get it through customs." He smiled.
"Ah, you up for a challenge?"
he asked, with a glint in his eye.
"You'd have me beat by the end of the first lap. I'm shattered already." "Spoil sport."
He pulled his goggles over his eyes and set off again, purposely splashing Olivia as he went. She laughed. She watched as he swam with all the speed and dexterity of an Olympic athlete. As Olivia was about to set off for her more sedate lap, she noticed a woman looking her up and down, frowning at the strange swimsuit she was wearing. Olivia had seen the man often when she came for a swim. They had started out by smiling and nodding at each other. After a couple of weeks, he had made the first move by saying hello. A month after that, they had had their first chat at the edge of the pool while resting. Since then, they challenged each other to the odd race, talked about other people in the pool and their strange changing room habits, even had a coffee together in the cafe afterwards. Yet Olivia still had no idea what his name was. Did he know hers? Had they even formally introduced themselves? Olivia couldn't remember. and it was far too late in their relationship now to ask him what his name was without looking ridiculous. Whenever she thought of him outside of the sports centre, he was the handsome stranger. He had dark hair and smiling blue eyes, a firm, slightly stubbled jawline, and a hairy chest. His stomach was flat and firm. She didn't like to look any lower, as much as she wanted to. She remembered Jessica's words when she had told her friend about the handsome stranger after their first meeting, and she hadn't been able to get him out of her mind for some reason. "Budgie smugglers can be very deceiving," she'd said. "They squeeze everything in so tightly, and once they're off, you can sometimes get a real eyeful. Mind you, anything more than a mouthful's a waste, in my opinion." Olivia laughed at the memory and went back to her swimming. After 6 more laps, Olivia climbed out of the pool. She was knackered. Her fitness levels had slumped in the past couple of months. She felt better in mind, body and soul when she swam 20 laps without breaking a sweat. It helped to clear her mind. When she was swimming, her dark thoughts evaporated. She had no idea what was occupying her brain while she was in the middle of exercise, but when it was over she always had some kind of answer to whatever had been troubling her. She headed for the changing room, running her fingers through her short, wet hair, wiping the drops from her face. She turned the corner and literally bumped into the handsome stranger. He stood on her foot with his huge size 12s. Olivia squealed. "Shit! I'm so sorry. Completely my fault. I wasn't looking where I was going," he said. "Are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine." She smiled through the pain. "Can you walk?" "I think so." She hobbled, and he caught her arm. "You can swear at me if you like." She looked up at him and laughed. "Come over here. Rest your foot for a bit." With his strong, wet arms around her, he led her over to the benches outside the changing rooms and sat her down. He lifted her leg up and held her foot in his hands. The touch of his huge hands was soft, almost delicate. "Is this tender?" he asked, pressing on the top of her foot. "Yes, it's probably just bruised. Don't worry about it," she said, trying to take her foot back. He placed her foot in his lap and began to rub it gently. She swallowed hard and looked up at him. Their eyes met. "How's that?" he asked softly. "Perfect," she said. She pressed her foot against his crotch and felt him harden. She looked away and her eyes fell on the door of the disabled toilet. Suddenly, Jessica was screaming at her in her head to take this opportunity and run with it. She looked back at him and bit her bottom lip. He raised a questioning eyebrow and smiled. Olivia quickly looked over her shoulder to make sure nobody was watching, before she stood up and limped to the toilet. She pulled open the door and disappeared inside. He followed. He locked the door behind them, then turned to look at her. At well over 6 foot, he towered over her. He placed his hands on her face and bent down, kissing her softly on the lips. She reached for the light switch and turned it off. They didn't have time for passion. Olivia grabbed the zip at the back of her costume and pulled it down. It was always difficult to remove when she was wet, but she yanked it off with ease. The handsome stranger stepped out of his swimming shorts. He grabbed Olivia, picked her up and pushed her up against the wall, and began kissing her neck. She turned her head quickly and banged it hard against the hand dryer. "Fuck!" she said.
"Are you all right?"
He whispered. "I'm fine." She wrapped her legs around his waist, and he lifted her further. She held onto him tightly, arms around his neck. He placed his hands on the wall to steady himself, and the automatic dryer came on, blasting them both with warm air. Olivia bit her bottom lip to stop herself from laughing. The handsome stranger moved her further along the wall, away from the dryer. Not noticing, he'd pulled the red cord hanging from the corner of the room. Within moments, the door was forced open by 2 staff members. The looks of concern dropped when they were confronted not with a disabled person needing help, but 2 very able-bodied adults misusing the facilities.
"Not again," sighed one of the staff members. "I don't know why we don't just put a condom machine in here and have done with it."
Olivia closed her eyes and squeezed them tightly shut. She could feel herself reddening with embarrassment. She released her hold of the handsome stranger and quickly pulled on her swimming costume.
"Excuse me,"
she said to the staff member, blocking her exit, keeping her head down to avoid eye contact. As she made her way to the female changing rooms, she heard the man in the background try to explain their situation.
"It's our wedding anniversary,"
the handsome stranger said.
"We're spicing things up, you know. Something to tell the kids one day."
Olivia couldn't help but smile. Well played, she thought. Olivia spent a good half an hour in the showers. The water wasn't hot enough, and no amount of hair scrubbing and scratching at her skin with an exfoliating body scrub would remove the shame and guilt she felt. When the light had been turned on and the small room lit up, all Olivia could think of was everyone seeing her scars. Olivia had lost all sense of time when she left the sports centre. It was almost lunchtime and she hadn't eaten since yesterday afternoon. When she arrived at her scooter, she noticed a heavy stone in the footwell. She picked it up. It was acting as a paperweight for a business card. She looked around, but there was nobody watching. The card belonged to an Ethan Miller, who was a freelance photojournalist. She turned the white card over. Written in a scrawl was the message, "You're gorgeous. Call me." She stuffed the card into her jacket pocket. She could feel herself smiling. A very fit, very handsome, and very sexy man was attracted to her. That never happened. He obviously hadn't noticed her scars in the toilet. Olivia had no intention of calling him, but for a brief moment, it felt amazing to be wanted. Chapter 5. Olivia stopped at a cafe on her way home. Her growling stomach was crying out for food. She ordered a bowl of soup and a coffee strong enough for the spoon to stand up in. She sat at the window, dipping artisan bread into the homemade vegetable soup, looking up occasionally to watch the world pass her by. She could feel her tensions ebbing away, and her shoulders begin to relax. She lived for moments like this. As much as Olivia enjoyed her work, taking time away from thinking about serial killers and trying to work out what the hell was going through their minds for just half an hour or so was bliss. "I thought it was you." Olivia looked up to see Jessica standing next to her. "Are you following me?" "Of course not. I was doing some shopping." She held up 2 paper bags as evidence. "I was calling in here for some beans and saw you through the window. Thought I'd come over and say hello. Can I join you?" Sure. Jessica sat opposite her, and Olivia went back to eating her soup. I'm sorry about last night, Jessica said, after a silence had developed. It's okay. We're under a lot of pressure at work, and Foley, you know what? You don't need to hear this. Are we all right? Olivia smiled. Of course we are. Still going to Italy in July? Definitely. Good. Can I buy you a carrot cake muffin as a peace offering? You most certainly can. Within a minute, the atmosphere between the two had thawed. Olivia told Jessica about her interrupted fumble with the handsome stranger in the disabled toilet, which caused Jessica to spit out her latte. Oh my God, Olivia! I can't believe you did that. What gym do you go to? All the blokes at mine are horrible. I'm not telling you, she said, with a sly grin. Blimey, I can't believe it. Jessica smiled. I know I said it last night, but I don't think I'd ever dare do anything as risky as that. No, you just prefer to have sex in front of 5,000 people at Glastonbury. Jessica visibly blushed. I was young. It was my first weekend away without my parents. I was finding myself. All you needed to do was look for the nearest bloke. I think we can both say we've had our fair share of embarrassing encounters. They get the blood pumping, though. Olivia sat back in her seat and sipped her black coffee. It's the excitement, the rush, the thrill. It makes you feel alive. You are aware you could get arrested if caught having sex in a public place? You make it sound like I trawl the parks looking for men to drag into the woods. It's not a regular thing. I know. I'm just teasing you. Are you sure you're all right, Jessica? You look different somehow. I'm fine, just tired, she said, looking forlorn. I'm at work more than I'm at home. I was called out on Christmas Day and Boxing Day, and still expected to work New Year. I was thinking about this yesterday. Do you know the last time you and I went out for a meal? March. Almost a year. How did that happen? She took a deep breath. Don't tell anyone, but I'm thinking of quitting. What? But you love being in the police. I know. But I love having low blood pressure more. I'm only thinking about it at the moment. I've not made any firm decisions. What would you do? That's the thing, I've no idea. All I've ever wanted is to be a detective. You could teach, Olivia suggested. I can't think of anything worse. I teach. It's not that bad. Standing up in front of a group of gormless students? No, thank you. She shuddered. I'm probably just going through a mood. The weather doesn't help either, does it? This winter seems to be never-ending. I'll be fine once we get a bit of sun. She looked out of the window and up at the grey sky. Olivia leaned forward and placed her hand on top of Jessica's. There's nothing else, is there? I'm fine, she said. An obvious lie, judging by the tears welling up in her eyes. Look, I'd better go. Stanley will be wanting a walk. The fresh air will do us both a power of good. She stood up and reached for her coat on the back of the chair. I got your voicemail. I'll come round for those files on Monday after work, if that's okay. Of course. I tell you what. Come by around 6 and I'll make us something. We'll have a night in. Jessica smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. I'd like that. Olivia stood up. They embraced, and Jessica left the coffee shop quickly, and without looking back. Olivia slumped back in her seat and looked down at her half-drunk coffee. She'd been enjoying the chat and her lunch, but now it was lying heavy on her. Why did life have to be so difficult? Olivia had a second shower as soon as she arrived home. When she stepped out, she could still sense the smell and feel of the handsome stranger on her. She'd have to try and get used to calling him Ethan now she knew his name. She loathed herself for giving in to her basic animal urges. But it was the excitement and the thrill that reminded her she was still alive. In the kitchen, Olivia set about making herself a cup of tea. While the kettle boiled, her gaze was drawn to the files on the side. It was as if they were giving off some kind of radar. She could feel a great surge of energy emanating from them. She closed her eyes tight and tried to think of something else to block them out from calling to her. She played with the tea bag in the mug with a spoon, allowing the water to swim in and out of the leaves. She turned away from the files, but knew they were there. She thought of Jessica in the coffee shop, and her heart sank. She was a strong and intelligent woman. To break down like that and in public was not like her at all. The strain she was under must be overwhelming. Olivia turned around and faced the files. She breathed deeply in and out, weighing up her options, before realizing she was simply delaying the inevitable. "You're bloody killing me here, Jessica," she muttered to herself. Olivia's office on the first floor was spacious and neat. In the middle of the room was an empty oak refectory table. It was where she usually sat when she needed to spread her notes and photographs out, while she pondered the deep aspects of her work. She headed straight for it. Victim number 1 was Sarah Millington, a 30-year-old proofreader in North Wembley. She had dark blonde hair, blue eyes, a small button nose, and a row of freckles running beneath her eyes. She was 5'6" tall and slightly overweight. She had a bright, beautiful smile that lit up her face and made her eyes sparkle for the camera. Olivia found herself smiling at the picture. She was pretty. On the back of the picture, the information told her it had been taken 3 months before she was killed, on December 17th last year. The crime scene photographs showed a trail of destruction throughout the house. There was evidence of a struggle in the living room, kitchen, hallway and landing, and the master bedroom. Blood spatters were found on the walls of the staircase, on the carpet, on the landing and stairs, and in the bedroom where she was found. The last few photos were of the body in situ. She was face down on the floor in the bedroom. She was fully clothed and barefoot. Her white shirt was saturated in blood, as were her jeans. From a drawer beneath the desk, Olivia took out a powerful magnifying glass and had a closer look at the body. The knife wounds were wide and deep. They were also erratic. There appeared to be no set pattern to the stabbings. Back of the legs, buttocks, the shoulders, the left hand, even the sole of her right foot. Another photograph showed Sarah after she had been turned over by scene-of-crime officers. Her white shirt was still buttoned up. There was no evidence of any form of sexual attack. So this had not been a sexually motivated crime. There were stab wounds to her chest and stomach, one to her neck and face. This attack was barbaric savagery. Olivia put the photographs to one side and lifted out the report written by the crime scene manager and the first officers on scene. Sarah had been found by her mother on the morning of December 18th. Sarah had set aside that day to go Christmas shopping with her mum. When Sarah didn't answer her phone that morning, Judith Millington went around to the house her daughter rented in Spencer Road. When her knocks went unanswered, she used the key she had been given for emergencies and entered the house. She knew there was something wrong when she saw the drops of blood on the stair carpet. She carefully made her way up the stairs, and when she entered the bedroom, her screams were heard around the block. Police officers had conducted themselves with their usual professionalism, securing the scene and allowing only scene-of-crime officers into the house until they were satisfied they had collected sufficient evidence. Then detectives were allowed in to conduct their own search and become closely acquainted with the victim to try and understand who would want to enact such a violent crime against her. The post-mortem report told Olivia that the victim had been stabbed 12 times, and ultimately this was the cause of death. Stab wounds ranged from 1 to 3 centimetres wide and from 8 millimetres deep on the sole of her foot to going right through the palm of her hand, and to 7 centimetres deep into her stomach. The time of death couldn't be established by the pathologist, but police interviews with neighbours and the analysis of Sarah's computer and phone records helped to put together a rough estimate of when she had been killed. Her next-door neighbour, Rebecca Babcock, had spoken to her briefly around 12 o'clock when she was returning home and Sarah was signing for a parcel on the doorstep. She had sent an email at 3 o'clock on the afternoon of her death and a text message at 14 minutes past 3 to a friend in Birmingham who had recently had a baby. Estimated time of death was put at around 4 o'clock that afternoon. The delivery man had been tracked down and interviewed and ruled out from having had any part in Sarah's death. The first thing that puzzled Olivia was how the killer had gained entry to the house. There was no sign of forced entry, and the front and back doors had been locked. The front door only had a Yale lock, so the killer could have closed and locked the door behind him as he left. But that was very risky. Even though it had been winter and got dark early, there would still have been enough people around to notice him leave by the front door. Olivia picked up a pad and pen and made a note. Yes, Sarah had been killed in the late afternoon, but there was no evidence to suggest the killer left the house straight away. None of the neighbours interviewed saw anything suspicious. He could have remained in the property until the small hours of the morning and left quietly while everyone was asleep. If that was the case, this was a very confident and clever killer. According to police reports, there were no items taken from Sarah's house, and looking at the crime scene photographs, there were plenty of expensive items worth stealing. Sarah was still wearing the diamond earrings she had been given by her mother on her 30th birthday 7 months ago. This was not a burglary gone wrong. This wasn't a crime of chance. The killer had chosen this house and this victim specifically. The question was, why? Chapter 6. Olivia leaned back in her chair and stretched. She had been poring over the crime scene photographs, autopsy reports, and witness statements for over an hour. She ached and needed to get blood pumping around her body again. Sarah Millington had been stabbed in the front and back. At some point she had been lying on her back when the killer had stood over her and stabbed her in the chest and stomach. Yet she'd managed to break free and had tried to escape. Her fingernails had broken, showing signs of a struggle. The stab wound straight through her left hand was evidence she had tried
to defend herself. She wasn't tall, and she had been barefoot, yet she had still managed to outmaneuver her killer on more than one occasion. What did that say about who her killer was? Was he taller or shorter, slight or heavily built, confident or scared? How frightened must Sarah have been when she was lying on her back and watching the man standing over her with a knife in his hand. Olivia was taken back in time to when she was 9 years old. She had been chased out of her house, over the garden fence and into the woods beyond. She'd slipped or tripped on something and fallen flat on her face. She turned around and there was her would-be killer. Her father. He loomed over her. He looked like a complete stranger as his eyes bulged with rage. His clothes were wet with blood. In his red right hand he held a large carving knife. Paralysed by fear, she couldn't move. She didn't even try to move. The first stab wound hit her in the centre of her left shoulder. The pain was immense, and she let out an ear-piercing scream. She felt something wet land on her face. It had started snowing again. She loved snow. It was so peaceful and relaxing. The pain from the knife being pulled out of her was more painful than when it went in. She screamed again at the second stab. She didn't feel the third. She was unconscious by the fourth. Why hadn't she struggled, like Sarah Millington had with her killer? Had Olivia resigned herself to being killed, even though she was only 9 years old and had her whole life ahead of her? Perhaps Sarah had fought back because she wanted to live. Maybe she had enjoyed life and had wanted to continue her journey, whereas Olivia Button, aged 9, had been more than happy for it to end. Why was that? Her life had gone a complete 180 so quickly. She'd been looking forward to a happy family Christmas. Now her family was gone. Her father had wiped them out. Was life really worth living, with everything ruined? Olivia turned to look out of the large bifold doors overlooking the back garden. It was mid-afternoon, and dusk was starting to set in. Another day almost over. Another day during which her interaction with people had been kept to a minimum, although there was that fumble with the handsome stranger. Ethan, she corrected herself. She frowned. He must have seen her scars. The light in that small toilet cubicle was very bright. So why did he want to see her again, when she was so physically damaged? She didn't know anything about Ethan, but their interactions over the months made him someone she wouldn't mind getting to know better. Maybe she should give him a call and see where things went. What was the worst that could happen? She sniggered. She knew the answer to that one, and had the scars to prove it, both mental and physical. She wouldn't call Ethan. There was no point. He'd only end things once he discovered who she really was. The self-induced isolation Olivia had going on was not good for her, but being around people confused her. Even having had coffee with Jessica in the cafe, although pleasant at the time, left her going over the entire conversation, looking for signs of having lowered her guard and revealed more about herself than she felt comfortable with. For God's sake, Olivia, shake it off, she chastised herself. Jessica was her best friend, her only friend. Jessica knew everything about her there was to know. She turned back to her desk. Best friends helped each other out.
and Jessica needed her help. Victim number 2 was 28-year-old Joanne Douglas, who lived in Stylecroft Gardens. It wasn't far from Spencer Street, where Sarah Millington had been murdered. In fact, it was within walking distance. Joanne had been a pharmacist. She had taken a week off work to decorate the house she had recently bought, when she was killed on January 18th, just 32 days after Sarah. Joanne was 5 feet 7 inches tall, of slim build, and had shoulder-length dark wavy hair. She had a thin face, green eyes, and a small mouth. Although she had only recently moved in, and the house was empty of furniture, the crime scene photographs looked similar to those taken in Sarah's house. There were signs of a disturbance in every room on the ground floor. Paint cans overturned and spilled onto the bare floorboards, glass in the kitchen door smashed, a curtain torn from the living room window. There had been a violent tussle between killer and victim. Blood spatters adorned the wall in the living room, and a spray of blood arched on the wall of the staircase, giving Olivia the impression that Joanne had tried to run upstairs, and the killer had stabbed her deep and quickly whipped out the knife, causing the spray. It had been a frenzied attack. Joanne was found early the next morning by a neighbour who noticed the back door to the house was slightly ajar. However, there was no forced entry to the property, no broken locks on the doors or windows. Whoever had killed her had been invited into the house, or wormed his way in somehow, just like with Sarah Millington. The crime scene photographs showed Joanne lying on the floor in the old-fashioned bathroom on the first floor. She was on her side. Blood pooled around her. She had been wearing old baggy clothes, tracksuit bottoms and an outdated England football shirt. Both were splattered with various colours of paint, and both were saturated in blood. The post-mortem examination revealed she had been stabbed 16 times, 4 more than Sarah. In the legs, right arm, back, chest, shoulder, stomach and neck. The stab to her neck proved the fatal one. From a close-up look with her magnifying glass, Olivia could see the knife had entered the right side of her neck, and the blade had been pulled across, as if, during the struggle, the killer had tried to slash her throat open. Behind Joanne was the bath. There was no way the killer could have stood behind her when he inflicted this injury, making Olivia believe he had been standing in front of her. If this was the case, he would have been covered in the blood that would have shot out of her ruptured arteries. How had he managed to flee the scene without being noticed, especially if he was covered in blood? Unless he had waited in the house with the victim until the cover of darkness allowed him the perfect getaway. There were similarities with Sarah Millington. They both lived alone, for example. But who knew about that? Family and friends, colleagues and possibly neighbours, but who else? Was this the link between the victims? Did they both know the same person who knew they lived alone and would be able to wait in their homes until darkness without fear of interruption? Olivia compared the photographs of the victims in happier times. They didn't look alike. One was short and slightly overweight, where the other was tall and slim. One had dark blonde hair, while the other was just dark. The killer wasn't targeting them because they reminded him of anyone. So what was it? Why these two people? Was it simply the fact they lived alone? But Joanne hadn't technically been living at the house in Stylecroft Gardens. She'd been decorating it while staying at her mother's house. Occasionally she had stayed overnight if she was painting until late, but she hadn't been living there. Olivia was starting to get a headache. She pushed her chair back from the desk and stood up. She stretched to loosen her tightened limbs. It was fully dark outside now, so Olivia turned on the banker's lamp on her desk. It lit up her working space, but not the whole room. She was fine with that. She preferred to live in the shadows. The view from the window overlooking the street at the front of the house wasn't inspiring. Across the narrow road were houses identical to hers. She watched as different lifestyles played out before her like scenes from a soap opera. She knew the Blackstocks directly opposite, sort of, but only because they'd taken in parcels for each other, and Mr. Blackstock, she couldn't remember his first name, had helped to get her scooter started one morning last summer when it had seemed to want the day off. There was an elderly couple to the left of the Blackstocks, who kept themselves to themselves and often had a small grandchild come to stay. The other houses were filled with families, boisterous children who didn't have any volume control. She'd seen them often going on trips out, carrying copious bags and plastic boxes filled with whatever it was children needed to keep them occupied. The thought of domesticity made Olivia shudder. She could think of nothing worse than spending a bank holiday weekend stuck in a traffic jam on the motorway with disgruntled children in the back. She turned back to her desk. The two files containing information on Sarah Millington and Joanne Douglas were open, and their contents scattered about. One file to go. Olivia decided to continue her tortuous task before closing the door on her office, calling for a pizza and spending what was left of the evening on the sofa, watching a box set of whatever she had in her collection. Phoebe Harper had been stabbed 23 times. The killer was escalating in his frenzy. The crime scene photos were frighteningly similar to Sarah's and Joanne's. Once again, there was no sign of forced entry. There was a disturbance in almost every room. And there was blood on the stairs. Phoebe was found by her neighbour the following morning. Donna Fletcher, who had been celebrating her 40th birthday the night before, had been woken by the constant knocking on Phoebe's front door. She opened her bedroom window to find two women in nurses' uniforms knocking and shouting through the letterbox. Donna, who had a spare key, unlocked the door and went to investigate. She found Phoebe on the floor of her bedroom. She had been wearing only a dressing gown, and the room was a scene of carnage, with blood splatter everywhere. The intensity of the killings was growing. There had been 32 days between Sarah's and Joanne's murders, yet only 23 days between Joanne's and Phoebe's murders. These were not sexually motivated killings. Of that, Olivia had no doubt. Despite the fact Phoebe had been wearing only a dressing gown, which had fallen slightly open, exposing her bare skin. However, the violence in each killing had intensified, showing that the murderer was growing in confidence. Olivia frowned as she went back to the crime scene photos taken at Sarah Millington's house. The killer had managed to gain entry to the property while the owner was at home, without rousing suspicion. So the women weren't known to each other, but it seemed they were comfortable in letting the killer into their house. Was the killer the common denominator? Was he the link between the victims, and if so, how? Or maybe he didn't know them at all. Maybe there was no link. Maybe the killer was merely able to talk his way into their confidence. The type of person who would do that was someone smart, someone confident, someone calculating, and someone who had done this before. As Olivia lined up the pictures taken of the 3 victims before they were killed, the realization dawned on her. These were not the first 3 victims. The killer had to have practiced his trick of gaining entry before. Maybe it had failed, and that was why the police didn't know about it. Unless... "Of course," Olivia said out loud. The first known murder was too perfect. There had to have been a victim before Sarah, and the reason why the police didn't know about it was because the victim was a man, she said. She sat back on her seat and smiled to herself. Sarah's murder was too well executed to have been a first murder. A person doesn't decide to become a murderer and instantly know how he's going to enter a victim's house and leave without being noticed, or leaving behind trace evidence. He has to practice. He has to build up to his first kill. Olivia grabbed her pad and quickly wrote down where Jessica and her team needed to focus their investigation. 1. Has there been an increase in burglaries in the area recently? 2. Have there been reports of bogus people calling at houses trying to gain entry? 3. Has anyone been attacked in their own home lately? 4. Are there any unsolved murders within the area where the victim has been male and living alone? Olivia would bet the advance on her next book that there was at least one more victim out there. And, judging by what type of killer he seemed to be, it was more than likely that there would be more to come, too. Chapter 7. Olivia had known this would happen. That was why she didn't get involved with active murder investigations. Her training, her search for answers, only kicked in once the killer was caught and was safely locked behind bars. Then she wanted to know everything about them, from the moment they were born until they were arrested. She needed to know their whole life, inside and out. Jessica had known that Olivia would be sucked in from the moment she first opened the file, and would have no choice but to help. She was counting on Olivia's desire to uncover the solution at any cost. It was sneaky and underhand, and Olivia smiled wryly. She would have done the same in Jessica's position. In the hallway, she put her coat on and checked her pockets for keys and mobile phone. She mentally went through the process of locking every window and door in the house. She looked at her reflection in the mirror and shook her head. "You're playing right into their hands, you stupid bitch," she chastised herself. "What else are you going to do with your Saturday night? Eat a whole pizza to yourself and watch Casualty? You're really living the life of a single 34-year-old. Olivia constantly beat herself up, berated herself for her chosen lifestyle. But that was only to be expected when you woke up every morning hating yourself for surviving through the night, when those you loved hadn't. When the mental, physical, and emotional scars were too deeply rooted. When in a world of 8 billion, there wasn't one single person you could love and trust. When all this was true, what else was there but self-recrimination? She pulled open the front door and shivered. So much for spring being on the way. She typed in the 4-digit code on the alarm, listened for the beeping to begin, then closed the door behind her, locking it with the mortise. Olivia headed down the steps and looked for the key to her scooter in the darkness. She heard the sound of sniffling and sobbing. She stopped and looked around her. There was nobody in sight. A rustling noise, a jangling of keys, and strained sobbing. Looking back at the houses, Olivia saw the mountain bike belonging to Sam, the young man who lived in next door's basement flat, chained up to the railings. The whole house was in darkness, however. Next door was the same. Olivia stepped forward. She leaned over the railings and looked down into the darkened entrance to the flat and saw the shadow of a young man searching his pockets. "Sam? Is everything all right?" Olivia asked. The shadow stopped moving. "I'm fine, thanks," came the reply. "Are you crying?" "No, I'm fine, honest." Olivia recognised a lie when she heard one. She lied every time she was asked how she was. She scrambled in her pocket for her mobile, turned on the torch, and aimed it down the steps. The whole space lit up, and the young man squinted into the light. "You're bleeding," Olivia said. "I'm okay, I just fell off my bike, that's all." Olivia glanced back at the bike. There didn't appear to be any damage. She descended the steps, holding the phone aloft. Sam shied away from the light and turned his back on her. Olivia gently pulled him around by the shoulder. "Sam, look at me." Reluctantly, he looked up. "You didn't fall off your bike, did you?" He shook his head. She held out her hand for him to take. "Come on. I've got a first aid kit in the house. Let me clean you up." He laughed. "I'm a trainee doctor at the Royal Free. I can clean myself up, but thanks." "I'm not taking no for an answer." She practically had to drag him up the steps to her house. She unlocked the door, typed in the code to the alarm, making sure Sam didn't notice the number, and turned the light on. Sam Halliday was in his early 20s and relatively new to London. Originally from Devon, he had the soft twang of the West Coast in his accent. He was around 5 feet 8 inches tall and had strawberry blonde hair, which was unruly and grew in whatever direction it felt like. He had permanently red cheeks and pale skin, and his smooth complexion looked like it had never had a razor scraped across it. Olivia's interactions with Sam consisted of them exchanging smiles as she came home from work and he left to start a night shift. As the weeks and months had gone on, the smile became a good evening, and the ice had been broken when one evening Sam told Olivia he had taken a parcel in for her. It was a box of her latest book released in paperback. Based on the HarperCollins logo all over the box, Sam had asked if she was an author. So began the conversation that led to them being on first-name terms. But Olivia had noticed some of herself in Sam. There was a loneliness about him, in the way he held himself, tense, his shoulders rigid, never quite making eye contact. And when he did look up, there was a faraway glint in his gaze that suggested he would like to be anywhere else in the world than right here, right now. Sam sat down on one of the stools in Olivia's kitchen and removed his helmet, revealing the full extent of his injuries. There was a nasty-looking graze above his left eye, full of brick debris and gravel. Blood had seeped down his face and begun to dry. The bruise colouring his right cheek was starting to swell. Olivia took a green first aid kit from a cupboard and turned to Sam. "Have you been in a fight?" He sniggered. "Look at me. Do you honestly think I'd get into a fight?" "What happened?" Olivia soaked a cotton pad in antiseptic and began gently cleaning the large graze on his forehead. He looked up at her with big eyes. "I was cycling home when suddenly I was thrown off my bike.
I looked up and there's this bloke standing over me. He'd come from nowhere and just punched me in the face, knocking me off my bike. He told me to give him my wallet and phone.
Did you give it to him?
I don't take my wallet to work. I generally put a couple of notes and some loose change in my back pocket. When he asked for my phone, I realised that I'd left it in my locker.
So what happened? He winced at the sting of the antiseptic.
I told him I didn't have anything on me, but he didn't believe me. He pulled a knife out of his pocket. He asked me again for my wallet and phone. I didn't know what to do.
Tears rolled down his face. What did you do?
I wasn't that far from the hospital and a siren blared out from somewhere. I think that spooked him. The guy ran off. I just picked myself up and came home. I tried cycling, but the front wheels bent.
Would you recognise that man again if you saw him?
No. It was dark and he had a scarf pulled up round his mouth.
Young, old, tall, short, thin, fat, black, white?
I don't know. Look, I just want to forget about it. It's embarrassing.
He looked down at his right hand. The skin on the palm of his hands was broken. The wounds looked angry. He flexed his fingers a few times. It was obviously painful. You need to report it.
Why? Nothing was stolen. I wasn't badly hurt. A few days and the bruises will have gone.
That's not the point. The next person he chooses to mug might not be so lucky. Maybe he'll go down an alleyway and confront someone. He might stab the next person, kill them even. If you report it to the police, they'll look for him.
No, they won't. Things like this happen all the time. I've heard plenty of stories from the doctors and nurses at the hospital. Either they've been targeted or they know someone who has. Nobody reports it because nothing happens.
And each time nobody reports it, it feeds the confidence of the mugger and they go on to bigger and more violent crimes.
I appreciate what you're trying to do, and you're right. I should report it. But I'm not going to. I'll deal with this in my own way.
Olivia put her hands up in submission. If that's what you want.
Shit,
he said quickly, as he turned his face from her to wipe away a tear. Olivia watched him for a while. Is something else bothering you? He shook his head. She pulled out a stool and sat down. It can be quite scary, living on your own for the first time. You're in a strange city. You don't know anyone. It's overwhelming, isn't it? Eventually, Sam nodded. He turned back to look at her with tear-filled eyes.
I'm not enjoying this as much as I thought I would. I hate London.
He choked. It's a hectic city. I sometimes think you need to be born here to live here.
Were you born here?
She nodded. Much further south, though. Kingston-upon-Thames.
It sounds nice.
It was. She gave a hint of a smile, which quickly dropped when she thought of home and all the torment and darkness that tinged her memory. Where were you born? She asked, shaking her head slightly, keeping the torture at bay.
Holsworthy. It's in North Devon. Very rural.
London must be quite the culture shock for you.
You could say that.
He tried to laugh, but this caused his split lip to bleed again. Do you know many people around here?
No. Nobody.
What about the people you work with at the hospital? He shook his head. Why not? Again he shook his head. It seemed to be emotionally difficult for him to speak. Olivia edged closer. She placed a hand on his shoulder. Sam, believe me, I know how difficult it is to try and make friends, to fit in when you feel like you're an outsider. You need to either overcome the obstacle, push yourself forward, or... She stopped. Or... She took a deep breath before answering. Or you end up isolated and alone. He nodded. I'm not good at meeting new people. Well, you've met me. She smiled. Any time you want to chat, you know where to find me. His eyes lit up. Seriously? No, absolutely not, she screamed at herself internally. Yes, she said. I don't think my body will stand the risk of being mugged every time I want to make a new friend. Olivia gave a genuine laugh. That does seem a tad extreme. If that's the only way to make friends, I'd definitely recommend isolation. Listen, I was going to order a pizza. Would you like to join me? Weren't you just on your way out? Oh. Olivia suddenly remembered she had been about to head for Jessica's. It was only a work thing. It can wait until Monday. Are you sure? I wouldn't ask if I wasn't sure. Sam's bottom lip wobbled as his eyes lit up. He was genuinely touched by Olivia's offer of friendship. I'd love to. Thank you. By the time Sam had left, it was almost midnight. His wounds had been patched up. He was in a much better frame of mind, and as he walked to the door, his head was held high and shoulders back, filled with confidence. And pizza. They'd spent a couple of hours chatting, with Olivia asking questions about where Sam wanted his career to go, and what his hopes for the future were. She learned that he was an only child to Marcus and Hilary Halliday. They hadn't had the best start in life, and had worked hard to make sure Sam had a good education. He wanted to be a doctor more than anything, though his sad eyes belied his words. All he really wanted was not to let his parents down. Olivia closed the front door behind him and set the alarms before returning to the silence of the kitchen. She cleared away the empty pizza box. She looked at the clock on the microwave. It was too late to go around to Jessica's now. But knowing her, she was bound to still be awake. Olivia dug her mobile out of her pocket and made the call. It went straight to voicemail. Jessica, it's Olivia. I've been through those files. I really need to talk to you about them. I have a few questions, and there are some areas I think you should look into. I'm around all day tomorrow, or I'm at the office on Monday if you fancy popping in. Good night. She ended the call. It had been a strange day. She went over it in her mind as she sat on the edge of her bed and undressed. She could still smell the chlorine on her skin from the swimming pool, which reminded her of the encounter with Ethan. When she thought of the encounter now, she didn't feel the excitement of urgent sex. She felt embarrassed. She felt regret and shame at doing something so risky and base. She tried to shake it off. She was a single woman. She could do what she wanted and was answerable to no one. But she knew the negativity would haunt her dreams. As she looked out of the window before closing the curtains, her view of the city had changed. Sam was right to hate the place. There was a serial killer stalking the streets of London, and he was out there right now, roaming freely, planning his next kill. Chapter 8. Monday, 19th of February, 2024.
Monday morning rush hour traffic always seemed to be more hectic than any other day in the week. It was one of the great mysteries of life. The journey from Olivia's home in Camden to George Street in Westminster took an extra 10 minutes on Monday. Her backpack was weighed down with the files Jessica had left her. She had expected to hear from her yesterday, but unlike Olivia, Jessica had a life outside of work. She probably spent her day off with friends out for lunch somewhere along the river, or seeing a film, or recovering from a night out. Olivia couldn't remember the last time she'd even been to the cinema. All she'd done yesterday was get battered and bruised at a Krav Maga class. It had been over a month since her last class, and she certainly felt the pain this morning as she struggled to climb out of bed. She parked her scooter down the side alley next to George Street, removed her helmet, and neatened her hair as she stepped up to the blue front door, taking care not to slip on the checkerboard black and white tiles. Looking at the building, you'd be forgiven for thinking this was home to a firm of solicitors or a private dental practice. It was difficult to fathom this was the headquarters of the Behavioural Science Administration. Set up by the National Crime Agency and funded partly by the NCA, several universities and the Home Office, the BSA was, supposedly, entirely independent. And although its existence was widely known, its location wasn't. Its remit was to understand the behaviour and mentality of the criminal, specifically serial murderers. It was hoped that by travelling the world and interviewing incarcerated killers, more could be done to understand why they committed their crimes and, possibly, detect a killer of the future before he or she had the chance to strike. The office was spread over 3 floors, and the only members of staff were herself, Dr. Sebastian Lister, who also freelanced as a lecturer in criminology at various universities around London, and Daisy Leatherwood, their shared secretary. Olivia entered the building, mouthed hello to Daisy, who was on the phone, and headed for the kitchen. Sebastian was in there making a mug of tea. He looked his usual shabby self. He could have a designer suit tailor-made for him on Savile Row, and within half an hour it would look like he'd slept in it. His unruly dark brown hair was rapidly going grey, as was the permanent stubble he insisted on sporting. Since the death of his wife from breast cancer last year, he'd lost far too much weight. Looking after 4 children single-handedly, and trying to hold down a demanding job, was not an easy task. The children seemed to be doing fine, and they were well looked after. But Sebastian was hiding his emotions behind a granite exterior, and it had aged him terribly.
Can you buy a Gruffalo costume? I like how you assume I know what a Gruffalo is.
Good morning, by the way, she said, reaching for a clean mug and flicking the kettle on.
Sorry. Good morning. I've had an email from Robert's school. He's been chosen to play the Gruffalo in a play. I've got to provide the costume.
In situations like this, I direct you to my 2 best friends, Google and Amazon. They're bound to have the answer.
Thank you,
he said.
Nice weekend?
Not bad. Yours?
Tiring. I come to work for a rest, you know.
Olivia made herself a coffee and stepped out into the open-plan office, where her post sat waiting for her on a table. She flicked through the envelopes, dreading seeing anything handwritten.
Daisy may have found us a translator. I've told her to tell them how the Nature versus Nurture project is a game-changer in the field of criminology and how something like this has never been done before. Hopefully that will sway them and the minuscule amount we can pay them won't matter.
Good thinking. Any more news on funding?
Yes, actually. Professor Welbeck from California State University emailed me over the weekend. He's going to see if he can get the faculty to throw some money our way, but we'd need to focus more on American serial killers. I think we're going to have to adapt the questionnaires more than we originally thought, depending on who we hope to get funding from.
Olivia thought for a moment.
Ask Professor Welbeck what he wants from us, specifically, and we'll go from there. We really need a couple more of the bigger universities on board. How are the questionnaires coming along? Fine, I was having a tinker around late last night. I was thinking that we should probably look at the political climate around when these killers grew up. We have a few on the list who were born in Iraq and Iran. If their formative years were in the middle of a battlefield, it's bound to condition them.
That's true, Olivia said, turning to look up at Sebastian.
We really need a potted history of their childhood, not just their familial surroundings, their friendships and what their favourite films were, but the environment too. I'm looking forward to this study, she said with a smile. So am I, despite the legwork involved. If there's any travelling involved, I can do that. I know how difficult it is for you. The thing we need...
Sorry, mind if I interrupt? Daisy asked from the doorway. There's a policeman here to see you, Olivia.
A policeman?
Yes. A detective inspector. He said it's important.
Everything all right?
Sebastian asked Olivia.
As far as I know.
Show him through, please, Daisy.
Do you want me to stay?
Sebastian asked, placing a large hand on her shoulder.
No, I'm fine. I'll be out in the front office if you need me.
Whenever she was visited by the police, Olivia always feared the worst. Or perhaps it was the best. She wasn't sure. Conflicting emotions ran around her mind. Was her father dead? If so, what was it? Natural causes, or had someone got to him with a shiv? Or had the unthinkable happened and he had escaped?
Dr. Winter?
Olivia jumped at the sound of her name. She turned and saw a navy-suited man standing in the doorway of the large open-plan office.
Detective Inspector Foley, Metropolitan Police,
he said, stepping forward. He was a slim man, with ice-blue eyes and black hair with just a hint of grey at the temples. He was clean-shaven and wore a sweet-smelling yet understated fragrance. His face was lined with the wrinkled knowledge of a life well lived. Olivia offered a nervous smile.
Can I get you a coffee or something? No, thank you. If I have any more coffee, I'll be bouncing off the walls. I'm afraid I have some bad news.
Olivia gripped a chair in front of her, her fingernails digging hard into the fabric.
Oh, God, she whispered. Perhaps you'd like to sit down.
She pulled the chair out and perched on the edge. She took a deep breath. She knew what was coming. D.I. Foley cleared his throat.
I'm afraid Detective Inspector Jessica Sheffield was found dead yesterday morning.
Olivia's eyes slowly widened.
She had not expected that at all. What? Shit, I'm sorry.
He buckled as his emotions got the better of him. Olivia jumped up and went around to his side of the desk. She pulled out a chair and sat him down.
I'm sorry,
he repeated.
It's the first time I've actually said it out loud.
Let me get you a drink of water. She pulled a plastic cup out of the cooler in the corner of the room and filled it up. She handed it to him and he took a large gulp.
What happened?
Olivia asked, sitting next to him. He took another sip of water. His hands were shaking.
She was murdered.
Oh, my goodness. I don't know why, but you don't expect officers in this country to get killed in the line of duty.
Jessica wasn't killed in the line of duty. It happened in her own home. Someone managed to get into her house and stabbed her.
Oh, my God. Olivia put her hands to her mouth. She leaned forward in her seat and rocked back and forth. This was not the first time Olivia had been presented with the murder of someone she held dear. All the old memories came flooding back. She was jumping out of the bathroom window, landing on the cold, wet ground with a thud. She was running for her life, struggling over the fence. Then, the stabbings. Olivia stood up and went over to the window. She looked out, but didn't take in the view. She wiped her eyes and composed herself, before turning back to D.I. Foley.
Do you know who did it? We have a fair idea.
Oh, that's good. Well, I appreciate you coming here personally to tell me. I'm guessing you're very busy at the moment.
Olivia, sorry, do you mind if I call you Olivia?
She shook her head.
We believe Jessica was murdered by the same person who killed Sarah Millington, Joanne Douglas and Phoebe Harper. I know Jessica gave you their files. In fact, it was me who encouraged her to do so.
I see.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. She gave him the ghost of a smile. She could see how difficult this was for him. He'd lost a colleague, someone he obviously liked and respected. Maybe it went further than that. She studied his taut jawline and his rapid eye movements. Why are you here? You didn't come here to break the news to me gently, did you? You want something. Foley let out an audible sigh.
I need your help,
he said, with determined honesty.
One of our own has been killed, and I take exception to that. I need to catch this bastard. Sorry. My boss is thinking of bringing in a profiler. Now, I know you're not a profiler as such. I've called you one many times, and Jessica has delighted in correcting me. You're a forensic psychologist. However, I've read some of your work, and you have amazing insight into the minds of killers. And I know Jessica thought very highly of you.
Olivia folded her arms. I wasn't going to help, but I couldn't stop myself reading the files. I called Jessica on Saturday. I told her we should meet.
I know. I've listened to her voicemail.
I hope she heard it. I'd hate it if she thought I turned her away when she needed me the most.
Olivia, we haven't released details of Jessica's death to the media yet, but they're already making assumptions about the others. My boss will be making a statement later today, and as soon as they find out she was murdered, they're going to start asking questions about a serial killer in London. I don't just want your help, Olivia, I need it.
You've got it. She went back over to the desk and sat down. The first problem you need to address is that I think you have more than these 3 victims. Well, 4 now. Foley's eyes widened.
What?
The first murder is too neat, it's too perfect. The killer managed to get into the house without force. He was able to charm himself in, or he knew his victim. He also left nothing of himself behind at the scene, despite there being signs of a disturbance. This man knew what he was doing, and the only way for him to do that is through practice.
But after the second murder, we looked back at any cases of women being killed who lived alone. We don't have any on our books.
Which is why I think you should be looking for a male victim.
Really?
He looked confused. I think that when your killer first started out, the victim wasn't the most important part of his game. He's a thrill seeker. He gets his kicks out of the chase. Once they're dead, he leaves. That's why the victim is always left where they've died. He no longer has any use for them. The reason why I think his first victim, or victims, is a male, is because he doesn't want you, the police, to see him as a lust killer. He doesn't want you to think he's a rapist or a pervert. In his mind, he's just a killer.
So why didn't he continue with male victims?
Because they'll have put up more of a struggle. Targeting a woman, especially in her own home, and especially if she lives on her own, she thinks she's going to be raped, which is absolutely terrifying. And that's what gives him his kicks.
But he doesn't rape them.
But the victims don't know that. Foley blew out his cheeks.
So, I'm looking for more victims. But men.
You're looking for either 1 or 2 victims. There'll be signs of disturbance, and I wouldn't be surprised if you find DNA traces at the scene. You also need to check to see if there have been any break-ins or attempted break-ins at people's homes, or if they've had people knocking on the door and trying somehow to gain entry. If your killer knew all 4 victims, there would be another link between them which you would have found. As you haven't, I'm guessing these are all random, so he needs a patter to enter their homes without raising suspicion. He'll have tried this out on other people, changing his story until he found one that worked. You need to get your officers knocking on a lot of doors. Foley had taken a notepad out of his pocket and was frantically scribbling down notes. He looked up when Olivia stopped talking.
This is going to be big, isn't it?
It already is.
Jesus Christ,
he muttered.
Can I ask you a favour?
Another one? She smiled slightly.
Will you come to Jessica's house with me? Forensics have finished, but I'd like you to walk through the house with me. Tell me what you see. Photographs are useful, but there's nothing better than the real thing.
Olivia went white.
I'm not sure. I don't think I can. Please. I need your help. And I really admire your work.
She chuckled. Does this kind of flattery always work?
I'm getting better at it.
No offence, but you've struck out here. Flattery will literally get you nowhere.
Olivia.
I can't see a crime scene, she said slowly, taking herself back in time to when she stood at the entrance of her parents' bedroom, seeing her mother clinging to life, cradling her dead sister. All that blood.
I will be by your side the whole time. The second you want to leave, we'll leave.
He sounded convincing, but she didn't trust him. She didn't know him. He wanted answers, and he saw her as his only chance to get them. He was hurting at the brutal murder of a colleague, possibly a friend. And he would do anything to catch Jessica's killer. She looked at him and saw the raw pain in his eyes. She probably had the same look when she was 9, and she had no one to help her then either. She took a deep breath.
I'll get my coat.
Chapter 9. D.I. Foley waited in the car, while Olivia went to tell Sebastian where she was going. He tried to talk her out of it. Visiting the crime scene where a good friend had been murdered was not something anyone should have to do. But for someone like Olivia, it would be dangerous to her fragile mental state. "Sebastian, I'm fine," she reassured him. Standing toe-to-toe, she strained her neck to look up to him. "Jessica wanted my help on this. And I turned her down. If I can do this, it'll stop me beating myself up for the rest of my life that I didn't do more to help a friend in need." "Olivia, you can't blame yourself for what happened to Jessica." "I'm not blaming myself. I want her killer caught, and I'll do everything in my power to ensure that happens." "Nothing I can say will change your mind, will it?" She shook her head. "Okay." He reluctantly agreed. "Promise me that you'll call if you need me, or if you want to talk, or anything." "I will." She smiled. Olivia buttoned up her coat and turned to leave the building. In the doorway, she glanced back over her shoulder to Sebastian. He looked worried. There was a reason Olivia didn't work on active crimes, and he knew it. She tried to offer him a reassuring smile, but she was fooling no one. She was scared to death of what she was about to open herself up to. As she walked to the car, she could already feel the iron grip of horror and grief squeeze tightly around her heart. Foley drove a dark red Toyota Auris that was in desperate need of a wash. The back and sides were splattered with mud. Inside was marginally cleaner, but there was an underlying smell of wet dog. He noticed Olivia pull a face. "Sorry about the smell. I've got 2 German shepherds. I took them to the beach for a run yesterday. I'll open the window a crack, but it might be a bit cold." "That's fine. I don't mind the smell," she said unconvincingly. "Oh my God, Stanley!" Olivia suddenly remembered Jessica's beloved dachshund. "Don't worry. He's fine. He's in the kennels at the station." "Was he hurt?" "No. We found him curled up next to Jessica," he replied, with a catch in his throat. "Poor thing." She turned to look out of the window. Her eyes were filling with tears, but she refused to let them fall. "So," Foley said after they'd been driving for 5 minutes in silence, "Jessica told me you'd been in America for the past couple of weeks." "Yes. I was on a lecturing tour." "How did it go?" "Very well, thanks." "Is that something you do often?" "Not really. I lecture at various universities around London on a freelance basis, but I decided to do this tour as my last book was published in America at the back end of last year. This was sort of a cheeky publicity thing, too." "Sneaky? I'm sure it helped sales." "Well, I certainly signed a lot of copies." "You sound like a celebrity." "I can't think of anything worse." "Me neither. We had a film crew follow us around a few years ago for an obscure cable channel I've never heard of. You should have seen how some of the officers were acting. I think they thought they'd be invited on all these crap reality shows." "Did you appear on TV then?" "Fortunately, I didn't. They were covering a different team entirely." "So, what department are you in then? Did you...
work with Jessica? Yes. I'm in the Major Crimes Unit. Jessica and I were leading the teams investigating the 3 murders, answerable to the same bosses.
Do you think Jessica may have been killed because she was a detective? He sighed.
I really don't know. I hope not. We're looking through her laptop, tablet and mobile phone to see who she was in contact with recently, see if she was following her own line of inquiry. I don't think Jessica was like that. She wasn't. I've worked with many people over the years, and Jessica is the only one I know who'd tell you absolutely everything she was doing. I'll never have another partner like her.
You're angry, aren't you? Olivia asked, studying the DI.
What makes you say that?
You're clenching your jaw.
The vein in your neck is throbbing quite viciously, and if you grip the steering wheel any firmer, you'll break it. Wow, I've got Sherlock Holmes in the car with me.
My job is to study people. I've been doing it for over 15 years. It's almost second nature. My job is to catch criminals. I've been doing it for over 20 years.
It doesn't get any easier, though.
No, it really doesn't, she said, looking out of the window at the landscape blurring by. Sorry, what do I call you?
Call me Foley, everyone else does.
I can't call you Foley. I'm not one of your team. What's your first name? He rolled his eyes.
Oh, is it something embarrassing?
He took a deep breath.
Amyas.
Amyas?
Wow. Fancy. You haven't laughed.
Should I have?
Most people do.
No, I like it. Amyas. It's different.
It's certainly that. I took some ribbing at school, I can tell you.
Amyas Foley. It's a good name. It suits you too.
Thank you. I'd still rather you call me Foley, though, especially when we're at the station surrounded by my colleagues.
Oh.
Problem?
You'll want me at the station?
Well, yes. You could tell my state of mind just by the way I'm gripping the steering wheel. You'll be invaluable at a crime scene, and I'm guessing you'll be able to put it much better to my officers than I ever could.
I've never addressed a room of detectives before.
Well,
not outside of a classroom. And I think there were only about 10 there. How many are on your team?
At the moment, about 30. Just think of it as one of your lectures. I'd tell you to picture them naked, but I'm guessing that's frowned upon these days,
he said, with a chuckle. They pulled up outside Jessica's house in Highgate Hill. Olivia couldn't take her eyes off the building. It was a beautiful Victorian property, and Olivia knew Jessica had felt lucky to live here. Had you visited Jessica's home before? Olivia asked Foley.
Occasionally,
he said, hesitantly. Olivia looked at him. She knew a lie when she heard one. Did you know much about her background?
We worked together for almost 5 years.
There's a great deal of difference between working with someone and knowing them. Did she tell you about her parents?
Yes. The first time I visited her at home, she could tell I was itching to ask how she could afford such a house in this part of London. She told me all about her parents dying while on holiday when she was 10 and being brought up by her grandmother. This was her home and she left it to Jessica after she died. I know my team, Miss Winter, he said, an icy tone to his voice. He whipped off his seatbelt and climbed out of the car, slamming the door behind him. Olivia followed.
Amyas, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. She trailed off as he marched up the garden path. The house was still a closed crime scene, and a uniformed officer stood at the front door. He looked frozen to the bone. Foley showed his warrant card and told him who Olivia was. He then used a key to unlock the door. There are 2 entrances to the house, this one and the back door in the kitchen. I have been here before, Olivia reminded him. Of course, sorry. The bolts on the back door are locked and they're very stiff. I doubt that door has been used in years. So, this was the way the killer got in? Yes. Olivia looked around her. There was a hotel across the road, and a banner congratulating Chris and Kevin on their marriage was flapping in the breeze. The road was busy, and there were neighbours either side. No sign of a forced entry? No. So the killer either knew Jessica, or he'd charmed his way in. Jessica would have never allowed a complete stranger into her home, Foley said, sounding confident. But he had to have said something to get into the house. There's no evidence that she opened the door and he blitz attacked her. What have the neighbours said? None of them saw or heard anything. Not even while she was being attacked? Olivia frowned. No screams or cries for help? No. Don't forget, these are old properties. The walls are very thick, not like modern houses where it's basically plasterboard between each property. True. Are you coming in, or not? Olivia took a deep breath and braced herself. She entered the house, and Foley closed the door behind them. Immediately, Olivia saw the massive pool of blood in the hallway. It had seeped into the lush cream carpet. She quickly turned away. "Run!" she heard her mum say in her head. She really should listen to her mother. Initial reports say she was stabbed in the neck. That's where the blood came from. My God. Are you all right? No, I've never been in an actual crime scene before. She had to stop herself from clarifying that she'd been a part of a crime scene before. Would you like to sit down for a minute or two? It would have been gentlemanly of you to ask if I wanted to leave. Under normal circumstances, I would have done. But I need your help more than anything else right now. So much for her being able to leave whenever she wanted to. Right. Let's crack on then. She took a deep breath and headed down the hallway towards the kitchen. It felt wrong being in the house without Jessica there. Usually when she came around for a visit, and a bottle of wine or 3, the atmosphere was lighter. There was always music playing, and it had been warm and welcoming. Now Olivia felt like she was trespassing. A stranger in a strange house. There's a dining room and living room to your right, which you obviously already know about. Again, I'm sorry, I'm used to doing a walkthrough with complete strangers. It's okay, Amyas, you don't have to apologise. Just act how you normally would at a crime scene. He nodded and took a deep breath. There are no signs of disturbance in those rooms. They're very neat and tidy. They've both been dusted for prints, and only Jessica's are there. Olivia knew what was behind each of the doors. Jessica was an orderly person. Everything had a place. And when she was working on a particularly troubling case, she had found she organised her thoughts better when cleaning. Her home was where she had felt most comfortable and relaxed. If her home was tidy, her mind would be too. That had always been the theory. Olivia had tried it a few times, but it didn't work. It took more than scrubbing the toilet to sort out the miasma of thoughts clogging up her head. "Okay," Olivia said slowly, as she thought. So, she answered the door, allowed him in for whatever reason, and headed for the kitchen. The killer followed her in there. The kitchen was large and airy, white walls and a high ceiling. A pine table and chairs by the back door, and a large American-style fridge. The surfaces were neat and tidy, containers and jars for things like tea, coffee, sugar, and cereal. A Welsh dresser had a small blood spatter across it. A chair had been thrown and was lying in 2 pieces on the tiled floor. The vegetable rack had also been knocked over, and onions and peppers were strewn on the ground. Olivia went over to the dresser and peered closely at the blood. "Is this the only sign of blood in this room?" "Yes," Foley said. He remained in the doorway while Olivia looked around. "This doesn't make any sense." "What do you mean?" "We both knew Jessica. She was a strong woman, both physically and mentally. But that spray of blood there isn't from a deep stab wound. If he'd stabbed deep or hit an artery, the spray would be on the ceiling or the dresser would have been covered in it. It's just one single spray, and the dots of blood decrease fairly quickly. It's like it was a surface wound to, I don't know, toy with her, maybe, or to scare her, almost like a prelude." "Why would he do that?" It was a while before Olivia answered. "He wanted to get her attention, to show her why he was here, to let her know what was going to happen, without causing her too much pain so that she'd be aware of what was to come." "But she would have fought back." "Yes. I think she threw that chair at him. And look, it's broken, so she threw it with some force. While he was incapacitated, she ran out of the room. I think she pulled over the vegetable rack too, to slow him down while she ran out of the house." Foley stepped out of the doorway while Olivia went back to the front door. There were locks at the top and bottom of the door, a security chain in the middle, and a Yale lock and a Chubb lock. "Can you remember which of these was locked?" Olivia asked. "Just the Yale." "Was the key still in the Chubb?" "Yes, and there were no fingerprints on the key either. Not even Jessica's." "They'd been wiped," she said, almost to herself. "Okay, I think once the killer had entered the house, Jessica headed for the kitchen, and he quietly locked the door, pocketing the key to the Chubb. When Jessica came running out, she tried to open the door, but it was locked. The killer followed her from the kitchen, and she had to run upstairs. There was nowhere else for her to go." "That's what I thought too. If you look on the banister, there's a bloody handprint about 1/3 of the way up." "Shall we?" He pointed up the stairs. Olivia tentatively led the way. She looked at the blood-stained carpet that was the same colour as the one in the hallway. She never coped well with the sight of blood. It was different in a photograph, she could turn it over. But when faced with actual blood, and so much of it, it was stomach-churning. If Jessica was holding the banister going up, she was obviously at the right-hand side of the stairs. The small drops of blood on the steps had dripped from whatever part of her had been stabbed. On the other side of the stairs, the carpet was covered with larger patches of blood, pools of it in some places. There were also blood smears on the wall. Since Jessica had been found in the hallway, She had obviously come back down at some point, and by then she had been more severely injured. On the spacious landing, the cream carpet was soaked in blood. There were 4 doors leading off, one to the main bathroom, and the others to the bedrooms. The 2 smaller bedrooms were obviously guest rooms. Yes, I've stayed in that one a few times after too many bottles of wine. Olivia smiled at the memory. It's been a while, though. We've both been very busy, she said, regretfully.
They don't look like they've been used for a while.
Foley continued.
It seems as though she ran into the master bedroom.
Olivia headed for the door with a smeared, bloody handprint on it. She pushed it all the way open with her foot, and almost fainted when she saw the devastation in front of her. She leaned against the doorframe.
Oh, my God.
For a split second, she saw her mother and sister on the bed.
Take a deep breath, Olivia,
Foley said, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder.
Run,
her mother told her. Blood sprays were high, hitting the ceiling and walls. The carpet and the duvet on the bed were saturated. The wardrobe, the chest of drawers, the bedside cabinets, all exquisite items of furniture, had been stained with blood. On the double window, bloody fingerprints on the glass and handles showed that Jessica had tried to attract attention from the outside world. She'd pulled open the dusky pink curtains and tried to call for help that wouldn't come. Olivia took a deep breath and composed herself. She'd seen many photographs over the years of the disturbing things killers had done to their victims, but being amongst it now, smelling the metallic stench of blood, having known the victim intimately for so long, felt abhorrent. She wanted to cry. She wanted to scream. She could do neither. She needed to remain professional. Olivia cleared her throat. She must have jumped on the bed and scrambled over the top to get to the window. She went over to the window and looked out. She could see the hotel across the road more clearly from this high up. Traffic went along the road at a steady pace. She tried to open the window. She said, "They're locked. The key's in the top drawer of the bedside table." She pulled on the handles. She banged on the glass. How did nobody hear her?
I don't know.
Do you know the time of death yet? Olivia asked, turning from the window to look back to Foley. She tried to ignore the drenched bedsheets, but it wasn't easy.
No. You know as well as I do that it's not an accurate science.
True. I think the killer knew what kind of person he was up against. Let's say she's not too badly injured from what happened in the kitchen. She'll have run upstairs quickly. He'll have seen that she was fast and strong. When he saw her trying to open the windows, I think he may have panicked slightly, or he may have just been caught up in the excitement.
Excitement?
Oh, yes. He was loving this. Look at the sprays on the ceiling. He's brought the knife down from a great height, stabbed her deeply, and pulled it out quickly, sending the spray shooting up. Then he's done it again and again. Yet she was still fighting for her life, Foley said, looking down at the floor. She managed to escape him. I don't know how. I like to think she kicked him hard in the balls. You might want to check the local hospital for recent admissions. She headed for the stairs again. She's lost a great deal of blood and will have started to lose consciousness.
She's leaning against the wall, lowering herself down the stairs. When he catches up with her, She couldn't continue. She swallowed hard and wiped away a tear before it had time to form. He stabbed her one last time in the neck. She fell, and where she landed was where you found her in the hallway. "Can we go now?" Foley nodded. "I think we need a drink." Outside, as Foley was locking the door, Olivia spotted a man taking a banner down from the railings of the Lauderdale Hotel opposite. Olivia crossed the road. "Excuse me, was this party a recent event?" "Yes, a big wedding reception on Saturday night. Bloody hell, you should have seen the state of the place on Sunday morning." He chuckled. "A lot of people attended?" "Oh, a good few hundred. There were cars double parked and everything. I don't live far away, so I heard about the commotion from the neighbours." "Commotion? People are a bit prickly about their parking spaces around here," he said, lowering his voice. "Not to mention the loud music. I said to them, if you can't enjoy yourself at your wedding reception, when can you?" Olivia smiled and said goodbye. She carefully made her way back across the road and met Foley at the car. That's when she was killed. Saturday night. There was a big party opposite. You can see the hotel from the bedroom window quite clearly. She was banging on the glass to get their attention, but nobody heard because the music was so loud. The perfect sound to cover up her screams. "I'll get a team to interview the staff," he said, making a note in his pad. That couldn't have been deliberate, though, could it? Knowing there was a big party going on right opposite. "I don't know. I mean, how long was that banner up? There were a couple of hundred guests there, so who knew about the party? Staff for a start, then the guests and their friends. I'm guessing they'll have slapped it all over social media. The list is endless." "Come on, let's go and get that drink." Olivia frowned in thought as she lowered herself into the front passenger seat. "You weren't surprised?" "Sorry?" "When I was saying how the attack took place. You didn't question it. You'd already made up your mind about what happened on Saturday night, hadn't you?" It was a while before he gave a slight nod. "So, what was this all about then? I have to take a test now to prove my worth?" "No, not at all." He looked at her. "It wasn't a test. I just wanted it confirming. Jessica was a friend and a colleague. I don't want to get blindsided by this." They were silent while Foley pulled away from the curb and joined the traffic. "Hang on," Olivia said. "The third victim. Phoebe Harper. There was a party happening in the house next door to hers on the night she was killed. In her witness statement, the neighbour said it was her 40th birthday and she was having a big celebration. Again, the killer used the noise from the music and the guests to mask his crime. But there weren't parties at the other two murders. But there must have been something. He's a thrill killer. He gets off on the chase, the kill. The fact that there are possibly hundreds of potential witnesses is the turn-on for him. When he killed Jessica, the curtains were wide open. He's stabbing her, and outside he can see hundreds of people dancing the night away. That's the thrill. Forget the drink. Take me back to the station. We need to search for that real first victim, and we need to find out what was going on at the neighbours of the other two women." Olivia secured her seatbelt and rubbed her hands together. For the first time in a very long time, she felt wired and determined. She was going to catch this killer at any cost.
Chapter 10. The major crime unit at Sanderson Street Police Station in Holloway was a large open-plan office on the 3rd floor of the 6-story building. From the doorway, the room looked a mess. Whiteboards on the walls were filled with crime scene photos and information on the unsolved cases of the missing and the dead. Desks were arranged in an unidentifiable pattern, the majority of them a confusion of paper and files. Phones rang, computer keyboards were hammered, detectives shared information, photocopiers and printers whirred into life to make a cacophony of white noise. Olivia felt out of her depth. There was a reason she shared an office with just Sebastian and Daisy, and turned down a permanent residency in a university. She could only handle so many people at one time. When giving a lecture to an auditorium of students, she had the upper hand. She had the knowledge they were thirsty to hear. In this situation, she would be talking to police officers who knew how to catch criminals and murderers. She might as well stand at the top of the room and tell them how to handcuff someone under arrest. Foley led the way through the room to his office. Olivia followed closely, her eyes darting from side to side to take in those around her. She was being stared at, judged. They all knew who she was and why she was here, and the burning sensation of dozens of pairs of eyes glaring at her informed her that she wasn't necessarily welcome. "Leon, Holly, a moment," Foley said, without stopping as he passed the desks of 2 plain-clothed officers. Olivia took in Foley's office. It was chaotic. There was no other word for it. His desk was piled high with files. Every space was cluttered with paperwork and folders. The carpet tiles were stained and bald in places, and the waste paper basket was overflowing. She would not be able to work in a room like this. She hoped the people of London never got to see it. They wouldn't feel secure in their homes knowing a man who inhabited an office like this was appointed to keep them safe. He placed his hand on a radiator and gave it a kick. It obviously wasn't working, as the room had a chill to it. Olivia decided to keep her coat on. "How's it going?" Foley asked, as he surveyed the paperwork on his desk. He picked up a few message slips, glanced at them, pocketed a couple and tossed the rest under the table in the direction of the bin. "Slowly," Holly said.
"Too bloody slowly,"
her colleague echoed.
"I'd like to introduce you to Olivia Winter, Dr. Winter. These are 2 of my best officers, Detective Sergeant Leon Ripner. We call him Jack. I'm sure you can guess why. And this is Detective Sergeant Holly Goodfellow."
They shook hands, and Olivia gave them her best placatory smile. Holly Goodfellow was a slim woman in her late 20s. She was taller than Olivia by a good few inches, and had silky, short black hair. She wore heavy makeup around her eyes, and proffered a genuine smile when she took Olivia's hand in a tight grip. Her dark grey suit was crisp and clean. This was a woman determined to make an impression, not necessarily on Olivia, but in the workplace generally. As Olivia had walked into the room, she had noticed the majority of its occupants were male. Holly obviously felt the need to look confident and powerful so she could match the bravado of her male colleagues, even if she wasn't built for the part. If her firm handshake was anything to go by, she was succeeding. Olivia took an instant liking to her. Leon Ripner was in his 30s and below average height. Olivia guessed at 5'8", maybe 5'9", judging by the thickness of the heels on his scuffed shoes. He was stocky, but his bulk was muscular. He had short, curly dark hair and an angry frown. He chewed his bottom lip incessantly and couldn't seem to stand still. He either had an urgent bladder condition or he was impatient. Judging by the daggered looks he was giving Olivia, she guessed the latter. Her impression was that he wanted to be out on the streets, looking for the man who had murdered their colleague, not stuck in an office, listening to a forensic psychologist. "Introductions out of the way, everyone take a seat," Foley said. He pulled his wheeled chair around and offered it to Olivia to sit on. Leon and Holly sat in the visitors' chairs, and Foley perched on the edge of his desk. "I've spent the last hour or so with Dr. Winter, and she's spent the weekend going through the case files of the victims we've got so far. She has some very interesting theories." Olivia? She had the floor. She filled them in on her opinion that the murderer was a thrill killer and how she believed that there were one or possibly two additional victims before their first known victim, Sarah Millington. Holly was making notes while Leon sat with his arms tightly folded across his chest and his left leg jiggling involuntarily. "So he's a psycho then?" Leon said. "Typical. We catch him, he says he's batshit crazy and gets a cushy padded cell for a few years before some do-gooder gets him released as a reformed character who's found God." "He has psychopathic traits, but he knows exactly what he's doing. It's a misinterpretation that serial murderers suffer with mental illnesses," Olivia corrected him. "But I thought serial killers all had some kind of mental disorder," Holly asked with a frown. "Having a mental illness doesn't mean you're going to commit a violent crime. The majority of mental illnesses affect only that person and the way they perceive what's going on around them, their feelings, their moods. Someone with that kind of a disorder would not be able to commit these kinds of crimes and manipulate the crime scene to such an extent that he leaves no trace of himself, especially after 4 or more murders. You're looking for a highly intelligent individual who knows exactly what he's doing and is loving every minute of it. If he has a mental disorder, it will likely be a personality disorder, and that doesn't mean he's incapable of standing trial once you catch him." Leon's face softened slightly. "I read a paper recently," Holly said, crossing her legs, "that suggested serial killers go after people who remind them of someone. I've been through the victimology of all 4 victims so far, and there's nothing that you could say they have in common, other than the fact they're single, white women, and that forms a large demographic in London. Serial killers do tend to go for victims who remind them of an abuser, or an ex, or a domineering mother, but mostly they go for victims weaker than themselves, or those who are vulnerable in society, such as sex workers, the homeless, children, the physically or mentally disabled, or the elderly." "Stick a pin in the electoral register, then," Leon said. "That's why I believe there are more victims you haven't discovered yet, and not just people he's killed. I believe he may have attacked someone who escaped, which is why he changed to killing women." "I thought killers didn't change their M.O., Holly asked again. "The M.O. is fluid. It's the signature that never changes. And here the signature is the chase. I believe he stabbed Jessica in her kitchen, but not with the intention of killing her straight away. He wanted her scared. He wanted her to panic, to run for her life so he could chase her and catch her." "Who the hell is he? Michael Myers?" Olivia nodded. "Basically, yes. Until I meet him, I can only guess about his background and his upbringing, but I wouldn't be surprised if you find every kind of slasher film in his collection. He'll be obsessed with scaring people in order to kill them.
That's what gives him his power. His dominance.
But surely if you know that, then you can work out what kind of a person he is, Holly said.
I can try.
So, what do you want us to do? Holly asked, turning to Foley. Are we looking for other victims?
Yes,
he said.
Go back to last summer at least. We're looking for a single man or a single woman killed in their own home with a knife.
You also need to look for an increase in break-ins or of strangers knocking on doors and trying to talk their way into the house. By the time he came onto your radar with the murder of Sarah Millington, he'd got his patter down to a fine art, and it's worked for him on 4 occasions. However, he'll have needed to try that out.
We don't have the officers for this,
Leon said, looking at his boss.
I know,
Foley said, running his fingers through his hair.
But it's what we're going to have to do to find him. I'll get uniform drafted in and we'll get the community police and the specials out there knocking on doors.
But, Holly began.
Just leave the logistics to me,
he said, raising a hand to stop her asking another question.
I'm guessing you have many unsolved murders on your books. What I need to do is work backwards,
Olivia said.
I'll start with Jessica's murder and go back through the other 3 victims. Then, with the other victims you've got, I can see which ones relate to this case and which don't. There will be a pattern. I just need to find it.
There isn't a pattern with the victims, though, is there? Holly asked, getting slightly agitated.
There will be, it just hasn't been found yet.
But I've looked.
Holly, Dr. Winter has been doing this for 15 years. She'll find it.
Olivia looked at the floor.
The weight of this whole investigation was resting on her shoulders. She had never had such a responsibility before. She could feel herself starting to sweat. From somewhere deep in her mind, she remembered the breathing exercises she was given by a child therapist when she'd had panic attacks following her own attempted murder. Suddenly she was back to being that frightened 9-year-old girl, wondering what the future held. In through the nose, count to 4. Out through the mouth, count to 4. Repeat until you were able to face the world again. When she looked up, Leon and Holly had gone. Is everything all right? Foley asked. You spaced out for a moment there.
I was just thinking, she lied.
Could I get a glass of water? I'll grab you a bottle, wait here.
Foley left his office, leaving the door open. In came the noise from the incident team. Olivia could see Holly at her desk, staring at her computer screen. She was chewing the inside of her mouth and frowning. She undid the top button on her shirt and pulled at the collar. She scratched at her neck and went back to tapping on the keyboard. Her frown deepened and she went back to scratching at her neck. She was anxious. The detective was trying hard to hide the signs, but she hadn't yet mastered the art of understanding her own subconscious, and her telltale signs were obvious to anyone who knew what to look for. Olivia stood up and went over to her.
Is everything all right?
Yes, fine. Holly looked up from the screen and gave Olivia a smile that did not reach her eyes. Olivia tried to think of something to say. She wasn't good with small talk and spontaneous interaction. Have you had any luck finding other potential victims? She asked. It was a ridiculous question. Holly had literally just left Foley's office to start work.
There are many murders involving knives that haven't been solved. She shook her head. The killer wouldn't have been as confident in the beginning as he is now. As much as the idea of taking another life is giving him a thrill, there's a big leap between fantasizing about it and actually doing it. I believe there are more victims before Sarah Millington, and this shows he doesn't give his victims much thought. If he did, he would have gone for women straight away. It's always been about the chase and the kill. It will have been very late in the planning that he decided precisely whom to target first. I spoke about killers targeting those who are vulnerable in society. The elderly, the disabled, sex workers, etc. He won't go for those, as there's no chase involved. So you can discount those from your search. You're looking for young people who will put up a fight. Not too much, of course, but just enough so that he still has the upper hand. Holly was frantically scribbling on her pad while Olivia was talking. If it's true that he killed a man first, do you think it's possible he was injured in some way, which is why he changed to targeting women? Something happened to spook him, and that caused him to change to targeting women only. Either he was almost caught or, like you said, a victim was too powerful for him and the game was almost lost. Once we find that victim, we can check for hospital admissions around that time. Can I ask you a personal question? Holly asked, leaning forward on her desk. Olivia had been waiting for this. Once people knew who she was, they always wanted to know about how she'd managed to survive, how she coped with what her father had done. Jessica had known all the gruesome details. She imagined Foley did too. Had the gossip spread around the whole station? Obviously it had. She had expected Leon to have been the insensitive one, not Holly. She took a deep breath. Sure. How do you get inside the head of a serial killer? Olivia relaxed slightly. So Holly wasn't fishing for gossip. That was a refreshing change. You don't. You just try to understand them. Don't ever try to get into a murderer's head, and don't ever let them get into yours. Once you do, you're lost. Holly's smile dropped, and her eyes widened. Oh. Excuse me, are you Dr. Winter? Olivia looked up to see a uniformed officer standing in front of her. Yes. There's a man here to see you, Sebastian Lister. He says it's important. Olivia looked over to the entrance to the open-plan room and saw Sebastian with an expression of horror on his face. Chapter 11. Olivia walked slowly over to Sebastian. She knew something had happened by the way he held himself and the look of pure fear. He had news for her that couldn't wait, and he was not looking forward to telling her. She immediately thought of all the killers she had spoken to, all those she had interviewed in prisons over the years. She'd been the target of some unwanted attention by killers who had become fixated on her, which was why she had an unlisted phone number and wasn't on the electoral register or any social media sites. The harder it was for people to find her, the better. "Sebastian," she said, her mouth dry. "How did you know where to find me? You have a tracker in your phone, remember?" "Of course," she said. Instinct caused her to put a hand to her shoulder. "What's happened?" "Maybe we should talk outside," he said. Olivia didn't dare look back. She could feel the eyes of the strangers burning into her. She nodded. They left the major crime unit and found a quiet corner in the corridor. Olivia didn't notice D.I. Foley coming towards her with a bottle of water. He must have recognised something in her expression as he paused and half hid behind a beam. "I've had a call from Belmarsh Prison," Sebastian said. "Oh dear God." Olivia looked at the floor. There was only one inmate at Belmarsh who would cause Sebastian to race across London. "He's escaped." "No. He's suffered a severe heart attack. He's been taken to Queen Elizabeth Hospital. He's asking for you." Olivia's face was blank. "Would you like me to drive you?" Sebastian placed a comforting hand on Olivia's arm. She flinched. "Where?" "To the hospital." "Why?" "To see him." "No," she said firmly. "No, absolutely not. I'm very busy. There's a man out there who has murdered 4 women. I'm needed here." "Olivia, he might not make it. He's Sebastian." She held a hand up to stop him talking. "I don't care. I'm not interested in what happens to him. I need to get back." She turned and headed back to the MCU suite. "Olivia," Sebastian called after her, but she ignored him. The doors swung closed behind her. Foley stepped out from behind the pillar. "Has something happened?" "Sorry? Yes. No, Sebastian waffled. "Can I help?" No, I don't think so. It's incredibly complicated. Someone's had a heart attack who wants to see Olivia, and I'm guessing Olivia doesn't want to see them. If only it were that simple. I'm guessing it's not an ex-husband, so it has to be either a parent or guardian or a brother she's estranged from. Sebastian was silent for a while, weighing up how much he should tell him. "Her father." "Do you want me to have a word with Olivia?" "You don't know her," Sebastian said. "Sometimes that's an advantage." Sebastian took a breath. "She needs to go and see him. If she doesn't and he dies, she'll regret it. I know she will. I'll see if I can help." Sebastian nodded. "Thank you." D.I. Foley whispered in Olivia's ear to join him in his office. She'd been standing in front of one of the whiteboards, looking as if she was reading the information on Sarah Millington. Once in the office, Foley closed the door behind her and told her to take a seat. "I've been thinking,"
Olivia began. "I'd like to visit the neighbourhoods where these women lived. I think it would—"
"Olivia," Foley interrupted. "I overheard you talking to your colleague in the corridor. You're seriously not going to the hospital?"
"Of course not. Why should I?"
"Because you need to see him. He could be dying."
Olivia sniggered. "Do you actually know who he is?"
"Your father, brother, grandfather?"
"No offence, but it's none of your business. You've asked me here to help you identify a killer, and that's what I'm going to do."
"Look, let me just say this and we'll move on. Take from it whatever you want. I didn't go to see my older brother in hospital when he was stabbed. We had this feud that went back to us being teenagers. We hadn't spoken for about 10 years when he disturbed a burglar at his home. He was stabbed in the stomach. My mum called me and told me to go to the hospital to see him, but being the stubborn arsehole that I am, I refused. That was 12 years ago, and there isn't a day goes by that I don't regret that decision."
Despite her blank expression, Olivia was struggling with her emotions. I can't. Every time I think about him, every time I see a photo of him in the papers, it all just—"
"Olivia," Foley cut her off. "Don't tell me what happened if you don't want to. Like you said, it's none of my business, but I do have experience of regrets. My whole life is full of them. It's much better to put yourself through the pain now than regret it later when it's too late."
He looked up over Olivia's shoulder out into the main office.
"Holly wants me. I'll give you a few minutes on your own."
He walked out, closing the door softly behind him. Olivia sat down, turning her back to the window so nobody could see the expression on her face. Whenever she thought of her father, she thought of the last time she saw her mother and sister, and that's not how she wanted to remember them. Yet when she tried to remember the good times, the summer holidays, the birthday parties, the happy Christmases, she pictured her father laughing and smiling and joining in the fun. The two men didn't match. He couldn't be a happy family man who loved his daughters and a butcherer of women. It wasn't possible. So who was the man whose knee she sat on while he read her The Secret Garden? Who was the man who took her and Claire to Brighton at weekends to play on the beach? Who was the man who helped his daughters make such a fuss of their mum on Mother's Day? That was what Olivia struggled to understand. How could one man have such totally contrasting personalities and nobody be able to see he was living a lie? Unless it wasn't a lie. Olivia shook her head. She could feel a headache coming on. She picked up the bottle of water Foley had brought her, unscrewed the cap and took a lengthy swig. It was room temperature. Was it possible for one person to have two conflicting personalities running alongside each other at the same time? She'd interviewed dozens of killers in prison and spoken to their families, friends, neighbours and work colleagues. They'd all said the same thing. That he was a happy family man. Though, they always added as an additional comment, looking back, there was always something strange about him. Was that the benefit of hindsight? Or were people trying to make themselves feel better when they should have known but didn't? The problem Olivia had with her father was that looking back, she really didn't know. Even now, with all her qualifications and experience, she couldn't pinpoint a moment in time when her father changed, from being a loving man, happy, smiling, funny, into a serial murderer who tortured his victims, cut them up and dumped them by the Thames. And because the great Dr. Olivia Winter couldn't understand her own father, she had no intention of going to see him. He gave up the right to call himself a dad when he destroyed her family. He was a total stranger. He deserved to die alone. "Run!" Olivia's mother's final word to her echoed in her head. She was right. She was always right. She should run. She picked up her bag and sneaked out of Foley's office. She didn't look up, so wasn't aware if anyone saw her. But once she was out of the major crime unit and reached the stairs, she took her mother's advice. She ran. Chapter 12. Olivia hated travelling on the London Underground. She avoided it at all costs. There was something about the darkness, the small space, the feeling of being trapped, not being able to see a way out, that terrified her. The same could be said for planes when she travelled around the world giving guest lectures, doing book tours and interviewing serial killers. But she didn't have the same sense of underlying danger in a plane that she got from the tube. As she left Sanderson Street police station, she hitched up the collar of her coat and started walking. She didn't have her scooter with her, so couldn't simply hop on it and drive back to work or home, and she wasn't within walking distance either. She needed to be on her own. She needed to sort out her thoughts and clear her mind. She almost laughed to herself. She'd spent the past 25 years trying to do that. Unsuccessfully. What made her think a brisk walk in the cold air of London would solve all her problems now? Maybe it would have been better if her father had collapsed in prison, clutching his chest, and died right there. A quick death. She wouldn't have had all this inner turmoil about whether to go and see him or not. She didn't hate him. She couldn't hate him. Hate was a very strong emotion and one you could only attribute to a person you knew. Olivia didn't know her father at all. She thought she did, but she couldn't have done. Her feelings for him, therefore, were non-existent. This man was just a body in a hospital bed. Olivia bumped into someone. Neither of them apologised. She staggered slightly and continued on her journey to nowhere. It didn't seem to matter how much Olivia told herself he wasn't her father. She could denounce him, avoid seeing him, refuse to acknowledge his letters and cards, but he was a part of her. Half of his DNA was inside her. She was born from his makeup. She shuddered, unsure whether it was the thought of her father's dark psychology swimming around inside her, or the harsh winter breeze. Olivia had written a paper many years ago about the myth of the killer gene. There were people who thought serial killers stood out from the rest of the population because they had a single gene that others didn't. Monoamine oxidase A, also known as MAOA, was a common denominator in the majority of serial killers, but not all of them had it. So, was it a killer gene or not? If so, how do you explain the behaviour of the killers who don't have the gene? Then there's CDH13, an ADHA-related gene identified in 2008, strongly associated with violent criminality. Did her father have MAOA or CDH13? Did he have neither, or both? And if so, were they in her too? Jesus Christ, she said to herself, as reality dawned. She quickly dismissed the idea that she was anything like her father. She had never once desired to take another life. It was the polar opposite to everything she believed in. She was not her father's daughter. She looked up and inhaled hard to get some cold air inside her. A tear fell from her eye when she saw what was across the road directly in front of her. The ugly grey concrete of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Unwittingly, she'd been drawn here, as if by some kind of magnetic force. Why had her unconscious mind done this to her? She was already torturing herself about refusing to help Jessica just before she was killed. Maybe if she'd offered to help, they would have spent Saturday night going through the files in Olivia's office, and Jessica wouldn't have been home alone for a sadistic killer to target. Now, here she was, outside the hospital that was helping to improve the health of her murdering father. She must really love self-flagellation. She crossed the road at the lights and entered the grounds. She couldn't take her eyes from the building, and wondered which window he was behind. Could he see her from where he was? Was he unconscious? Fingers crossed he'd been given a clean bill of health and was on his way back to prison where he belonged. She doubted that. Life wasn't kind to her. She approached the main entrance and stood rooted to the spot. She didn't want to go in. She didn't want to see him. She owed him nothing. Then why was she here?
I thought I'd find you here.
She turned at the sound of a familiar voice. Amyas Foley was standing by his car. "What are you doing here?" she asked. She was cold. Her teeth were chattering slightly.
I went back to my office, and you'd gone. I was worried.
Worried? Why?
You've just received a huge shock. I wanted to make sure you were all right.
I'm fine, she said, slowly knowing before she said it how trite it would sound. How did you know where to find me?
I called your colleague, Dr. Lister. He told me which hospital your dad had been admitted to.
Olivia balked at the word dad.
You going in?
He nodded towards the building.
I haven't made up my mind yet.
He walked over to a bench and sat down. Olivia followed.
When did you last see your father?
Olivia knew the answer to that straight away. She knew the day, the date, the time, and what the weather was doing.
When I was 9, she answered. You haven't seen him since?
No.
Do you think that if you went in there to see him, to talk to him, you'd be betraying your mother and sister?
So, you do know who my father is, then? He nodded.
Jessica? No. She refused to reveal your secret. All she said was that you had first-hand experience of a serial killer when you were a child. I used my detective skills to find out the rest. With some help from Wikipedia, too, he said, with a cheeky smile.
I can't believe Jessica is really gone, Olivia said wistfully. I'd usually be talking to her about this kind of thing.
And what would she say?
She'd probably tell me to let the bastard rot in hell. I was at Jessica's house when my father was killing my mum and sister.
Really?
Yep. She lived just around the corner. They fell silent as life continued around them. The hustle and bustle of a busy hospital mixed with the noise of nearby traffic. Whatever hell Olivia was going through, the world didn't stop turning. And out there, a killer was at work.
Why are you really here when you're so busy?
She turned to Foley.
Well, I really need your help. And I'd like to help you in return.
Why? When you've literally just met me?
Because you were Jessica's best friend. She spoke a lot about you. She cared for you, and Jessica was a good person, an excellent judge of character. I feel... selfishly, I know. But I feel like I'm still chatting with Jessica when I'm chatting with you. Does that sound weird?
No. It's quite comforting, really.
Would you like me to come inside with you?
Would you?
I wouldn't have asked if I didn't want to. I have my mother's voice in my head telling me to run, but I have my own voice telling me to give in to curiosity and see how the last 25 years have treated him. Who are you going to listen to? I should listen to my mum. She didn't attempt to get up from the bench. They walked into the hospital and were immediately surrounded by a wall of noise, the chatter of people in the waiting rooms, the sound of phones ringing and trolleys being dragged along corridors. Foley flashed his ID to the receptionist, then let Olivia take over. I'm here to see... can you tell me where Richard Button is, please? I'm his daughter. I believe he's asking for me. It was as if the whole hospital fell silent and everyone was looking at her. The receptionist told them where to go, and Foley led her by the elbow to the lifts. They waited in silence for the stainless steel doors to yawn open. They stepped inside, and the doors closed. They were the only occupants as the lift juddered up. Neither of them spoke while the lift stopped at various floors, picking people up and dropping them off. All of them with blank looks on their faces. All of them going through their own dramas. They stepped out into a stifling corridor and headed for the intensive care unit. "Does your colleague know?" he asked. "Sebastian? Yes. He wrote the book on him. That's how we met. He came to interview me for it." She smiled at the memory. "I was horrible to him on that first meeting. I didn't want anything to do with his book or his research. My therapist said it might be cathartic if I did talk to him, if I told him my side of the story." "And did you? Have you read the book?" "I'm not much of a reader." He grimaced. "Yes, I did. It helped, and it brought me and Sebastian closer." "Are you and he, you know?" "God, no," she answered quickly. "Sebastian is more like the brother I never had. Besides, he was devoted to Rosemary. He went to pieces when she died. Now it's just him and 4 kids. Wow. That can't be easy." "It's not, but he's coping, just about." It was easy to spot the room Richard Button was in, as there was an armed police officer standing outside with the door closed behind him. Olivia could feel her heart pounding in her chest as if it was trying to break out. A doctor was walking with them. Olivia had no idea where she had come from. Her mouth was moving, but Olivia couldn't hear a word she was saying. The armed officer stepped to one side. The doctor depressed the handle and pushed the door open. "I'll wait out here," Foley said. Olivia stood in the doorway. She could feel the heat coming from the room. She was sweating. In the centre of the room was a single hospital bed. Written above it in an untidy scrawl was his innocuous-sounding name. Richard Button. The man lying in the middle was unrecognisable. A tube was taped to his mouth, one coming out of his nose.
The index finger of his left hand was hooked up to a blood pressure monitor. Various beeps were heard at regular intervals as the surrounding machines kept him alive. Olivia stepped closer to get a clearer look at the face. The last time she had seen him, he had been strong, with dark wavy hair, a smooth complexion, slightly overweight and with smiling eyes. What she saw in the bed was a slim, grey-haired man with a mean jawline and a cruel expression. What surprised Olivia most was that she felt nothing for him. There was no emotional attachment. She could have been standing beside the bed of a complete stranger. She was. Slowly, his eyes opened. Olivia took a deep breath. He carefully removed the mask over his mouth and proffered a cruel smile. "Livy, you came," he said, in a soft voice. Olivia took another deep breath. "Hello, Dad." Chapter 13. Kingston upon Thames, London. Tuesday, the 21st of December, 1999. Olivia Button should have been home hours ago, but she just couldn't tear herself away from her friend Jessica's house and the amazing early Christmas present she'd received, one which her mother definitely could not hide until the big day. A dachshund puppy. So small he could fit into the palm of her hand. He didn't seem real, and his cuteness was off the scale. Olivia was as excited about playing with him as Jessica was, but when it started to get dark, Jessica's mother said she should head off for home before her mum became worried. Jessica lived in the next street from Olivia, so she didn't have far to go home. She zipped her coat up to the neck, wrapped her scarf around herself tightly, and put on her gloves as she walked, all the while struggling to stop smiling after playing all afternoon with the sausage dog puppy. She didn't notice her father's haphazardly parked car in the driveway. She opened the front door and stepped inside. "Mum, you'll never guess what Mrs. Sheffield has bought Jessica for Christmas. She's—" Olivia stopped when she walked through the living room and into the kitchen to find the room empty. "Mum?" She retraced her steps and went to the bottom of the stairs. She looked up, angled her head to listen for any sound. She couldn't hear anything. When she left 4 hours ago, her younger sister Claire was bounding about the house, draped in tinsel, her excitement for Christmas in overdrive, while her mum was frantically in the throes of last-minute preparations. Olivia took off her coat and hung it over the banister. She walked upstairs slowly, straining to listen for something that would indicate where her mum and sister were. She wondered if they were busy wrapping up her present, or, fingers crossed, presents. Claire's door was closed. It was never closed. There was obviously something secretive happening in this room. She wrapped her hand around the handle, slowly pushed it down, and with a single movement swung the door violently open. Her smile dropped when she saw it was empty. She frowned. Where had they all gone? She turned and went down the corridor to her parents' bedroom. Again the door was closed. Again it was only ever closed at night when Mum and Dad went to bed. Growing bored, Olivia swept her hair behind her ears and headed straight inside. "Mum, Jessica's mum's bought her a puppy for Christmas. Can we have—" Olivia stopped in her tracks when she opened the door to the master bedroom and found her mother on the bed, cradling her younger sister in her arms. It should have been a picture of happiness and normalcy, if it wasn't for the amount of blood. The bed was saturated in it. There were high sprays on the walls and ceiling. Claire slumped in her mother's arms, had her eyes closed.
"Mum?"
Olivia said, her voice barely above a whisper. Her mum, Geraldine Button, was sitting up in bed. Her face was pale, and blood was slowly draining out of a gash in her throat. She was taking short, sharp breaths, struggling to cling on to life. She looked at her daughter, looked her straight in the eye.
"Olivia,"
she said. Olivia's bottom lip began to wobble as she took in the scene of carnage. Tears began to fall.
"Mum?"
she croaked.
"Run,"
Geraldine said, breathlessly.
"What?"
"Run." Something caught Olivia's eye from the ensuite bathroom. She turned and saw her father reflected in the mirror. He was drenched in blood, and in his red hands he was holding a knife. She turned on her heels and ran. She slipped on a patch of blood on the carpet she hadn't seen when she came in. Landing with a thud, she picked herself up and charged for the main bathroom, the only room in the house with a lock on the door. Once inside, she turned to close it just as her father slammed himself into the door. She secured the lock and stepped away from the door. Olivia fell back against the sink.
"Olivia, open the door,"
her dad shouted from outside.
"Daddy!"
she cried out.
"Olivia, open this door right now."
He was panicking. His voice sounded angry. In the background, Olivia could hear the sound of sirens approaching. From behind her, flashing blue lights came through the window. Her father slammed into the door. The lock rattled and one of the loose screws fell out. Whoever was outside and coming to save her wouldn't get here in time. She climbed up onto the toilet, pushed open the window and looked out. Below, the sloping roof of the extension was wet with sleet. She wouldn't be able to reach it from here. But if she jumped, she might be able to grab onto the guttering or something to stop her falling to the ground below. She swung her leg over the windowsill. It was so cold outside, and she'd taken her coat off. She wiped away her tears with the back of her trembling hand and looked back into the bathroom just as the door broke open, and she saw her dad, covered in the blood of her mother and sister, charge into the room, knife aloft. He swung it at her. She let go of the sill and dropped. The roof of the extension was more slippery than she expected. She flew to the bottom and didn't have time to reach for the guttering. She grabbed something that slowed down her fall slightly, but she landed on the wet grass below with a thud. She stood up, looked back to the bathroom window. There was nobody there. Olivia could still hear the sirens screaming into the cold air, but there was no one around to save her. She needed to run. If she jumped over the back fence and ran to the Prescotts, they'd look after her. She reached the fence, but it was 6 feet tall. There was no way she could grab the top, not even if she jumped. She looked around for something to stand on, but all the plant pots had been removed and put in the shed until next spring. Next to the back door was the recycling wheelie bin. She didn't know how much time she had, so she ran as fast as her aching legs would carry her, grabbed the bin and pulled it back to the fence. She struggled to climb onto it. She swung her legs over the fence and was about to drop down when the back door to the house burst open and her father ran out towards her.
"Olivia, get back here right now!"
he screamed. Still frozen, Olivia looked at her dad. She saw the blood on his shirt, the spatters on his face, the red droplets dripping from the knife in his red right hand. He came towards her, taking long strides. Behind him the gate was slammed open and a man in a policeman's uniform, drenched from the sleet, came into the garden. He opened his mouth and said something, but Olivia was too far away to hear what it was.
Her father screamed something back at him. It didn't sound like her dad. He sounded scared, angry, frightened and dangerous. The man in the uniform held up his arms and stepped forward. Her dad stood his ground, refusing to move. He lunged forward, swung his arm, and the man dropped to the floor. Olivia saw a spray of red shoot out of him. She screamed. Her dad turned back to her. "Olivia, I can explain. These men, they're bad people. I'll look after you, I promise." Again, it might have been her dad talking, but he sounded strange. "Help me!" she screamed as loud as she could. Her voice echoed into the night. She let go of the fence and dropped down the other side. She ran down the embankment and into the woods, where her cries were muffled by the thick-set trees. She jumped over fallen branches, slipped on wet leaves and fell on the unstable ground. She picked herself up. She was muddy, wet and cold, but she couldn't stop. She had to keep going. "Olivia!" She heard her father calling her name. Olivia tried to keep her emotions in check. She told herself to stop crying, but she couldn't. Less than half an hour ago she had been playing with Jessica, making a fuss over her new puppy. And now she was in the middle of a nightmare. Olivia ran for her life in the darkness. Bare branches grazed her face and tore her clothing. She was in pain, but she knew she couldn't stop. She slipped. She fell. She banged her head hard on the root of a mighty oak. She turned over onto her back and looked up into the eyes of her father. "Daddy!" she cried. "It's all right, sweetheart. Everything's going to be all right now." "What's happening? Where's Claire? Where's Mummy?" "They're safe. Nobody can harm them now." "I want Mummy." She choked on her tears. "You'll see them soon." Richard's tears fell from his eyes and landed on his daughter's cold face. He raised his knife-wielding hand above his head and brought it down on Olivia's shoulder. She screamed. "I love you, Livy," he said, before stabbing her a second time. "I love you too, Daddy," she said, before she was stabbed a third time. Chapter 14. Olivia winced at her father calling her Livy. He was the only person who had ever shortened her name, and she had hated it from the very first time he had used it. At the age of 6, it's difficult to tell your father not to call you something. Now Olivia still felt she couldn't speak up, and she had no idea why. Sitting opposite her dad for the first time in 25 years, she was transported back to the moment he destroyed their family, when he stabbed her mum and sister to death, and ruined any chance of her ever having a normal life. The silence in the room was intense. Olivia had no idea what to say. She didn't want to rant, to release a quarter of a century of pent-up rage and anger. She didn't want to make pointless small talk either, and she had no intention of asking how he was. What the hell was she doing here? Was she seeking closure? Or was it a perversion on her part, to see how time had affected the only surviving relative she had left? Closure, she told herself. That was the only solution she would accept. She needed to close the door on this part of her life. She needed to think of her mum and sister with happiness and remember the good times. The only way she could do that was by putting her father in a clearly labelled box in her mind and not having a big question mark hanging over his head.
Was he a loving father or an evil killer? He couldn't be both. She refused to let him be both.
You look so much like your mother, it's frightening,
Richard Button said. He tried to sit up, but the expression on his face made it obvious that the action caused him some pain. Olivia didn't say anything to his predictable opening line. She remained still on the hard plastic chair, her hands clasped firmly together in her lap, her stony face staring straight ahead. She could feel her heart beating loudly in her chest and prickles of sweat dripping down her back. She wanted to leave, but felt frozen to the spot.
"How are you?"
he asked. How was she? That was a difficult question to answer. She was completely and utterly alone in the world. She spent her days talking to serial killers to try to understand the motives behind someone's thirst for ending another person's life. She engaged in random, pointless sex with men she barely knew, just so she could feel a modicum of emotion. She cried herself to sleep most nights, as she missed her mother and Claire. Her closest friend had just been murdered, and she was currently sitting opposite a man who had killed 8 people, including her mum and sister. How was she? She had no fucking idea. "Fine," she croaked. Her throat was dry. She tried clearing it, but it wouldn't.
"I appreciate you coming to see me."
"I'm not here for a social visit," she said.
"Oh?
Did you honestly expect me to turn up here with a bunch of grapes?"
No,
He couldn't finish his sentence.
Well, whatever the reason, I'm glad you came. I think of you often. Do you think of me?
"Only when forced to," she replied. The icy disdain was evident in her voice.
"When's that?"
"When you send me letters and cards." "You're my daughter. You gave up your right to call me that when you killed my family," she interrupted. As much as she wanted to remain cool, it was difficult to hold on to the torrent of emotion that was building within. She tried to remember her training. She tried to replicate all the times she'd sat opposite serial killers and asked them difficult questions, and how they revelled in talking about their disturbing crimes. She had to remain emotionless. It wasn't easy.
"It wasn't supposed to end that way,"
Richard said, breaking eye contact with her for the first time. "Really? How was it supposed to end? Did you expect us to be thrilled at your change of career? Did you think we'd encourage you in your new hobby? Perhaps we could have taken up murdering as a family and gone on weekend killing sprees," Olivia said. She was growing in confidence. The man lying in the bed opposite her was no longer a threat. He was a sad old man who could no longer hurt her. "You were never supposed to find out. I thought I'd been careful that last time. You were sloppy, you got complacent and made a stupid mistake. Like all serial killers, you believed your own self-aggrandized hype. You may have killed 6 women, but there was nothing special about you. You were pathetic, weak, and a habitual coward." He turned back to face her quickly, his face filled with fury. "A coward? You killed your wife and your daughter. You tried to kill me.
You didn't want us to find out what you'd done. You didn't want us to see you crying in the dock when a whole life tariff was passed. You're not a prolific serial predator. You're a sad, pale imitation. I don't know why I came here. She started to get up. I thought Sebastian Lister did a good job in that book he wrote about me. Have you read it? He asked, before she could reach the door. She stopped, her hand on the warm handle. Why would I want to read it when I lived it? She asked, without turning back. There was just one minor detail that he didn't include. She waited. Motive, Richard eventually said, causing Olivia to turn around. She could see a twinkle in his eye. Motive, he repeated. Did you ever wonder why I killed all those women? No, she answered quickly. Liar. I've followed your career, Livy. I've read your books. You have a brilliant analytical mind, though I don't always agree with your conclusions. Surely you've wanted to know what made your own father kill so randomly and remorselessly. Olivia remained by the door, but removed her hand from the handle. She took a deep breath, inhaling the stench of cheap disinfectant and stale sweat. Her entire body was shaking. She held herself tense. Come and sit down. He nodded weakly towards the chair. Reluctantly, she did. The silence grew. Richard was playing for time. He wanted his daughter to ask him why. The twinkle in his eye danced, and a mischievous smile spread across his lips. Olivia had no intention of pandering to his ego. She had questioned his motive for 25 years. Was he abused as a child? No. She knew that for a fact. He had a very idyllic childhood. Was he seeking revenge of some kind? Not that she was aware of. He'd lived a steady middle-class life and had no reason to rail against society. Was he simply a sick, twisted, depraved individual who sought the unnecessary torture of innocent women for his own pleasure? It would seem so. But why? Why? That was the big question. Why wasn't he satisfied with what he had? Richard sat up slowly. He reached for his plastic beaker of water and took several small sips. I hear there's a killer in London at the moment, breaking into single women's homes and slicing them open. Are you working on that case? Olivia didn't reply. I'll take your silence as a yes. I don't work on active cases, she said. No, you don't, do you? Why is that? I'm not a profiler. But you could help the police. You've been asked many times by detectives all over the world to help catch a serial killer, and you've always turned them down. Instead, you've sat back and watched from the sidelines, while the police have bumbled their way blindly in the investigation, waiting for the killer to make a mistake. That's the only way they catch them, isn't it? In the meantime, the killers notched up a few more victims, and you enabled them to do that. Are their deaths on your conscience, Livy? Don't call me that. Her voice was almost a growl. She was angry, but she was also nervous. Is that why you're so fucked up? I'm not fucked up,
she said harshly. You live in that big house, all on your own. No friends, no family, no visitors, no lover. You don't know me. He chuckled. Livy, sweetheart, I know everything about you, he said, with a sweet smile. You know nothing. I know that's Detective Inspector Amyas Foley sitting outside, waiting for you. I saw him in the papers